Chef, if you can lift up the camera a little bit, the chef head is a little bit hiding. It's cutting the head of the chef. So if you can lift up the camera,
How's
yes,
that?
perfect.
Excellent.
Thank you, chef.
Are we ready? So we're ready to go?
Yeah, we are.
Chef, we are coming to you. 30 seconds. Counting start now.
Okay.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. You're joining in from different parts of the world, all right? And it's a very, very important day for all of us. We are here from the IIHM Global Studio. My name is Rupinder Khurana, and I'm with my co-host.
I'm Ritu Jolly, and a very big hello to everyone all across the globe. And as Rupinder just said, a very exciting day really ahead for us over here with some wonderful events taking place through the day.
Right. So we've got 3 channels on for all of you. All right. So we've got the United World of Young Chef. All right. So what is it all about?
Oh, well, it's a fantastic opportunity really to see the national cuisine of the different countries, of over 50 countries. So we have the chefs from each country, the mentors and the participants who would be showcasing the national dish and the dishes of national importance, showcasing their national dish and the culinary traditions of their country to everyone across the globe. So we would be beginning with New Zealand, and in fact, we would be going across to New Zealand, Rupinder.
Yes.
The chefs are already in the kitchen, and it's a little over 5 p.m. in New Zealand. So we would be joining them shortly. And along with that, we also have a couple of other events.
Yes, so we have another channel for all of you where you can join us for symposiums. All right, these would be experts, and there would be important topics which we will be discussing. And you can join in and be a part of such a great learning. We have another channel also. So what is it all about?
Yes, so well, we have 3 channels really. We have 3 channels here. We have channels for the UWYC. We have a channel for symposiums that would take place through the day. And we have talks of leaders from the hospitality industry as well as the field of education, sharing their views on some wonderfully interesting topics. So we have a lot of learning and a lot of excitement.
Fantastic. So IIHM Global Studio ready for you. We've got the chefs from the New Zealand Wellington College. All right. We have Mr. Scott Campbell, who's the mentor, joining in from the New Zealand kitchen. All right. So let us get in. So they're saying hello to all of you. All right. So welcome. How are you today?
Very well, thank you. Yes.
How were the last couple of days?
Yeah, pretty intense, but very enjoyable.
Right. So the participant.
We have Jessica here.
If you could introduce yourself.
Hello, Jessica.
How's it going?
And how are we doing today? Third day of this wonderful YCO.
Yeah, very good. Very exciting. Been quite intense, yeah. Feeling tired, but looking forward to the next part of it.
Wonderful, wonderful. And we look forward to you showcasing the culinary tradition of New Zealand to everyone across the world.
Wonderful.
Right. So the floor is all yours. All right. So please do tell us how you're going to be going about it.
Okay, so today we're looking at I would say it's very hard to sort of put a nail on a national dish of New Zealand, but today we're going to look at some seafood, and in particular a seafood that's very endemic to New Zealand called paua. Now paua is a type of abalone, so very highly prized throughout the world. We're very lucky in New Zealand that the paua grow everywhere, particularly around the Wellington region of where we are. You can see the shell here. It's got a beautiful inside of the shell, and they actually use some of the shell to make jewelry, earrings and necklaces and that sort of type of thing. So this is what a power shell looks like. Clings to the rock, and it's a type of sea snail. There are 58 different varieties of abalone around the world. In New Zealand, we have 3 different varieties: the power, the king power, and the virgin power. So generally, we use just the power itself, and these can be prepared different ways. They can be cooked whole, they can be sliced, they can be put on a barbecue. They're very versatile things. So what we're actually going to do today is we're going to make a ravioli with the power as a filling, and just with a few other little bits and pieces that we've got. So power in New Zealand is black. It's a very unusual color for a food. And this particular power we've got here is minced. So it's gone through a mincer, just makes it really nice and tender. And I'm just going to start on the filling at the moment. So we have the power. And into that, to sort of bind it all together, we are going to use, if we can find it, there we go, a little bit of minced squid or calamari. And this just helps to sort of bind the power together. So I'm just going to add some of that in. Give it a little mix together. So power, flavor-wise, it's very hard to describe the flavor of power. It's a very distinct sort of seafood flavor, similar to scallop in a way, but different. So it's very hard to describe, but it's very, very nice, beautiful flavor. I'm going to add in some chives, and chives just give the filling a little savory note, which is quite nice. So just some finely chopped chives, some seasoning, some pepper, black pepper, a little bit of sea salt. Mix that all in, and that's basically our filling. I might actually add just a little bit more squid to this. Take that little bit out. A little bowl, please, just a little bowl. Okay. And we're going to serve the ravioli today just with a little butter sauce, a little citrus butter sauce. Another New Zealand produce we're going to use today is an olive oil. So we grow a lot of olives in New Zealand and produce some absolutely fantastic olive oil. This particular olive oil is cold pressed, and they actually press it with citrus. Oranges and lemons and limes and that sort of type of thing. So we really got a really beautiful citrus olive oil. So we're going to add a little bit of that into the dish a little bit later on. We've got some, I went down to the coastline around Wellington yesterday and got some samphire. So it's otherwise sometimes known as sea asparagus. It's just going to give a little bit of crunch to the dish, and we'll add that into the sauce a little bit later on. So Jess is actually going to put together our power for us, our raviolis, excuse me. I'll give you a little demonstration first of all. And I'll just get my little bits out of here. And I'll explain what I'm doing here in a second. So now, normally, obviously, raviolis are made with pasta dough, but because it's a very quick demonstration today, we're just actually going to cheat a little bit, and we're going to use wonton wrappers. And these are a good substitute for pasta, really lovely mouthfeel to eat. And, you know, if a lot of restaurants and things don't have time, space, or are able to make pasta, this is a wonderful alternative. So even at home, you don't have a pasta machine, you don't know how to make pasta, you want to make a ravioli or a filled pasta, highly recommend just some wonton wrappers. Very cheap as well, very easy to use. So we're going to seal the ravioli with a little bit of egg white. It's just been whisked a little bit just to loosen it. So very, very simple. Nice bit of our power filling. That'll seal around the edge. Now, one of the most important things with filled pastas is to try and get rid of all the air. Any excess air goes into the water, the air expands and it opens up the pasta. So what we're going to do is start up the top here, and we're just going to push down. Hope you guys can see this. And that just gets rid of any air pockets. Okay? And that's very simple. That's our ravioli. Okay. So, Jess, I'm going to make a few more of these up while I get on to starting our sauce.
How many do we want?
Yeah, another 12. Okay. So, sorry. Now, just something else I'd like to sort of talk about as well. In New Zealand, we have 3 different languages. We have English, national languages. We have English. We have Te Reo, which is Maori, so the indigenous people of New Zealand, and we have sign language. All right, so that's our 3 languages we have in New Zealand. We like to, here at our school, we like to incorporate a little bit of Te Reo or the Maori language into our cuisine. I think it's very important that you know, traditional languages are upheld, and if we can do a little bit to help that, then fantastic. So I'm going to take you through a little bit of Te Reo. So what we're cooking today is shellfish, otherwise known as kai moana. So I've just written this up on the board here. Kai means food in Te Reo. Moana, if you've seen the movie, means ocean. So food from the ocean. Yeah. So kai moana, food from the ocean, and that's what we're looking at doing today for our dish. Okay. So I'll just let Jess get ahead a little bit here. So what we're going to do is serve this with a white butter sauce or a beurre blanc. Very, very traditional sauce. Very, very nice, lovely, rich sauce with pasta. Works very, very well with seafood and extremely well with our power. So the reduction, we make a reduction. I've pre-made that. So that's shallots, just been diced up, some white wine, some lemon juice, some lime juice, some lime zest and some lemon zest. And it's just been reduced down. And then cooled down. So I'm just going to put that onto the heat. Very slowly bring it up to the heat. Okay. So, really key thing when you're making a butter sauce like this, because it's an emulsified sauce, which you know what an emulsification is, mayonnaise, vinaigrette, hollandaise sauce, that sort of type of thing. Very, very important with this sauce is the butter is kept cold as possible. And that really then will help with the emulsification. Today we're using unsalted butter. I like to use unsalted butter in my sauces. Then I can control the seasoning. I can control how much salt is going in there, how much pepper is going in there. So unsalted butter, just been cut into cubes. We've got a little bit of cream here. I'm just going to add that at the end. This again just gives it a lovely, luscious nature to the sauce. So do that. I have my butter here, so unsalted butter. I've just cut in cubes. We're just going to slowly, once this heats up, start whisking the butter into the reduction. So not particularly very healthy sauce, but a lot of food's not healthy. And as long as you have it and things in moderation, I think that's absolutely fine. And it's all, you don't need a huge amount of a butter sauce either to go onto a plate, just enough to coat the pasta and really give it that lovely eating quality that we're always after as chefs. So how are we going there, Jess?
9.
Sorry?
9.
A couple more to go? Yeah. Okay. So with the power and the squid that's in the filling, it's not actually going to take that long to cook. The wonton wrappers, pasta, again, isn't going to take that long to cook. So I'm not actually going to start the sauce until I put the pasta into the water. So we're pretty much ready, just about to go. Nice big pot of water. Got to think about sometimes when you're making fill pastas, not to have the water on a full boil, right? Although you don't want the pastas banging into each other and opening up and that sort of type of thing. So just, these little tricks of the trade, I guess. Okay, so 2, 4, couple more to go. And we should be ready to start whisking our butter into our sauce. So I've got about 40 to 50 mils of my reduction, and I've got 250 grams of butter. Might not need it all. When we're looking at sauces, we're looking at the sauce coating the spoon, right? So we don't want the sauce too thick, and on the other side of things, we don't want the sauce too thin either. So just want a really nice consistency. So I'm just going to switch this casserole up a little bit. Should be about ready to go. 12 to 1 extra, might as well. So this is actually going to be our dinner tonight. Yeah, really looking forward to it. I'm quite hungry. And one of my favorite things to eat, power. In New Zealand, power can only be harvested through free diving. So you're not actually allowed to put scuba tanks on, but must be free dived. And recreational power, you're allowed 10 power per person per day. They have to be a particular size on the length of the shell and the width of the shell before they're legal. Okay. If you get caught harvesting undersized power in New Zealand, you're going to jail probably. So they are quite rare, and we really want to protect our resources. So I think it's very good what the New Zealand government's doing, and with our fisheries quota system, around the world, our oceans have been depleted, they've been filled with plastic, and it's a real travesty. So we as chefs, I think, have a huge responsibility to only use reputable suppliers, to use suppliers that are ethical, to use suppliers that are sustainable as well. So, we want this fishery, this power fishery, to last a long time. Sorry, Jess, can you just give it a wee wipe for me? Okay, so raviolis are done, 2 portions, just like that, very, very fast. Could probably even do it faster if we really wanted to. Just make sure they're all nicely sealed. I was very lucky enough to have been given some fresh power over Christmas. So we actually had power on Christmas Day. I cooked them whole, just like a steak, medium rare, let them rest, slice them nice and thin. Absolutely tremendous. Okay, so Actually, Jess, I might get you to just pop this pasta in for me, just a couple at a time. So while Jess is doing that, we'll switch the heat up on the reduction a little bit. I'll get my whisk. We can start whisking our butter in. So when you're doing a white sauce or white butter sauce, really important you don't put too much butter in at once, otherwise it'll end up splitting on you. Okay, it can be quite hard to bring back. So really low heat. In fact, I'm going to switch that down a little bit. This is a sauce you can do a la minute or last minute. A lot of restaurants will make this sauce, and usually in the restaurant, often in the restaurant, they will stabilize the sauce with a little bit of cream. So we're going to do that today as well. So we're just looking for a nice consistency in the sauce. And we'll have a taste and have a season. So nice low heat. You can see the butter's just mixing in nicely to the mixture. There's no splitting happening. And like I mentioned before, if you go too fast with the butter, you'll be in a lot of trouble. I might just switch that up a wee bit to get a bit more movement on the pasta. So in restaurants I've worked in, hotels, etc., your mise en place will be making your reduction last minute, putting it all together. I've seen people doing it in blenders and thermal mixes and things like that. Whereas you guys are all young chefs out there, you really want to be making this by hand, so that you understand what's happening in the sauce, understand what's happening to the butter, the reduction. You can really only do that by seeing it, by touching it, by looking at it, making sure the seasoning is correct. And I can see already sauce is beginning to thicken. Yeah. Sorry, Jess, can you just pass me a spoon, metal spoon, please? Thank you. So check the consistency. It's not quite where I want it. Really want this coating the back of the spoon, just falling off at the moment. So that's just an indication that I need to keep adding my butter. Now the other thing about this sauce is you really don't want it to boil. Okay, as soon as it starts boiling, it will split. The butter will start to come out of the sauce. Okay, Jess, you want to take the pasta out for me, please? And I just want to have a little drizzle of the citrus oil. So just add a little bit more butter, just about there. Already smelling rather nice. So just adding a little bit of citrus oil onto the pasta. Just the seasoning, just a little bit of seasoning on there as well, please. And that's also looking rather nice now, so I'm quite happy with that. I'm going to add just a little bit of cream, not too much, about a tablespoon. Just lightens it up, really gives it a really nice richness. Okay, so can we have 6 of the 6 raviolis on each plate, please? So I was serving it with a main course, it would be probably 6 to a portion. If I was serving it for a first course and an entree, we're looking probably about 3 to a portion. So, looking at our sauce now, beautifully coating the spoon. Lovely consistency. Last but not least, let's have a taste. So, a bit of pepper, not too much. A little bit of salt. Oh, that's good. Okay, so I've also got my samphire. So a little sea asparagus. So I'll just put that into the sauce. Just warm it up. I haven't got that. That's probably enough actually. We get about 4?
5, yeah.
5? Yeah, that'll do. It's a good sized portion. Okay, so in with our samphire. Sauce is ready. Now, it's just can you bring out the micro coriander in here, please? So sauce and samphire. And that's just sitting really nicely on the pasta. A little bit more samphire on this one. Fantastic. So, something else I actually quite like to talk about. These are microgreens, coriander. A lot of people make this mistake, I believe. You've got the wiper thing? Just give it a little wipe around the edge. Oh, yeah. Yeah, if you can do that, please. We'll talk about this. What a lot of people make the mistake of doing with microgreens or micro herbs is putting far too much on the plate, all right? If you ever get the chance to taste one of these guys, so micro coriander, that one leaf, that one little wee leaf there, packs a punch, really packs a punch. So if I put a whole heap of coriander on here, I'm destroying the flavor of the dish, okay? Now this particular microgreens that we have here is actually from an urban farm. So it's a basement farm. It's all hydroponic and lights, and they grow fantastic array of micro herbs. So we're very, very lucky. They recycle all the water. They're growing the micro herbs and coconut husks. So it's all recyclable, and they actually deliver on electric bikes to all restaurants and hotels around the Wellington region. Fantastic company, fantastic service. So they're called Schutz microgreens. Brilliant. So just a little bit of this on top. Like I say, it doesn't need much. You don't want to destroy the flavor of the delicate flavor of the power, but just enough to give you a little bit of a punch. Okay. So too many times I see a big bunch of this stuff on food, and it's a waste, complete waste. Now, the last thing we're going to do, just to finish it off, I've got a beautiful lime. I'm just going to put a little bit of lime zest through a microplane. Very important, it's a microplane that you don't get the bitterness of the pith. So just a little bit over the top, gives it a nice little bit of freshness, a little bit of foil against the richness of the butter sauce. And kapai, we have our power ravioli. Thank you. Very happy to answer any questions anyone may have. A butter sauce. This butter sauce is you know, it's a fantastic sauce to go with the ravioli. You could serve a tomato-based sauce. I think any sauce with a little bit of acidity in it, it just really works well with the richness of the seafood. We got any other questions? No. Well, that's us. So kia ora, and thank you.
Excellent.
So, yeah. No questions coming through, Corey? So just one chat question. So guys, if you've got any questions, you want to know anything about New Zealand, anything more about New Zealand cuisine, now is your time to ask. Yeah.
National food for New Zealand.
Sorry?
What's the national food for New Zealand?
Roast kiwi. No, I'm only kidding. Kiwis are protected bird in New Zealand. Okay, so national dishes, like I said, it's very hard. We're a very multicultural society. We'd like to take parts of the Maori cuisine. Maori cuisine's becoming very, I suppose, trendy at the moment. And of course, you know, you come to a country, you want to taste the country's cuisine. So really important that we embrace that. Lamb is a very big thing in New Zealand. We export lamb to all over the world. We grow lots of, like I mentioned before, lots of olives, make some beautiful olive oil. We have fantastic seafood, fantastic produce. You know, we're very lucky to live where we live, I think, anyway. Anyone else got any questions? No? Can we return you back to the IHM channel? Or are we still waiting on that?
Do you recommend this pasta to be cooked immediately, or is it cooked and stored?
It can be cooked and stored. You can actually freeze it. Freezes reasonably well. But it can be cooked and stored or stored. I probably wouldn't store it for any more than a couple of days. Yeah. Things like shellfish, seafood, you really want the freshest, I believe. I do a lot of fishing in New Zealand, and you know, there's just nothing like the taste of fresh seafood or fresh fish, in my opinion.
What other recipes can you use with power?
Other recipes you can use with power. It works very nicely with perno. All right. So normally your sort of traditional type of seafood sauces, seafood flavors. So fennel is a really nice one with power. I've actually had power cooked in seaweed and put on a fire before. It's very, very nice, thinly sliced and fried with garlic. In Maori cuisine, they mince it up just like we have here, and they cook it down with coconut cream. And they'll add other spring onions and things like that to it. So cream power is called, yeah. And sometimes actually served in the shells as well. Right? But we have to be a bit careful serving things in shells, particularly these ones, because they've got holes. Right, so it doesn't sit well with the sauce and anything like that. Yeah.
So, Chef, that looks really, really exciting.
Yep, thank you.
Yeah, and wonderful demonstration.
Thank you.
It was really, really marvelous to watch all of you make that. So,
Yes,
Ritu,
absolutely.
doesn't it
Wonderful
look marvelous?
seafood. Oh, yes. And I can imagine you actually going fishing and picking up fresh seafood and rushing back to the kitchen.
That's the one. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So you all have to come to New Zealand once we're all open and come and eat some power.
We really are looking forward to that, Chef. And thank you so much for taking time out and being a part of this United World of Young Chefs. All right. And we thank you so much. All right. So we will be logging out of your kitchen and entering into the kitchen of Bangladesh from here onwards. All right. So thank you and all the best.
And I think we look forward to seeing you cook it live here in India next year.
Yeah. That's right. Awesome. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Chef.
Cheers.
See you. Bye. And we now move on to the kitchen of Bangladesh, where we have Ms. Jahida Begum.
Yes.
And do you know what she's making today, Rupinder?
I like to ask her. In fact, she is somebody who's been closely associated with the Young Chef Olympiad over the years. She's been to India, and she is somebody who is a phenomenal person. Jahida Begum, ma'am, where are you?
Yes.
Hello,
Good
ma'am. How are
morning.
you?
How are you
Fine,
doing?
thank you.
Lovely.
Fine,
And we
thank
look
you.
forward. We look forward
Namaskar.
to you.
Namaskar.
And what are you going to be demonstrating to us today?
Actually, today we would like to demonstrate our local pitha that is very tasty. That is called the palm corn pitha. Actually, in Bangladesh, pitha is very traditional. Though not in the urban area, people are very busy, but in the rural area, they are very used to take the pitha, especially in the winter season. So that's why I would like to show you the very special pitha. It's very easy, but very traditional in Bangladesh.
Oh, lovely. And you're going to be making that with some palm juice, I believe?
Yes, that we will use that one. Yes, that is and very tasty with that one. We'll use some whether we'll use some rice flour. Though actually pita that is very traditional in Bangladesh. Though we can substitute with the cake, but this is not like the cake. So we usually use that pita. So we'll use the rice flour. We'll use the coconut, palm juice, and jackfruit leaf. We'll use some baking powder, salt if someone likes more sweet. So we'll use the sugar.
Lovely.
Right, ma'am. So we leave you with the cooking. All right. So we have 30 minutes. The
Okay.
next 30 minutes are all yours.
Okay, so we can start.
Yes, please.
Yes. So we're taking 2 cups of rice flour. Rihanna is with me. She will help me. And then we are using the coconut. So you can use as much if you like more coconut. You can use the coconut very good way. So use the some salt. And baking powder. Like you can use the more salt here. Then we'll use coconut and the palm juice. Look at that one. So what we do is really in the seasonal way, we just take the juice and we just boil that one and just go for the cooling and then just keep in the fridge to use it later on. So that's the thing that I do. So this is the palm juice that I will use here. So you have to mix in very good way. So you need the power from the cameras, otherwise you'll get the smell. It's a very good smell. So it will be a soft dough. It will not be the hard dough. So dough will be very soft. You have to mix it in very good way. See the color of the dough. Be like the yellow. So we can keep that one for the 5 or 10 minutes. We just raise it. Now what we'll do, so we'll just have taken some, you see jackfruit leaf, that is little bit hard. Somebody can ask whether we can use another leaf on that, but this is very good for the corn pita. So that is in traditional called the tale khili pita in Bengali. So that I'm using the jackfruit leaf. So we have to make like this way, and you have to just do it like this one. Then you have to look at that there is no hole in there. So we use some toothpick to give the actual shape. So we put the dough in there. Like this. You see that one? So yeah, nice. In Bangladesh, people are very love to take the pita. So though they are in urban area, they're very busy, but they love to take the pita. But nowadays, people are very so they used to buy from the shop. And usually they don't like to prepare in their own house because they are very busy. But in the urban village area, rural area, they are used to take the pita every day in the breakfast, and they took that one also in the snacks. So there we have prepared a lot of corn is there. So I'll put the dough inside. So we have to clear that not the we have to filter the half of the corn. It will be just raise up. So do like this way. This is very easy, but it's very tasty. You see? There is no hole. It's so tasty that, and the smell is very good. So they can take 5 or 10 pita together. Yep. So try to take the jackfruit, the bigger one. So small one it doesn't look that good. So we have taken the bigger one, jackfruit leaf. So what do you do now? So we'll go for the, we'll use the steamer. Usually in a village area, people are used to use the some you see some saucepan, but so in the urban area we have the steamer. So we'll use the steamer to cook the pita. So we'll put that one for the 10 minutes. In Bangladesh, on the groom come under some special occasion, we used to prepare that one. And we love to take especially in the winter season. I hope that you are enjoying the session. It's very easy to prepare, but this is very tasty. So, we'll steam that one for the 10 minutes. So I can give the remember again. So what we have done is that we have taken the 2 cup of rice flour, then we've taken 1.5 cup of you say palm juice, and then we've taken 1 teaspoon baking powder, 1 teaspoon salt, and sugar if you like. If you need a more taste and more sweet, so you can use the more sugar there. And then we have taken the jackfruit leaf, and we have mixed the all ingredients together. Then we leave that for the 10 minutes to just raise up and make the dough in the very good and soft way. So then after that we make the cone, and then we put the ingredients and the dough in the cone. Then we go for the steamer for the 10 minutes. So after 10 minutes you can take it. So just have a look at what is going on. You can have a look. So you see the is going to be cooked. You can have a look the texture. It's a little bit soft. So when it will be cooked, it will be harder. But when after just pick up, then it will be a little bit soft on it. So we'll go for the 10 minutes for the cooking. And we have a lot of pita, we have 64 biscuits. So in the rural area, you can find a different kind of pita. That is the bhava pita, that the fulchuri pita, and the you see that there's a puli pita. Others different of pita we have that we used to use. Then also we have that kola jali pita that we have prepared in the last 2019 in the OICO. That is kola jali pita that used to be the used to be the meat. So this time we have prepared different pita because that is very traditional, because I can use the I can prepare the kola or the other rice or the you see English. So we have the 30 minutes of weekend that is very tasty. So then I'm going to prepare that one for you. So it's going to be cooked. Just see it's going harder. Just look. Let it stop the video one here. So it's almost done. So it's almost done. So what we'll do, look at that one, the cutlet, that you like it. So I'll serve that one there. Look at the color and texture. So well, so now we'll start with the traditional. Usually don't serve like that way, but we would love to serve like this way because the guests will come and they will take that one. So this is the palm cone pita that I have prepared. So and if you in the urban area, the stop like this where some people like it and definitely it's very and the smell of the pita is very delicious. So you can have it like this. I told you before that we don't serve like this way, but for the urban area, people can make the decoration like this way. So whatever you like, you can do. But in urban area, in the rural area, we like love to serve like this way. Listen, see? I told you like it, and it's very easy to prepare. Any question, Nick? Any question? So I can give the answer. Yeah.
Lovely, Miss Begum. That is really nice. And in fact, it's pretty early in the
And its
morning.
taste is very good, nah? We are sorry that we cannot taste that one for you. Just stand that one for you. Maybe we'll come to the India, we'll prepare that one for you. But
Yeah.
taste is very good. And then there's a smell.
You mentioned this is a winter speciality. Why
Which
would
is actually basically in Bangladesh, the most of the pita that is we prepare in the winter season. Then if somebody likes like the palm, so what we do, especially we take the juice and then we boil that one and make it cool, and then we just keep that one in the deep freeze. So whenever we like to take the palm corn pita, so we take make the juice in the throw that one and just add it like this way and then use it up later. So it's not that every time if you don't get the palm in the every time, so you can keep in the fridge the juice and then use that in the later on.
I
So
see.
that for the long time, what you can do, you can add some sugar on there, so the juice will be more, the longevity will be more. So you can also add the sugar on there.
Right. So is it something to do with the colder it is, the sweeter the juice?
This juice is sweeter than the other juice, but these are especially things that you can also add the sugar. So if you don't get the sweeten on there, so you can add the sugar. So you get the same taste, but you don't get that. You don't find it that you have added the sugar on there, but you get the palm smell also there. So nothing is that difficult if you add the sugar. So the taste, you see the taste will be the same, no problem.
Lovely.
So,
We do have
yeah,
some questions here.
yeah. So, what are the popular desserts do you generally consume in Bangladesh?
Actually, in rural, basically we used to prepare the jorda, payesh, yes, and in the you see that we use the doodh chitoi, is the doodh chitoi kuli pita that we use in the most of the time we used to the gum when the gum come, we used to use the payesh and the jorda.
So, if you were to take the whole country, and if you were to tell us about the cuisines that primarily exist in different parts of Bangladesh, if you could just give us a little bit of a brief as to what kind of cuisine is eaten in which part of Bangladesh.
Can you ask the question again?
So I'm talking about the country as a whole.
Yes.
Okay. So in India, for example, we have so many states, and each state has their own cuisines,
Yes.
right? So I
Yes.
would like to know from you about Bangladesh as to what are the different cuisines which are dominant, and if you could give us a little bit of an insight.
Yes, yes, we have 64 districts, but some food is very famous, like the Chittagong. You can what the that is the mezbani. That is very traditional that we used to prepare with the beef, and in the khulna that they use the chui jhal. That is the taste. They get the different taste, and in Noakhali, they used to prepare the pita also, and they have the different, like they used to use a dry fish, and in the Cox Bazar they are very used to use the dry fish, and also the chada they use that one, and also the hilsha.
Right.
Yes.
So you have been on TV, etc. So tell us a little bit about your journey.
Yes. Now, yes, actually, I started my journey. Actually, I used to work with a hotel and the Continental Hotel. So I joined that. I started my career at 21 years. Then I joined one company, and after that we joined to the Continental Hotel. Then my father told me that whether nobody will get married to you, so need that job. You don't have to, because my father was a government officer. So he told me that you don't have to work in the officer in the hotel. So it's a very prestige for me. So because I was actually I was a you like that I love to you see that I was a just like the player. I love to always used to do the game. I do the used to do the cricket, football, everything. I work as like a there's a when I was in college. I used to just in Bangladesh, in the girls, they doesn't want to use the short. You see the short, whatever said short pant. So I used to do the high jump, long jump, and football also. So I was like that, and you see the I got a you see the black belt when I was in class 9. So I was like that girl. So my father was very worried because I'm the youngest one. So and after that I used to join in the police. I got the appointment letter is oh my god you cannot join. Then I used joined to the kind of hotel and he's oh no and I used to work there. I'm getting the money and he wanted to know you have, cannot do because sometimes I make it late. I have to do work in the late. So one day I came home at 10 p.m. So he told, from tomorrow you cannot go to the hotel, so nobody will get married to you. Then what I do, but then I used to, I just, because I was not with I was a different kind of girl. But I am not just, so then I said, what I can do, then I apply again. So this is a fifth job that I joined the BPC. Then I joined, I said, my father said, okay, because I didn't think about the BCS like that. I should like that. I don't like to be the teacher like that. Then I joined to the BPC. Then my father, okay, this is a very good organization. You can go on there. Then I do the training in the training institute, then go outside. And then I used to work in there. So I studied psychology. So I thought that, okay, I can, at least I can serve the students. So then I used to work there and yeah, people call me, oh, she's like a mad because she used to work the 8 hours, 10 hours, 24 hours. So I used to work. I was very junior, so I just have a look what that is going on, and then I love to work with the cooking. Now, so it's almost 21 years. I'm working with the BPC, and 18 years I'm working the institute. And the
Doesn't
60
look like it's been a journey of 21 years. When I look at you, it doesn't look like you've spent 21 years already.
and so now I'm working as a celebrity chef in the media. I do some judges in the media, the ATN Bangla that is called the
Right.
Shera.
So,
I do some.
if you can tell us a little bit about your association with IIHM, with the Young Chef Olympiad, because we've known you for a very long time now. You've come down to India, taken part in, the different seasons of Young Chef Olympiad. So, tell us about that association and your experience.
Actually, my experience is actually what I'm thinking. Actually, I'm working in my platform. But what the IIHM doing, especially the Dr. Bose, I'd like to thank it because this is a very good thing that what you are doing. So I take it very positively because it's not that I am working that there are 100 people because in my department every year that is 1,200 most 1,500 students they pass out from here. So when we get the invitation from them, I take it very positively. And most of the thing when I visited India first time for the Young Chef Olympiad, that was very good thing. So because whenever you visit, whenever you join anywhere, you learn something. So for the development, we have to join, we have to work together. Other because you are also working for the students, I'm also working for the students for whatever we can do. If you work for the you see that for the young generation, that is the most thing whether we can develop our country also your country. So the thing is that also you are working for the country, I'm also working for the children. What IIHM is doing, that is very fantastic thing because young people like Rihanna, the for the betterment for their future and for the going the more confidence in the culinary sector, we have to do like the same thing because if they don't know what is my future, what we can do, if they cannot make the globally, so they cannot understand the actual they are getting the training. But if they go on through this kind of training or this kind of you see the competition, so globally they will know that oh, okay, we can work on the food in the culinary sector in the many ways. So I'd like to thanks to the you see the YCO and the yeah, IIHM students because we are very happy with your work and we are very glad that we have invited us, and we are very happy to join with the
Right,
OIC.
ma'am. We have a couple of questions in the chat box.
In fact,
So,
we had one on the leaves right now, Rupinder.
yes.
We have a student asking you a little about he wants to know about the leaves that you use, the cones that you made. So what leaves are those?
Okay, we have used the you say jackfruit leaf because this leaf is little bit hard, because if you use the other leaf, so that will be just you see you didn't find the crunchy one, so it will look like the just see the leaf is crunchy. It doesn't look that you have gone through the in the steamer. Screen is look like the greenish. So the jackfruit leaf usually we use, and also you get the smell also. You see,
Lovely.
Right.
this is a little bit hard.
So there's another question, which is that can sugar be replaced by jaggery?
That you can, yes, you can use that one, no problem. But if you don't use sugar, sugar is better for that one because you get this actual color. Though you have used a palm juice, so the color is a little bit, you see, yellow. So if you use the sugar, that is more better. But if you can use other sweetener, no problem.
Right.
Right.
So there's another question, which is
How does the
primarily about,
Bangladesh cuisine?
yeah.
Yes.
So if you'd like to take that, Ritu, yeah.
Sure. It's about we want to know how does the Bangladesh cuisine, how is it different from the cuisine of say West Bengal?
Actually, no. Actually, what we use more. You see more spices, and we have some actual different type of spices that we use, and we love to some more wild. And in general, nowadays people have changes their taste. People are coming in the urban area and the rural area. Urban area people now they're taking they're more you see that taking care of their health, so they don't use it a lot more of you see a lot of oil. But in the rural area they are used to use a more of the spices and a lot of oil, ghee, so they'll have to take that on, and more sweet.
Lovely. And we also want to know, that's a very interesting question here, that can pita be given different flavors? Can pita be given different flavors? Can we have different flavors maybe infused?
Actually, this tale khili pita, the corn tal pita, this we have to prepare with that one. But if you like go for the other, you see like the you see that one, the other juice or date juice. If they like to use that one, so they can use. But usually we used to prepare this juice with that, but they can use the date juice and other juice they can use, no problem.
All right, that was
Right.
really
So that's
interesting.
excellent, and thank you so much for taking your time out and showing us some wonderful recipes today and talking to us about the Bangladeshi cuisine. Different districts, as you were mentioning, have a lot of variety that is available. All right. So thank you, Jaida Begum ma'am, and your team for joining us and showcasing your wonderful cuisine.
Thank you, ma'am. That was really lovely.
Thank you, ICU.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Rupinder, now we'll be moving very soon. I believe the chefs are getting ready in the kitchen in India
Right.
to showcase the Indian cuisine.
Absolutely. So really looking forward to see what they have to show us. All right. And as we mentioned, we are showcasing the national dishes or dishes of repute in from different countries, and what is being shown to you is a great learning, right? So where else can you get to see in a short span of time, going into different countries, experiencing their food, the local food that they can produce, all right, different ingredients that they use, and that is so exciting.
Absolutely. So one doesn't really need to go through, Google or read some books when you have the chefs of the country demonstrating it live for us. And what better, this is really exciting. Different time zones, we're going to different parts of the globe to see what's happening. Absolutely wonderful.
Right. So I think we have the Indian
Yes, we're
kitchen
right
ready.
here.
All right. So over to you.
Chef Sudipto.
Hello everyone and welcome to YCO 2021. Myself Chef Sudipto and along with me I have Chef Svetan who is representing India, and we are making a delicious Indian famous dish which is not only famous in India as well as it is famous in all over the world. The name of the dish which is being famous in all over the world, it is called chicken butter masala, and the authentic name of it is called mook makhni. So we are going to make today together mook makhni or chicken butter masala along with lacha paratha, which is a very famous layered flattened bread and which is originated from Punjab. So these two dishes we are making, and I hope you will be enjoying. And after the cooking, if you have any question, anything, obviously we will be discussing it together. So for chicken butter masala, we need to make two things. One, we need to prepare tandoori chicken. So for that, I will prepare the marination, and then we will marinate the chicken. We will cook it inside tandoor, or even this can be cooked it inside the roasting oven. So basically, it is a chunk of roasted chicken which are cooked in creamy tomato gravy. So let us start with the mook makhni or chicken butter masala. So for this, I have taken the boneless cubes of chicken leg. So I'll just marinate. I'll first prepare the marinades. So for this marinade, I'll take curd. Shwetal, can you come here? So I'll take curd. In curd, we need to add little bit of turmeric powder, not much. Kashmiri red chili powder. No, Kashmiri red chili powder, it does not have much hotness, but it provides a lot of a bright red color. So I'll add a little more in it. Red chili powder. Cumin powder. Coriander powder. Ginger paste. Garlic paste. Garam masala powder. And some mustard oil. And obviously without seasoning there is no taste which it comes. I'll put some salt and kasuri methi leaves or fenugreek leaves powder. So this all are the ingredients which are very essential for the tandoori chicken marination. So we need to mix it nicely. So the marinades are ready. So what we have to do now, we will put this marinades on the chicken, and for the better taste, we need to keep it inside the refrigerator for half an hour. So we will put the marinades. Now at this moment we don't have that much of time to keep it inside the refrigerator. So just marinate, we'll put the marinades inside with the chicken, and then we will mix it nicely. And we will cook it inside the roasting oven. Now even for roasting also it requires some time to cook it nicely. So then can you mix it?
Sure.
Along with this mixture, I'll put some lime juice. So I'll put some lime juice. Is it ready?
Yes, sir.
So what we have to do now, we'll put some oil. And we will grease this tray. And after greasing, we will place this marinated chicken on the tray. And we need to cook it inside the oven at a temperature of 180 to 200 degrees centigrade, and it will require almost half an hour to cook. Now, if you want the exact Indian flavor, it is always better to cook it inside tandoor. So, if you cook it inside the tandoor, it provides a nice charcoal smoky flavor in it. So, tandoor will be the best. Even if you don't have tandoor, we can cook it inside the oven itself, roasting oven. Now, if you want brighter in color, even we can add some more Kashmiri red chili powder, but I think this color is enough to get a best effect. So it is ready. We will now put it inside the oven itself. This should be cooked at a temperature of 180 to 200 degrees centigrade, and it will require at least for half an hour to cook. Now, during the cooking time, we all know it needs to be basted properly at a frequent interval, and maybe we need to turn upside down so that the evenly it get cooked and we get a nice reddish tandoori effect on the chicken itself. So what I'll do now, we will make the gravy mixture, tomato gravy mixture. So for tomato gravy mixture, let me get some vegetables to get ready. I will be using some tomato. Just roughly cut tomatoes. So as bright red color tomato you will be using will get better in color. So we will require tomato. I will be using some onion. I don't require this much of onion here, so I'll use only half. Just roughly cut the onion. I will be using some ginger, so roughly sliced ginger and few cloves of garlic. So these all are the basic ingredient will be used for making the tomato mixture, and I will be putting some stem of coriander leaves. Just few stem of coriander leaves. So and for the flavor, I will be giving some whole spices. So not much, 2-3 pieces of cardamom, one stick of cinnamon, just one stick of cinnamon, and 2 pieces of cloves. I'll just add this and let it simmer, and we will cook till the tomato soften, till the onion cook properly. And then what we have to do, we need to strain it. We will refresh it in cold water so that the tomato color remain fresh and bright. And then we will remove these whole hot spices and we will make a paste of it. So what I have done, I have already made the paste for this preparation, because it will take some time, and at the same time we have prepared some tandoori chicken in early, which is inside the oven itself, and we will be using it in this preparation. So you can see it has started boiling, so let it get cooked. So what I'll do now, I'll start making the dough for the lacha paratha. Now for dough for the lacha paratha, we need to understand while we are making the dough, it should be soft. It should be soft dough because it needs to be rolled, it needs to be given a fan fold, and then again it should be cooked. Now Indian items, Indian preparation, it requires some time, it requires some resting period, it requires a maturation time to get the exact taste and flavor. So what we have done, we have made few mise en place ready so that we can show you how we are making the mise en place and how we can use those mise en place in the preparation itself. So let us make the dough for the lacha paratha. So I thought we prepare the dough. I'm giving you the ingredients. Sure. Take this bowl. For lacha paratha dough, we will be using refined flour and wholemeal flour both. If we use refined flour and wholemeal flour both, it gives a nice soft texture. Otherwise, sometimes it turns a little rubbery if the dough is not made nicely. So, refined flour, then some wholemeal flour. Now the ratio can be 1:2 ratio. If we are taking 500 grams of refined flour, we will be taking 250 grams of wholemeal flour. So wholemeal flour. In this, we need to add some salt, little bit of sugar, which provides nice color in the dish as well as it increases the taste. Very small quantity of baking powder, I will be giving some card in it. So before adding the curd, let us mix. Shwetan, can you just mix it nicely, all the dry ingredients? Yes, the dry ingredients have got mixed. Now I will be putting little oil for the texture. Very small quantity of oil, because oil we will be again using it to get the flaky layers. So oil, and after it gets mixed nicely, crumbled texture, I will be adding small quantity of curd. And once it gets nicely mixed, I will add water slowly to make a soft dough. Now at this stage, you can add little ghee or butter for the taste and flavor itself, which will remain inside the dough. So our dough is ready. Now this dough need to be kept it on a covered duster, moist duster, so that it remains soft and it matures. At least this need to be kept it for half an hour. So as you can see, this mixture, it has started boiling, and the product, the tomatoes are also got cooked. So while it is getting ready, I'll start making the gravy now, because I already told I have made few things ready so that we can save our cooking time. So this tomato puree, it is already ready, which is inside the mixer grinder. I'll take it in a bowl. So this is the mixture which is made with the same ingredient which I have used here. I just show you. I just show you the texture. So this is the thing which has made, and what we have to do, we need to strain this and we make the puree. So this is the puree, the ultimate product which it comes. So this is ready. And I just want to show you what should be the product of the tandoori chicken. So this is the tandoori chicken which is ready. I'll take it in a bowl and then we will start finishing the dish. So just heat the pan. Now this moong makhni, it can be made with the mustard oil because it is basically a Punjabi dish. So it can be made with mustard oil as well as it can be made with refined oil. So I'll go for mustard oil because we have plenty of abundance in mustard oil. So I will be using mustard oil. So heat oil, and then the oil need to be tempered with whole hot spices. Let me show you what all whole hot spices I will be using. And cardamom, cumin seed, clove, cinnamon, and a little bit of mace. One red chili and one bay leaf. So these all are the tempering ingredients which we'll be using for tempering the oil. So first you can see the smoke which has started coming from the oil. So we need to first bring the mustard oil to a smoking point. Otherwise it does not provide nice flavor. So I'll put first red chili, then bay leaf, then all the other ingredients. And we need to temper oil. We can understand while the sizzling sound or the cardamom will start crackling, we can understand the oil is ready. The tempering part is done. So what I'll do, I'll just slow the flame now. And we will give ginger garlic paste. Now while we are giving ginger garlic paste, we need to remember that already we have given ginger garlic in the mixture itself. So small quantity of ginger paste. Very small quantity of garlic, taken in the share. And we need to cook it till the raw flavor of garlic removed from the mixture. And the oil got separated. You can see, if you see the mixture properly, the oil has got separated from the whole mixture. So it has already been ready. At this point, we need to add further spices. Now again, we need to be very careful that the makhani gravy or chicken butter masala gravy needs to be little bright red in color. So we need to avoid the turmeric powder to dominate the color. So you will provide very less quantity of turmeric powder, red chili powder, Kashmiri red chili powder, cumin powder, and coriander powder. And you can see by this time it has started providing a nice flavor for the product. So all the powder spices it has got cooked. Now we need to add the mixture which we have made it, which is the mixture of tomato, onion, ginger, garlic, coriander skin, and whole garam masala, which has simmered into the water, and then we have to make a puree of it. So let me get the gravy get ready. By that time, I will show you how to make the laksha. So our dough is ready now. Just take out the dough. Just sprinkle some flour. So we need to make this pera, which should be on the top, it should be smooth. So first what we have to do, we need to roll it. And while we are rolling it, it should be as thin as possible. So at this stage, we need to apply some oil on top. After the oil, we have to spread it nicely all over. Nicely we need to spread it all over, and then we have to sprinkle some flour on top of it. And then we have to give a fan fold. Just see it carefully, one top and then one bottom. So fan fold we have to give it. After the fan fold, we need to stretch it out as much as possible. And then again we have to roll it so that we get the layers. And tuck it at the bottom. So this is the pera which we have to make. So already I have made few more. So now what I'll do, I just finished the no company of chicken butter masala. Matti gravy is getting ready. At this stage, I'll add little cashew nut paste. Not much, only 2 teaspoons, and mix it nicely. You can see how the color got nicely changed. Now it is called chicken butter masala. So I will add some butter here. Let the gravy get ready. I'll put some salt in it. Let the gravy get ready. By that time, I'll finish making the paratha. So you need to take the pera first. In other oven, we should start making our pan ready. We need to hold it on flame and cook it till it is hot. So we need to now roll out the dough nicely. I'll show you how the flakes are becoming visible in the paratha itself. Just roll it nicely. Now this lacha paratha and chicken butter masala or murk makli, which is famous all over the India. In any part of the India, if you go, you will find it, which is easily available. And even if you go to UK, USA, and everywhere, chicken butter masala and lacha paratha, both the items are very famous. So as you just see this from the dough, you can find the flex which has getting ready. So I'll just first broil it. Now for the broiling, we need some dry custard. What we have to do, once the pan is hot, you use clean dry duster and cook the flattened bread nicely all over the side, and we need to cook till it turns light brown in color. So when you do that, by that time let me make some more. Alright, I just show you once more. So take the pera, lightly press and flatten it, and then you use a rolling pin to flatten it properly round in shape. So it should be round shape. So again, I am showing you the flex. After it is rolled out, you can find the flex which it has come out from the bread. So while you are broiling the paratha, I'll just show you what should be the color during the while you are broiling so that it get evenly cooked all the side. So you can see, I'll just show you after broiling how the broiled bread should look like. If you just see it, all through it should be properly cooked. It should not look raw, and in the middle it should get little brown in color, light brown in color. So at this stage, what I'll do, I'll take some refined oil, and in refined oil I will be taking some butter in it, which gives nice flavor in the paratha. Even this can be made only with butter, but the problem is if we cook it only with the butter, the butter cooking point is very low, so it may get burned. So take a little oil and butter both. I'll place this. Turn it upside down. It should be shallow fried. White. And we need to cook the paratha till it turns golden brown in color. Once this paratha is ready, I just show you how it looks like, and then we need to keep it on a tissue paper so that the excess amount of oil it absorbs, and then I'll show you what we have to do. Again, I'll cook one more. Turn upside down. See, by that time, our moong makhni gravy is also getting ready. And just after the paratha, we will finish this moong makhni and we will do the presentation. And I hope you are enjoying the preparation, and I believe you are understanding the methods which I am showing. And if you have any question after the preparation, I will take all your question, and I will be feeling glad to answer your question, whatever you have in your mind. So almost my paratha is ready. So my paratha is ready. I have made two parathas for you. So what I'll do is just switch off the flame. I'll take out this paratha, fold it on a tissue paper so that it absorbs the I'll just show you the authenticity of lacha paratha. It should be flaky. Now, if you just crush it, you can see the flecks or the layers which it came out from the bread. You can take it out, the paratha in a flaky way, and you can serve it to the guest. So this is, I'll serve it in this way. The other one, again, I'll just crush so that the layers it comes out. I'll cut it in triangles. So just let me keep it like this. I'll do the presentation both in different way. And now I will finish making the mood makhni. So my gravy is ready. If you just see from the close, you can see the gravy has started releasing the oil. So once the gravy has started releasing oil, you can understand the gravy is ready. So at this stage, I will be adding the chicken pieces. Tandoori chicken, or you can tell roasted chicken, whatever it is. So chicken pieces. Now I have made chicken with bone also for the presentation, and even this preparation can be made both way. The tandoori chicken can be made with bone or without bone, so both of them can be used. At this stage, I will add little water. We'll mix the chicken along with the gravy, and we will simmer it for 2 minutes only, so that the flavor of gravy go inside the chicken and the flavor of chicken comes into the gravy. So just mix it nicely. We will just allow this to cook. Just cover it. By that time, I will finish my presentation area because the food is almost ready. So just give some salad, my lacha paratha in other, and in middle I'll serve the chicken butter masala. My chicken butter masala is also ready. I'll just now finish it. So before the finishing, I need to remove all the whole hot spices which I have added. This bay leaf. I need to check the taste. So I'll just check the taste and do the seasoning. What I have missed here, we need to add some sweetening agent. Now here we need to add honey as sweetening agent because it is made with tomato, so it has turned a little sour in taste. And we need to add now cream. And the last ingredient, fenugreek leaves powder. Now here we don't need to add garam masala because we need the flavor of fenugreek here. So fenugreek leaves powder we have given. We just mix it nicely. And we will do the presentation.
Very good morning, Chef. How's it going for you? We are from the White House studio.
And then some gravy.
As we are able to see, Chef Sudipto is basically cooking a storm in the kitchen and, of course, cooking a very, very delicious dish of India, which happens to be the mutton kosha with luchi and achari lacha onion.
We just clean the side of the plate.
People to hear me.
Take some tissue paper.
It's not able to hear me.
There's no speaking.
He's not able to hear me. Actually. It is like this. Yes.
Yes, we can.
Vishal, you can see yourself in the monitor there. Down. On the left side. Yes. Is the audio on?
I'll just do the final presentation and I'll start giving the answer. सर के म्यूट था yes, sir. put some cream. Yes, and one sprig of coriander leaves. Okay, can the studio give the questions now? Chef is ready for the questions. Yes, now we can start our question and answer session. If you have any question, you can ask me. I'll glad to answer all the questions.
Yes, Chef Shudipto, this is Sanchari from the YCO Global Studio. How are you doing?
How are you doing? I'm fine. I'm very happy to present Team India, country India to all over the world. Thank you, ma'am.
Wonderful. Chef, the food looks delicious. What exactly is the menu? And what exactly have you cooked, Chef? If you can just tell us a little bit more about it.
We have prepared today chicken butter masala. We have prepared today chicken butter masala, or it is called mood makhani, which is famous in all over the India as well as in all over the world, and which is we have served along with lacha paratha, a layered flattened bread.
Wonderful. Chef, the food really looks delicious, and the way you have actually explained the dish
Thank you very much, ma'am.
and presented is amazing. I'm certain, the entire audience, everybody who's watching you globally today is really delighted, and they should be trying the dish. I have to recommend this dish, in fact, to every country, every particular participant, and also everyone. What do you say, Vishal?
Absolutely. And I believe India is famous for curries. India is famous for gravies. And here looking at the perfect blend, I think it's indeed mouth-watering. And Chef, I think I will take your 30 more seconds, and we would love to know little secret behind that magical gravy which you have made.
Yes.
If you could share, as we have the audience in this united world of young chefs from so many countries, so taking the pride of India, especially from the culinary table, let's know and try to find out a little more secret behind that amazing looking gravy cooked by Chef Sudipto.
Yes, Vishal sir.
Hi, Chef. Once again, very warm welcome, and that's Vishal from Global Studio. We saw your lovely chicken dish, and as I was saying that India is famous for gravies, India is famous for spices. So the audience which we have today in this united world of young chef from over 40 countries joining in, we would love to know a little more about your gravy preparation which you have used today.
See, this gravy in India, it is called makhani gravy, and in all over the world, it is famous as butter masala gravy. And basically, it is a tomato puree based creamy gravy. Now, it has two variations. One which can be made without onion, and other one for the industrial or in capital way. We use some amount of onion for richness of the gravy. So it is the steps like we need to cook the gravy, we need to cook the tomato first, and then that need to be make a puree. And while we are making the puree, we need to understand the color of the puree should remain fresh red. Otherwise, we will not get this shininess, this appeal of the product. So this is basically a moderate hotness, a little sour, hot and sour in taste, as well as to give a creamy texture. We need to provide, we need to add some cashew nut paste and cream in it so that it balances the sourness, hotness, everything. Yes, Vishal.
Lovely. Thank you so much, Chef. And indeed, it was a honor to see such delicious dishes on your table. And indeed, it's mouth-watering. And we at studio, we are feeling hungry now after looking what you had just cooked.
Absolutely, Vishal. I can absolutely, zero to whatever you're saying. I'm seconding your thought. In fact, the dish looks amazingly good. And all the viewers, as we said already, please follow the recipe. You need to look it up and, of course, follow what Chef has in fact indicated. And please cook and, send pictures. Why don't you tag us, of course, on Facebook? We are there on Facebook across all the handles, whether it's Instagram, whether it is, of course, the Facebook with more than 7 million viewers and, of course, fans. It will be lovely to have your dishes, the one that you've seen Chef cooking, and of course, tag us at IHM Hotel School. Lovely, Chef. It was so brilliant talking to you right now. And thank you so much for, being the representative of the country to go ahead and cook the national dish, of course. It was
Thank you,
lovely.
Sanjay ma'am, and thank you, Vishal sir, and namaskar to all of you, all the viewers. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Chef. Thank you.
Thank you. And now we have to basically come back with another very interesting country. Which country do you think Vishal would be going next?
I think from India, let's go a little far away. Let's go to yet another culinary champion country, which is Hong Kong.
Oh my God, I love the Cantonese cuisine.
Indeed, indeed. And it's very, the diversity within the cuisine in Hong Kong is amazing. And probably we have a lot to learn, especially when it comes to Hong Kong cuisine and what they try out in their kitchen.
Absolutely. So we are not going to be wasting much time. We are going to be getting into the kitchen of Hong Kong, where Chef is, of course, there. And we would like to welcome the chefs at Hong Kong, who would be cooking the national dish from Hong Kong.
Hello everyone, I'm Kiki Lee. I'm from International Culinary Institute of Hong Kong. Today I will show our traditional dish Kongtong wonton in the soup. For the stuffing ingredients, we have some seasoning, egg, sesame oil, spring onion, yellow chive, French shrimp, minced pork, wonton wrapping. Soup ingredients, we have some shrimp shell, meat bone, dry mushroom, dry long hong and dry tangerine peel, dry fat fish, some white peppercorn, and water. Now I will prepare the soup. All the soup ingredients put in the pot to boil 3 to 4 hours. I will prepare the wonton, first I will put the minced pork into it. And then a fresh cream. And put all the ingredients to mixing. Then I will put the filling into the special paste. Poach the wonton for 3 minutes. This is wonton in soup. Hope you enjoy. Thank you.
All right, we are back again at the YCO Global Studio, and we were watching this fantastic dish being cooked at the Hong Kong studio, and we have with us, of course, a mentor from Hong Kong, Chef Ricky Chang Wing Lung. Chef, how are you doing? Chef Ricky, are you there with us?
Yes, yes. Yes. Hello. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chef. This was
Yes.
so wonderful. We were actually, absolutely mesmerized looking at the dish being cooked by you. We are Indians and we love food, from, of course, the Southeast Asian countries, from Far East, and Hong Kong food definitely delights us, our palate as well. So, Chef, tell us a little bit about, what exactly you cooked and how did you go ahead and prepare it? And of course, we would like to hear a little bit from you.
The wonton the soup is supposed to prepared a long time, around 4 to 5 hours to the basic soup, and the stuffing is a 30 minute, half hour is okay.
So, So the wonton soup, chef, happens to be again a very very big favorite of Indians as well, and we always think that this food, goes ahead and gives a lot of appetizing palate to ourselves. Whenever we go ahead for any kind of Chinese food, especially in India, or if we go ahead, and have anything, we always like to have wontons because that happens to be my favorite. I love it.
Indeed,
What do
indeed.
you think, Vishal?
Absolutely, and it's a very favorite in terms of people liking for it, and again looking at the recipe. I believe it is amazing. And not only wonton soup, if you talk about the entire cuisine from
Yes.
Hong Kong,
That's right.
I think there's a lot to learn for all the young culinary people. So, Chef, taking this conversation forward, again, we would love to know your opinion about, as today in this united world of young chef, we have got audience connecting from across the globe, over 40 countries, students from different universities are listening to you live. What are the small secrets behind the cuisine in Hong Kong, and what students should focus on when they are keen to learn about food from Hong Kong?
Sorry, I repeat again. Sorry, sir.
We have got students from across the globe joining in here in this united world of young chef. They're listening to you, and food from Hong Kong is quite famous, not only in India, but I believe it's quite popular across the globe.
Absolutely.
So when it comes to the cooking aspect, what is so special about Hong Kong cuisine? And if a student wants to learn a little more about it, what basic things they should go for?
You say the different the Canton cuisine and the Western cuisine, correct?
Chef, just want to understand if you're able to hear what we are asking, Chef. I hope you're able to hear us well.
Can you tap to the computer?
Okay. Are you able to hear us now, Chef? I trust we are having some kind of a transmission, issue with Hong Kong audience, lovely audience. As you're able to watch us, we are here in India, and of course, Chef happens to be, from Hong Kong, cooking the dish. He's just cooked a lovely, lovely chapter of Guindeng shrimp wonton in soup. And I really hope that all of you have watched the recipe. And, while we were watching him, we were so hungry here back in India.
Indeed.
In the studio.
I think we are getting to see one after the another some lovely delicacies, and
Yes.
there are plenty in basket. There are a lot
That's
to come
right.
today. And I
Yes.
think, Sanchari, we can't have a better day where you get to learn so many things in one day,
Yes,
and not only from one particular part, but from
Correct.
across the globe.
correct.
So Hong Kong is yet another example. We'll try to connect back to Chef once again if it's
Yes,
possible. It's just that
Absolutely. I can see Chef. In fact, I can see him on the screen, but then yes, I think there is some transmission of audio. Chef, are you you're back again here in the studio? Are you able to see us and listen to us?
Hello, hello.
Yes, Chef, we can hear you well.
Yes, hello, hello.
Hi, Chef. We can hear you.
Hello?
Can you hear us?
Yes.
Lovely. So, Chef, we were just talking about Hong Kong cuisine and how famous it is across the globe. And we just saw you preparing that wonton soup, which was amazing. And I'm sure it's very famous not only in India, but from all over the world. So we just want to know a
Yes,
little
correct.
more about Hong Kong cuisine and some basic preparations, which
Yes, you're correct. The wonton soup is in Hong Kong is very famous.
yes. If you can just tell us about
You
few
need
more
that everybody know.
Absolutely. Chef, would you recommend any more dishes from Hong Kong which can be easily cooked at home, which in fact even students, young students, because today the viewers that you have who has in fact seen this recipe are mostly the young chefs of the world, people who are in fact going ahead and getting to see a knack in cooking, in culinary. And this is from India, from all over the world, of course, across 50 countries, across the globe. So what are the dishes, from, your country, which would you recommend can be easily possible for young students to go ahead and start learning at a young age?
Actually, you're correct. In Hong Kong, we have many cuisine
Yes.
affected in our city.
Right, Chef?
So I will recommend they do it. This wonton is very easy in home
wow.
Okay, that's
to make it.
lovely.
Chef, apart from
And
what?
Yes, Chef.
Yeah, please go ahead,
and
Chef.
on top, different ingredient instead of the wonton,
Okay.
like pork, beef, or a vegetable something.
Mm-hmm. That's interesting.
Lovely.
Normally, it's the same as the Italian ravioli something.
All right. That sounds very, very assuring, chef. And I'm sure that, everybody is going to be trying out this dish today. I'm going to be trying it out at home.
Yes.
What about you?
Indeed, of course, and trust me, it's winter time in India, and I believe this is gonna be really nice to have a mug of wonton soup. And ladies and gentlemen, we have a small video coming up again, I believe.
So chef, thank you so much for being there today, for taking out your time and of course, cooking this
Thank you.
amazing dish. It was lovely to have you over, Chef Ricky. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chef.
Ladies and
Thank you so
gentlemen.
much.
Joining us. And ladies and gentlemen, we are back. We were basically in the Hong Kong kitchen all this while, where Chef Ricky was basically cooking an amazing dish. And I'm sure, you're already hungry, And before we go ahead to the next country, and of course, it's going to be another very interesting country, a neighboring country of India, we would like to go ahead and take a small break. So ladies and gentlemen, please do not go anywhere else. Come back soon. And before that, we would like to talk about a little bit about, this amazing, you can say, publication which happened today in, of course, the National Telegraph of India. So this was the news which came, Learn with IIHM, United World of Young Chefs, the program that all of you are basically watching right now. You would not believe, Vishal, in fact, it was unbelievable with the kind of responses and calls that has in fact come since this morning, on our telephone lines. It isn't stopping ringing.
It's not.
And, lot of, in fact, hospitality aspirants, a lot of young students are interested, for hospitality programs. There's a lot of, you can say, excitement among students, the young students, in fact, to know what hospitality is all about. So in case, you do have an interest in hospitality and you would like to make a career in it, please make a note of these numbers. You can definitely talk to our team who are in fact there to help you out, understand about the courses and the career opportunities in hospitality. So the IIHM helpline numbers would be 98310 50,000. Please make a note of it. It is 98310 50,000. This number would be basically helping you reach our admission counselors who will give you a complete glimpse of your careers in hospitality through IIHM. And definitely there is also another toll-free number, which would be 1800 103 8586. I really hope all of you have made a note of it, and we're looking forward to some amazing students who will be taking career opportunities in hospitality. And now we are going ahead for a small break. We shall be coming back soon.
Thank you.
We are hospitality.
We will rise.
We will not fall.
We will stand tall. We will answer the call.
We will bounce back.
There'll be days when things seem bad.
Life may seem unfair.
Keep your cool, do not get mad. Breathe and don't despair.
Just say, I'll bounce back.
Bounce, 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 bouncing back. Whoa.
We are hospitality.
We unite the world
through love
and hope
and service.
Things won't always go to plan.
Life won't always be perfect.
Just keep on going, do the best that you can. Keep things in perspective.
I say I'll bounce back.
Bounce, 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 bouncing back. Ooh, yeah. Pick yourself up, dust yourself off and bounce back.
Bounce, 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 bouncing back. Whoa.
Just say bounce back.
We are hospitality.
We will rise.
We will not fall.
We will stand tall. We will answer the call.
We will bounce back.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back after a short break. I really hope that you have got your notebooks, your journals ready in front of you, because these are some amazing, cool recipes from all over the world. Over 50 countries together in the United World of Young Chefs, of course, a part of the Young Chef Olympiad 7th season. I really hope that, ladies and gentlemen, all of you are really liking what is going on for the last couple of days. We've had an amazing rounds of 50 more countries, of course, from Group A to F. And yesterday was, of course, the finales, the top finals, where we, in fact, went ahead and announced the plate trophy top 10 and also the final finalists top 10. And we are going to be having these finals, the grand finales, happening tomorrow and day after. So let's go ahead and give a lot of good wishes to all the finalist countries. And before that, I would like to go ahead and, of course, welcome the next country who's waiting in the kitchen and waiting to cook for all of you. And that country happens to be
our neighbor of the host country, and that is Nepal.
Wow. And Nepalese cuisine. I'm very excited, and I'm really sure that all of you are excited too. So why don't we get into the kitchen of Nepal and welcome Chef Lokesh. Okay, we can see Chef in Nepal team basically getting ready the kitchen. The kitchen looks fabulous, isn't it?
Indeed, very well organized, and I'm sure we have an exciting dish coming from Nepal right away, and probably plenty to learn also. So yes. This is again for all the students who have joined in. As my co-host Sanchari said, keep your journals, notebook ready, and probably take a note of every minute detail. This is what United World of Young Chef is all about.
Exactly. So we are very excited, and we would like to welcome Chef Lokesh, the mentor from the Nepal team, who is all ready to cook the next recipe. All right, and we are also able to see the chief judge of YCO, Chef Sanjay Kak, who is our culinary director of IHM, who is also here, in fact, and going to be talking about the cuisine which Team Nepal is going to be going ahead and cooking.
Chef, good morning.
Thank you. I was having some problems in unmuting myself. Good morning, everyone, and it's been an exciting morning and so much to learn. So much to learn and so much to look forward to. This is a wonderful day. This is one of those days in the YCO when you can learn a lot. And you don't have the pressure of the competition, and you don't have actually to look forward to, when my time for the competition is going to start. And this is a wonderful day when all the participants of YCO can come together, as Sanchari ma'am was just now saying, with a journal, with a diary and pen and paper, and keep on writing down recipes, finer points, etc., etc. And I must tell you that this girl who is moving around in the kitchen in Nepal, yesterday did some wonderful work. She's so fast on her feet, she's so supple on her feet, and she's almost like a bullet there in the kitchen.
Wow!
And all the chefs had some wonderful things to tell about her. And she was also so helpful to the participant. He would just look on the right and there would be tray waiting for him. He would look into the left and there would be a knife waiting for him. And wonderful event they did yesterday. They did exceptionally well. It was wonderful to watch them working, and they also in the end performed very well. And I'm sure they are already in the next round. And over to you, Sanchari. I think it's going to be an exciting dish coming up from Nepal.
Yes, Chef Kak, indeed. We are very excited here in the studio. And believe me, Chef, as every country is cooking their dishes, we are getting just hungrier by the day. So we are really looking forward. Absolutely, Chef. So let's go forward and, of course, watch this amazing dish, which Chef Lokesh and his team is going to be cooking right now for all of us and definitely the audience. We are looking forward to this. Thank you, Chef Kak, for joining us.
Thank you very much.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we have Chef Lokesh here, who's a mentor for the Nepal team. And Chef, a very warm welcome to you and your team. Are you able to hear us?
Hello, ma'am. Good afternoon.
Very good afternoon, Chef. Myself and my colleague Vishal, both of us are here. And we really cannot wait for the dish to come out right now. I'm sure you're very excited, isn't it?
Yes. We are waiting for the dish. Everything is ready. We can
Wonderful.
just.
Chef, Nepal is very close to us, and definitely, you know, our neighbors are always very dear to us.
Absolutely.
Isn't it? And we are now going to be getting ready for the Nepalese dish, because I'm sure the country, which is so beautiful as Nepal, like I've been there so many times, and every time the warmth, the hospitality, and the food excites me. So I'm certain, you know, everybody is looking forward. And now we would like to go ahead and start seeing what is going to be like cooking in the kitchen of Nepal.
Sure. We are going to present a local Newari dish. It's basically a chatamari. It's known as a Nepali pizza, but we're going to present in a different format, in a modern format, just like the Ape likes to do it. He likes to present local cuisine into a modern format. He has prepared the dish, and he's ready to go live with the dish. Shall we start presenting?
Yes.
All the best,
All the
Chef.
best, Chef. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yes, please start. Wait. Change the camera. Most likely to unmute. Yes, unmute no? Unmute.
Okay. So today I'm going to be making a national dish in Nepal, which is called a chatamari with aloo sadeko and a tomato achar. In other words, it's basically a stuffed rice pancake with marinated potatoes and Nepalese tomato sauce. Okay, so first I'm going to start making the tomato sauce, which is also commonly known as tomato achar in our language. Okay, so first up, what we need to do is basically roast or burn tomato. It's very simple. All I have to do is just take a pasta fork or a skewer, put the tomatoes inside, and just put it over the flame. Likewise so. Basically, what we want to do here is to burn the outer skin and remove the skin. Okay. Now this is just a demo of this process. I've already done it in advance. So in the end, once you burn it, it should look something like this. Okay. As you can see, it's burned and the skin can easily come out. After doing this, what we have to do is just remove the skin and then roughly chop it. So to make the achar, what we need is basically a dice with deskinned burnt tomatoes, some chopped coriander, some chopped garlic, roughly chopped green chili, some salt, and for additional color, we can use turmeric powder. So first up, we're going to heat up a pan and put some oil. Okay, so now that the oil is starting to heat up, we can start adding our garlic. Bring what? Cheese piece kaldu. Garlic goes in first. After our garlic goes our chilies. Okay, starting to sizzle now. Then we can add in our diced tomatoes. And then our coriander leaf. Okay. And let's not forget our salt. And for additional color, if required, some turmeric. We have a blender. We don't have a blender. Sorry. Get out. Okay, now this is ready. We'll just keep this in the bowl right now to let it cool down. And once it has cooled down, we can then blend it. Okay. Next. All right, so now that we have finished our chart, we can move on to our fillings, which is basically sauteed beef, minced beef, with some onions, coriander, juliennes of green and red bell peppers, ginger garlic paste, chili, cumin and coriander powder, chili powder, and toasted mustard oil. Thank you. So for this, we're going to saute it with the toasted mustard oil. There we go. Gimana kan tidak betul? Semua order lagi. Yes. Okay, now the pan starting to get hot. All right. First up, in goes our onions. And then once it starts to sizzle, we can add in our ginger garlic paste. Let's cook it for seconds more. And then now we can add in our muffins. Excuse me. Okay. Next up, we have our seasonings. Some salt, some cumin powder, some coriander powder, and our red chili powder. Oh, sure. Miss Missy? Juliana?
No.
Bell peppers? All right. Next up, should I add in our bell peppers, red and green? Thank you. Sorry? Peppers. Okay. Then some coriander, chopped coriander, and green chilies. Okay, pass me a spoon. Spoon, please. Surabhi. Spoon, please. We shall taste it for seasoning. Perfect. Okay, so now our filling is done. Switch off the gas. Keep it aside. Thank you. Thank you. Sure. Okay, so two of our components have been done. Next up, we shall move on to our tatamari, which is a rice pancake. Not fun there. Bring in more. So for that, we shall start off with our rice flour. And for this batter, we will slowly add in water. And just mix it in. Once you start to feel it a bit hardened, you can add more water slowly at a time. this here. Do we have a rubber spatula? Not now. Okay, so now, once the mixture starts to form something like a dough, you can add more water and smooth it out. Make sure you mix it in very carefully and nicely with your fingers. Okay. All right, so in the end, you should have a consistency of this. After this, all you have to do is just let the batter rest for about 30 minutes. Please, like this. Okay, now that we've let our batter rest, I have a batter which has already been made in advance and rested. I'm going to show you how to make the pancakes. Okay, so first we're going to use a non-stick pan, all right? Heat up the pan. Make sure you wipe it off clean. Okay. Let's make sure the heat is high. Yeah. If you place your palm on top of the pan, you feel like the heat is enough, then you can start to add your batter. You want to take a nice amount of it. Okay. Put it in the center. And just swirl it around. It's okay if there's some holes, you can always fill it up. And all you have to do is just cover it. Yeah, that's done. Just it's a little bit more time. Ten minutes left. Sure, no problem. Sure. Human. Okay, so this is ready now. Just slide it off the pan. Keep it aside. What's this for? Right, the last component of our dish, the sadeko, which is our marinated potatoes. So while our pan is heating up, we can start to mix our which have been peeled and diced. Now boiled green peas. Chopped tomatoes. Chopped chilies. Chopped coriander. Some lemon juice. Ginger garlic paste. Salt. And red chili powder. Just mix it in. So we're going to finish it off by adding some mustard oil. If any could see. Huh? That's it. Strawberry. Olive. Hmm? Too much, no? And then we'll add it now. Vinegar seed. Done. It's okay. And all we have to do is just, sorry, a bit of turmeric color. And simply pour it over our potatoes. And give it a good mix. Make sure all the ingredients are coated. And then we are ready now. All right. So the tomato achar that we made earlier has now been cooled down. And it's ready for blending. In this stage, all we have to do is blend it until it's fine. Please, Ruby. So for the last component, we have some blanched spinach, some mustard oil, ginger garlic paste, red chili powder. Just give them a good mix. And now we are ready for plating. All right. Achar, please. Thank you. So this is what the achar looks like after we've blended it. So first, in goes our achar. Now we shall start rolling our chatamari. Small mixture. Remove the knife just for now. Then just tightly roll it. Then we have an angle. Then our marinated lump spinach. Powder. And then we have our aloo sariko mixture. Few piece of this. And to finish the dish off, some nice sprigs of coriander. And there we have it. Chatamari with aloo sadeko, tomato achar, and marinated spinach.
All right, here we are from the Young Chef Olympiad Global Studio, and as you can see on the screen here, Nepal is all set with the final product, and it's looking amazing. What do you say, Sinchari?
I think it is so delicious. I cannot really stop watching the camera because, the one that has been cooked already, it's very tempting. It's so colorful and delicious. And I think, the way chef, the entire dish has come up is extremely nice and also quite easy for a lot of viewers to go ahead and replicate in their own kitchens. What do you have to say about it, chef?
Chef Lokesh, can you hear us?
Okay, Chef Lokesh is going to be soon around there. But then, viewers, we have to say that this was beautifully been done. A huge kudos to the team from Nepal who went ahead and made this amazing dish. And I'm certain all of you are really, really feeling hungry wherever you are.
I think they have.
Hello, ma'am.
Afternoon, chef, and I have to say it is really commendable. Myself and Vishal, watching from here, we were so hungry. We were more hungrier than what we were before. Trust me.
This is the perfect lunchtime for you.
Absolutely, chef. And this is, this seems to be extremely, easy also for a lot of viewers and young students and young, chefs who are in fact, very, very young people. They would, I'm sure, want to replicate this dish across in their own, kitchens as well. What do you have to say about this, chef?
Yes, this is a very simple and very tasty recipe. I mean, anybody, even like if you don't have cooking experience also, you can easily cook it at home. And it's a very quick meal. So it's a quick, satisfying meal, and anybody can have it at the comfort of their houses anywhere.
The colors, different colors which you've in fact put on the plate, very interesting. And as we all chefs, every chef in fact always talks about the eye appeal first, because food has to be first accepted by the eyes. All the senses have to be opened, and post which it gets into your mouth. I always believe so because I'm a big foodie. Vishal, what about you?
Absolutely, and that too, trying such colorful. It looks healthy too to me. I don't know, means I'm not getting the taste here, but it's looking very healthy too, and very, very well presented. Chef Lokesh, the best part, as we were talking in the beginning, that we have audience from across the globe watching us live through this platform of United World of Young Chef, and we have a lot of questions pouring in for you. Unfortunately, we can't ask all, but one very common question and the popular question which is there is, what is the authentic Nepali meal?
Actually, authentic Nepali meals consist of dal bhat tarkari. It's basically lentils, rice, and some vegetable curry. And also the people living in the colder area would have chicken curry or like buffalo curry. These are the things that Nepali people normally would have. And the Nepalese diet is also very high protein diet.
That's amazing, chef, and it's again very, very close to the Indian cuisine as well. And I'm sure that's the reason why so many Asians love Nepalese food as well, and especially Indians like us. We absolutely cannot wait to have this food. And in fact, the one that chef has been cooked today, I'm going to be trying it out in my kitchen. I definitely would, and we will be making sure that we are basically clicking the pictures of all these dishes that we are cooking and learning through United World of Young Chefs. And once we do so, Vishal, we would be going ahead and tagging everybody, tagging IHM Hotel School, and definitely all the concerned handles in social media, so that Chef Lokesh, definitely Team Nepal, can see how the dishes have come forward.
Absolutely.
Sure,
And I
man.
think
We would also like we could have loved to like present in front of you, so you could have also tasted it. But due to this time, it's virtual.
That's right, chef. So just like we said, chef, we are basically, our hunger is getting satiated through the eye appeal right now of the dish. And definitely, the aroma of the food is getting through the camera. I'm sure I can certainly understand, how the senses can actually work. And yes, definitely, we understand that very well, that because of the virtual space, we're not able to taste the food, but we'll be certainly wanting to do so very soon once we cook that food. And we can see
Chef Kak, yes, I'm sure, in fact, we as an audience, we were very impressed, especially from the Nepali kitchen here, that the way they presented the dish, the hygiene level, the entire process was absolutely impeccable. But Chef, what is your take on this final presentation, and what do you feel about this lovely dish coming to this global platform through this digital media platform, which is United World of Young Chefs? So your take, Chef.
My first impression of the dish was that it's going to be as they said it could be a pizza kind of a dish. So I thought it will be a snacky dish. But looking at the plate now, I feel that it's a wonderfully balanced dish which can have protein, which already has starch, and then there is a sabzi along with it. There is a tomato, kind of a tomato chutney which was given, which will give that spice to it, and of course, some greens also. So I think it's a wonderful, I would say mealtime dish, a wonderful snack time dish. If you don't want to have it in the mealtime, you can only have the the pizza or the roll itself. And if you want to have it as a meal, you can actually combine the sabji, the tomato chutney, the greens, and the roll itself. So I think it's a wonderful dish. And as Chef Lokesh said that because Nepal is mostly mountainous, so most of the meals, apart from the dal, bhat, and sabzi, I think are highly protein. So I think this is a very, very good way of augmenting the starch and the protein together. So it's a wonderful thing, and the best thing is it's very simple. And my second idea was that you could actually have any sabzi at home, and you could make a rice pancake and roll it up and eat it at any time of the day. So I think for me it's a wonderful meal. And the best part of these kind of meals are because they are traditional. They are generally very simple because they have come from years of experimentation and many years of usage, etc., etc. So they're very simple and nutritious at the same time. And it was a wonderful show, Team Nepal.
Sorry, Chef Kak. Actually, when I started like saying that it is prepared as a pizza, so actually the one more way of presenting this is like cooking like uttapam. You have the rice pancake mixture at the base, then you add the filling, and then you cook it. So that is one way of doing it, and this is just another way.
I got it right, and it was wonderful. It's actually even a pizza. Of course, even a pizza can be rolled. That's also there. So, but then I think it is a very wonderful dish, and it can be actually eaten, as I was saying, as mealtime. It can be a snacky dish if it is not to be served with the chutney, etc. Wonderful, great, and I can't stop appreciating the students, both of them at Nepal. They've been doing a wonderful job since yesterday. Great job for them. I would say a cheer for them actually.
Thank you, Chef. Thank you so much.
And of course, your able guidance.
Thank you, Chef.
Over to you, studio.
Yes, Chef. Thank you so much, Chef Sanjay. I think it was, we really second everything that you've said. And we want to thank Chef Lokesh and definitely the entire team at Nepal, for making the dish ready, and commendable job indeed. And we will surely be trying out this dish very soon and letting him know how it goes. So
Sure,
for
ma'am.
all the viewers, Chef Lokesh, thank you so much for joining us today, taking out your time, and a huge thank you to your students too for making this possible for us. And I'm certain, all viewers are really anxious about what the next country would be, isn't it? So we shall be going for a small commercial break right now. Please do not go anywhere, and we are going to be back soon with the new country, with the United World of Young Chefs.
Absolutely.
Young Chef Olympiad is the brainchild of Dr. Suborno Bose, Chairman, YCO Global Council, with a vision of uniting people from all over the world through food.
The Young Chef Olympiad is not just about a competition. It is not just about the winner. It's not just about that 10,000 US dollar of the winner's check. It's not just about the medals, but it's about friendship.
The world's largest culinary event started in 2015 with over 60 participating countries and has been making waves ever since, even gathering support from the Ministry of Tourism, India. YCO is headed by Professor David Foskett, Chairman of the Panel of Judges ICO 2021, Chairman of International Hospitality Forum, Head, London School of Hospitality and Tourism, University of West London, UK.
Food is our heritage. Food is what we are about. It's part of our socialization.
Along with celebrity Padma Shri Chef Sanjeev Kapoor as principal judge.
To see this happen, I think it's like a dream come true for many Indians. I won't just say chefs, because India has always had good food.
Celebrity chef Ranveer Brar and Kunal Kapoor are the brand ambassadors of Young Chef Olympiad.
I am very excited to be here at the Young Chefs Olympiad. I think young talent is what the world needs when it comes to kitchens. India especially, there's a lot of talent that needs to be recognized. Forums like these, which I'm really excited to be a part of, help recognize the talent at the right time and give it that encouragement at the right time.
So the Young Chef Olympiad with the IIHG, I think it's a great initiative of grooming young talent who are passionate about food and cooking and making them the proud chefs of tomorrow for India and for the world.
So for everybody at IIHM, first of all, it's a great space to be in. Hoteliering is the most comprehensive management course you can have. It teaches you marketing, production. It is like becoming a mini CEO.
Like the previous years, YCO 2021 promises to be yet another magnificent event as almost 60 countries gear up to unite on a virtual platform. The excitement, tension and determination will remain the same, and every participant will show their zeal to win the coveted YCO 2021 trophy. YCO has also been a platform towards important causes like sustainability, which was the theme of YCO 2020. YCO 2021's theme is Culinary Challenge for Hope, as everyone looks forward to moving towards a positive 2021. Spearheaded by the leadership of Dr. Suborno Bose, Chairman, YCO Global Council, and the indispensable guidance of Professor David Foskett, the vision of uniting people through food has truly brought the world closer. YCO has always been a melting pot of talent, culture and friendship. Distinguished Indian and international chefs along with culinary icons such as Chef Chris Calvin, Chef Enzo Oliveri, Chef John Wood, Chef Brian Turner, and Andreas Muller add value and glitz to the competition. While the world is waiting to experience the biggest virtual culinary battle for hope, YCO 2021, we know it will bring forth new ideas, innovations and add great impetus for hospitality to bounce back.
We are the young chefs.
We will rise.
We will not fall.
We will stand tall. We will answer the call.
We will bounce back.
There'll be days when things seem bad.
Life may seem unfair.
Keep your cool, do not get mad. Breathe and don't despair.
Just say I'll bounce back.
Bounce, 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 bouncing back. Whoa.
All right, we are back, ladies and gentlemen, after a small commercial break, and I really hope that all of you are standing attuned to this and waiting for the next country to reveal the dish. And before we do that, I would like to basically thank all the viewers and definitely everybody who's in fact seen the the newspaper ad today. There has been an amazing response, and we are astounded. This is what has in fact come in the Telegraph newspaper of the East today, and in fact, everybody has read the newspaper where you're able to see the United World of Young Chefs display with Learn with IIHM. Trust me, Vishal, there has been a complete cauldron of info, lot of calls, which has in fact been flowing across, and so many responses, amazing responses, and that basically builds a confidence that there are so many people out there looking for a career opportunity in
Hospitality.
IIHM and hospitality.
Absolutely.
And talking about it, students, if you're really eager to make a career in hospitality, and if IIHM interests you, why don't you basically call up and speak to our counselors who are there at these particular helpline numbers? Please note the numbers. The IIHM helpline numbers is 98310 50,000. 98310 50,000. Do not forget. And for you, please, in case if you want to also try out the toll-free number, then that would be 1800 103 8586. It will be answered by our experts and definitely our counselors who will be giving you a lot of idea about hospitality and the different career opportunities in hospitality industry.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Right, and now Vishal, I am so excited because we are going to be heading to the next country. From Asia, we are going to be heading to Europe.
Europe.
And which country do you think this is going to be like?
It's all the way in Southern Europe, Bulgaria. Again, another country which is very famous for its culinary skills, for the cuisine, and it is one of the very famous, especially food-oriented country, I should say. Amazing, and as we can see, we are going live to the Bulgarian kitchen, where the chef is all set to teach all the viewers to explain some delicacies from Bulgaria.
Absolutely, and we would like to welcome the Bulgarian country, the Bulgarian team, and definitely Chef Henry, who happens to be the mentor, who would be talking a little bit about the dish. And I can see, everything has been set, and we can see the beautiful kitchen. In fact, I'm so delighted to see the beautiful kitchen, so well organized, and we really cannot wait for the cooking to start.
Chef Henry, very warm welcome to you, and we are here in live studio of Global Young Chef Olympiad. And
I'm testing the microphone.
Chef Henry, can you hear us?
Yes, we can hear you. But
Good afternoon from India.
Thank you, and good morning from Bulgaria.
Lovely. Good morning, Chef. And Chef, myself and Vishal, my co-anchor, we are very excited, and we've got a huge, you can say, audience out there. 50 countries coming together and with the love of food through the young chef of world, of course. And this is going to be an amazing platform, where they get to see what you'll be cooking, and definitely they will also be cooking what you'll be doing out here, replicating the dish. And that's what connects the worlds together.
Of course, we're beyond excited about being in a final of Plate Award, and we're very, very motivated. Now, we're sleeping here until tomorrow, until the final. We're going to practice non-stop.
That's right, Chef. That's right. I can definitely understand. Today happens to be a light day and an amazing day as well, because we get to see, the world will get to see what Bulgaria eats and what they cook as well. And we here at India, we are very, very excited. Believe me, both of us here of course, in the hot seat, we are so excited and we are very hungry. We can't wait for the dish to be started to cook.
I'll leave you to Angie. She's going to explain the recipe, and unfortunately, we won't be able to share, but we will enjoy it for sure. We
Definitely
love this dish here.
Thank you, Chef. Thank you very much. And ladies and gentlemen, we are here with Bulgaria team, and let's go ahead and watch what they're cooking.
And here's the secret. Through this digital platform, I believe there's a lot to learn. So stay tuned, keep taking down your notes, and this is yet another knowledge coming all the way from Bulgaria for all our viewers who are watching us live just now. That's us from the global studio for the Young Chef Olympiad, and you're watching United World of Young Chef live.
With Team Bulgaria.
Can you hear me? I'm testing the mic. Can you hear me well? So the dish that I'm making is called banita. It's a filo pastry dough, usually filled with cheese.
I think you will have to be a little louder. A little louder.
Okay, I'm gonna be louder. It's a dish that doesn't have a set recipe because it comes from the grandmas. And you know how the grandmas, they tell you, oh, you put a little bit of this, a little bit of this, a little bit of love, and you have your dish. So each grandma has a recipe. This recipe is from my grandma, so it's very close to my heart. So in this bowl, we have 2 ladles of flour, which is sifted. I'm gonna add a bit of oil. It's just vegetable oil. Then I add vinegar. Doesn't matter what type of vinegar is. You add 2 pinches of salt around the corners of the flour and 2 pinches of baking soda. Then you take a regular spoon and you start mixing in the center, taking in the flour, and then you add a bit of water. And the water you should add by eye until you form a nice dough. Once you have your dough formed, then you start kneading it until it's very soft and smooth. How is the sound now? Is it better?
It's perfect now. Perfect.
So every time I make this dish, it smells like home. It's usually what we make when we celebrate, when it's New Year's. If you have been away from home for a long time, this is what your grandma is gonna make you for breakfast. And the filling, it's always egg, cheese, and butter, but you can always add something that you like as a veggie. So today we're going to show you a recipe that's with leeks and spinach. So I have my dough formed here, and I'm going to transfer it to the surface and start kneading. I don't have a set time for how long you should knit it, but grandma says you should count in your head 200 times. So I'm counting. If it feels a bit sticky, like it feels to me right now, add a bit of flour and keep going. The most important thing about when you're making dough is the energy that you feel, because in the end of the day, this is water. So you're transferring all your energy to the water. So whenever you're making a dough, you should always have happy thoughts and leave all your worries out of the kitchen. Okay, so we keep kneading it until it's nice and smooth, and then we leave it to rest on the side. I have prepared the dough that already has rested. So once we have the dough ready and rested, we divide it by 5 and we make little balls, and then we roll it out like this. So once we have our circles, we take one. I'm here. So we take one, we oil it on the top, and then we put it with the oil facing the towel. This is like a large clean towel. You can use any. My grandma used to use the tablecloth for the table. You take a rolling pin, you roll it out a few times, then you turn it, you flip it over, you roll it 2 more times, and then starts the fun part. You take it by your hand and you start stretching it by your hand, with your hand. My grandma is so good at this. She's like flipping the dough one side, the other side. It's a whole experience in the kitchen. But I'm not such a pro. I'm still not a grandma, so the time has not come yet. It should be very, very thin, almost see-through. That's the best part about this dough. So you keep stretching, stretching, and then once you feel like it might break, you stop and you do it on the towel. So this part is good to do it with a partner. So I'm gonna ask Theodore to step in. So you take from one side, and then the other guy takes on the other side, and you stretch it together. The idea is to have the corners also very, very thin without breaking the dough. But even if you break it, don't worry, because it's not going to matter in the end. And you know, grandma always says that if you don't break the banitsa, it's not a real banitsa. So we sell this dough, the filo dough here, ready, so you don't have to do it from scratch. So any regular filo pastry you would work. You just lay it out, and you're gonna follow the next steps that I'm gonna show you, and you're good to go. Oh, but it's not, yeah. The chef is saying, but it's not the same. Yeah, of course it's not the same if you don't make it from scratch. So this is just melted butter. We take a brush and we butter the surface of the banitsa. Not too much, but still a good amount. Okay, I think we're good to go with the butter. We can show them one more thing. This mixture here is just beaten eggs with sirene, which is a very specific cheese, Bulgarian. It's like feta or like paneer, but more salty and with a stronger texture. It's more firm than paneer. So we take a bit of the mixture. To this, you can also add yogurt or milk, and then you have a more milky banitsa. Depending on the region in Bulgaria in which you are in, the banitsa would be different. So my hometown from where my grandma is, it's next to the seaside. We usually do a milk banitsa, which is with a mixture of eggs, sirene, yogurt, and milk. So it's softer than this. So to that, I'm gonna add a bit of spinach, which is sauteed on the pan just with a bit of salt and a bit of butter. My grandma also likes to add spice, a herb actually, that is very common for Bulgaria. It's called savory, and we put it on everything. So we've added a bit of spinach, and this is just chopped and sauteed leeks. Again, with a bit of oil and a bit of salt. You can also do this with cabbage. You can do it with onions. You can do it just with cheese or with different cheeses. I've done it with goat cheese, Emmental. It's just a matter of taste. So once we have this ready, you take your towel and you just lift it up slightly, and it will start rolling on its own. And voila, that's it. And now I need a baking tray. It's very thin. We're gonna make it into a little snail. It was very soft. I did it very, very nice. And then we brush it with a bit of oil or butter, sorry. It's very early to your hand. Now we and bruschetta. So once you butter it, the oven should be preheated at 200 degrees so you can get a crispy top. You pop it in the oven for 10 minutes, and then once you get the crispiness, you lower the temperature to 180 and you bake it till it's ready, usually about 15-ish minutes more. You put it in the oven. And I'm going to roll out one more, just for the fun. So I repeat again, we have oiled the surface, oil facing down. We take the rolling pin. In 3 minutes, I'm gonna take out a ready one to show you the end result. So in that time, I'm gonna show you one more time how to roll it. We roll it a few times, we flip it over. Roll it again. Try to keep the shape regular, but if not, it's okay. We're going to be stretching it anyway. And then we take it by our hands. It's a little bit like pizza, but a bit much, much thinner. But the technique is very similar. I broke it, but it's okay. And then we stretch the corners together. It's a really nice thing to do with your family. The stretch is really nice. Remember, it has to be very, very thin. See-through. One of my closest friends from school is from Mumbai, actually. And the first thing I ever cooked for her was this dish. And she knows how to make it. She loves it. And I'm sure she's watching me and screaming at the TV right now. Okay, then we take the butter. We butter the surface. Just the right amount. So that it's not oily, but it's also crispy and flavorful. And then we're gonna put the rest of the fillings and it's good to go. Chef, how are we on the baking?
We're almost done. I'm just waiting for you to finish this.
So I can put it in the oven. I'm gonna finish up this one and I'm gonna show you how it looks like in the end. Next year we should get together and I should do this for you so you can try it. It's such a shame you can try it right now. Now, take the egg mixture. So just a few eggs cracked, beaten a little bit with fork. The cheese. Cheese is the best part. My favorite. Then we take the rest of the fillings, which is spinach. Everything you put by eye. My grandma doesn't use scales. I've always wondered how grandmas are such great cooks with no scales. Everything is by the touch, by the hand, by the eye. This is deep. And then the best part, you take the towel, lift it up slightly, and you start rolling on it. That's it. Oh, did you bring me ayran? So banitsa you usually have with a very specific drink, which is called ayran, and it's a mix of yogurt with water and a bit of salt. It actually reminds me of lassi, and I think you have the same drink in India, again with yogurt and milk, but I forgot the name. You butter the surface and it's ready to go. Are we good to take out the other one? Thank you. You have a towel. Et voila. That's how it looks like when it's baked. Also close it. Yes, yes. I will do. Thank you. You can make this as bigger as you want. So you don't have to do just one. You keep rolling and rolling and rolling and rolling until you can place it in the oven. If you cannot, you make the fire and you just leave it on the fire. And that's it. Vanessa with iron. I hope you enjoyed. I'm really sad that you can't taste Bulgaria, but I'm sure you can try this at home. Back to you in the studio.
They're not there. Somebody's watching. There are many people watching.
How much time do we have left?
No, we're okay. When we're done, we're done.
10 minutes?
We did what, 20 minutes?
Yeah, but we can keep rolling.
Yeah.
There's something is happening. And we have dough. So.
Yeah, keep rolling.
Is there a chat? Is there questions in the chat maybe?
No, there's no chance. Unless the but I didn't. I put my phone. Did you get that? Did you get that? The last is for you. I wrote it. Ah, you wrote it.
Yeah,
Oh, okay, yeah. Sorry.
I'm a male auntie.
I tried to want to learn
Team Bulgaria, we have a question here. This is Chef Sanjay from India.
Hi.
Yeah, hi, hello. Wonderful dish and a great breakfast delicacy. And very different. There is a question which says, can you repeat for us the ingredients that you put into making the dough?
Yes. So it's 2 ladles of flour, which you sift. Then you add 3 tablespoons of vinegar, any type of vinegar. 4 tablespoons of vegetable oil. Then you add 1 teaspoon of baking soda and 1 teaspoon of salt. The water you start adding by eye until you form a nice dough. It's usually 1 cup, but sometimes it's more, sometimes it's less. So you start adding it, mixing it with the spoon. Once you have a dough, you stop adding water. And that's it.
I would also like to add that you said you can use any type of vinegar.
Yes, you can use any type of vinegar. So white wine, apple, any type. Doesn't matter.
Is it possible to stuff this with any kind of meat? Can we do that?
Yes, you can do it with any type of meat. So you can do lamb, pork, chicken. You can even do aloo, bindi, anything you like.
Wow, that's great. I think your friend from Mumbai is a good teacher. He's taught you a lot of Hindi.
The best.
Okay, is there a dish which we can call the national dish of Bulgaria?
This one is called Banita.
This one. Oh, fantastic. What was the green that you added into the stuffing?
So this is spinach, which
Okay, it is the local spinach.
Yeah, local spinach and local leeks.
Oh, fantastic.
So I took these from my grandma's garden this morning.
Is it possible to cut the pastry for us so that we can see what is inside?
So here it's crispy on the top. That's very important. But it's probably very soft on the inside. It needs to rest before you
Yes, this is beautiful. This is really beautiful. Wonderful. Fantastic. Excellent. Excellent. And if I can repeat for our viewers that you said that the drink that is there is got yogurt and it's got some water.
This doesn't have any water. Oh, this
No, in the drink.
Here, the drink is water, yogurt, and a pinch of salt. It's like lassi, but
It's
savory.
like lassi, right? Correct. You're right. You're right. Okay, great. Thanks very much, Team Bulgaria, and you have been really great. And this is a wonderful dish, a quick one, and of course, it may take some time to mature the dough. Some pre-preparation is required, but I thought that this is a very good dish for a quick, pleasing of the guests at home, and of course, a wonderful breakfast dish. Thank you, Team Bulgaria. Over to you to the studio, please.
Возвращamo да го набия и Там има и има фиори di zucca. Малини, бузури. Реално не се шегувам.
Отива да прежи.
Трябва ли още да получавам 30? Може да почнем да интенсивно.
Може.
Те неща са научили. Не си се какво да им кажа на английски. Знам как само да кажа пия вода, а не пия е. Да, това не е. Дай да разпочваме. Всъщност това е за луна. Така че не ми се лучи. Това е за луна само. Без ги заваси малко. Да, просто ще луна не обича.
Всичко е толкова набрала Uwyc трябва да чува, че
Чудех как се казваше. Само се сещам за цигарените хартийки към много добро. Не може сега трябва да ще ме нарочат, че
не знам, много ти няма ли си там. А, ти е да, цигарите. Аз съм се настанил вътре в цигарите. Да, това е. Колко летен.
Team Bulgaria, you are muted. Kindly unmute yourself.
Hi, can you hear me now?
Yeah, it's audible.
Mhm. Maybe somebody has a question, I don't know, in the chat. Keep rolling. Това наистина ми е любимата част, както почвам. Между другото, емисията е как да се ползва, защото обичам какво направи твоя.
Какво? Се прибираме в тази отдалина и какво?
Да, ама... Готвиш нещо. Не може да
All right, so we are here at YCO Global Studio, ladies and gentlemen, and let me tell you this, the 3rd February, I think it's a day where only thing which you can take away is knowledge, experience, and you get a platform where you get to listen, you get to see so many things. We are here connected with Bulgarian team who are cooking some impeccable dishes, and it's looking beautiful. They are almost through with it, and what we saw, what we witnessed was absolutely yet another example of true delicacy from any well-maintained kitchen. So I think can we connect with the Bulgarian team here, and we get to hear something from the chef and let us know a little more about what they have produced. Chef Henry, if you can hear us.
Yes, I'm here.
You want to talk to me or to Chef Henry?
Absolutely. We just want to know a little more about the dish so that the audience who's listening us live can get to know a little more about the product.
Maybe you say what you
I can tell you about the dish, but I'm not Bulgarian. So I can tell you. No, I moved to Bulgaria 6 years ago, and but I've been visiting the country for more than 15 years, and this is a dish that I really like. It's a bit for non-Bulgarian. It's a bit let's say unorthodox because it's a different sets of flavors, especially for breakfast. Coming from Western Europe, we like sweet things in the morning. And obviously this is savory, and especially with the drink, the yogurt drink that's salty. For me, it took in the beginning a little bit of time to get used to the flavors, but I got used to it and I really appreciate it. It's really tasty. It's very nice.
Lovely. Thank you so much, Chef. And it's looking great. Thanks for your time, and thank you for educating all the students from around the globe about some great food right from the kitchen in Bulgaria. So we can't thank you enough, and thank you for joining this platform of Young Chef Olympiad and United World of Young Chef 2021. Thank you so much.
Vishal, we have just one more question left from the chat to ask. That is about the oven temperature and time. Can I ask them?
Yeah, of course, Chef.
Yeah, there is a question which says how much time and what temperature, please.
So you start the oven at 200 degrees and you bake it for 10 minutes and then forward to 180 and you keep it for at least 15 minutes and it has to turn golden on the top.
Thank you very much. Thank you. That's all with the questions from this side.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chef Kirk, and thank you, Chef Henry. Thank you to your chefs as well. It was lovely to have you with us this afternoon and hope to connect with you very soon. So that was Team Bulgaria, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you had a great time. Before we move to the next country, let's take a very short commercial break. And trust me, we'll be back very soon with some more exciting dishes, some great learning, and we'll take you across the globe on 3rd February through this platform of United World of Young Chef from this global studio. Thank you so much. We'll have a short break and we'll be back soon.
Young Chef Olympiad is the brainchild of Dr. Suborno Bose, Chairman, YCO Global Council, with a vision of uniting people from all over the world through food.
The Young Chef Olympiad is not just about a competition. It is not just about the winner. It's not just about the $10,000 of the winner's check. It's not just about the medals, but it's about friendship.
The world's largest culinary event started in 2015 with over 60 participating countries and has been making waves ever since, even gathering support from the Ministry of Tourism, India. YCO is headed by Professor David Foskett, Chairman of the Panel of Judges ICO 2021, Chairman of International Hospitality Forum, Head, London School of Hospitality and Tourism, University of West London, UK.
Food is our heritage. Food is what we are about. It's part of our socialization.
Along with celebrity Padma Shri Chef Sanjeev Kapoor as principal judge.
To see this happen, I think it's like a dream come true for many Indians. I won't just say chefs, because India has always had good food.
Celebrity chef Ranveer Brar and Kunal Kapoor are the brand ambassadors of Young Chef Olympiad.
I am very excited to be here at the Young Chefs Olympiad. I think young talent is what the world needs when it comes to kitchens. India especially, there's a lot of talent that needs to be recognized. Forums like these, which I'm really excited to be a part of, help recognize the talent at the right time and give it that encouragement at the right time.
So the Young Chef Olympiad with the IIHL, I think it's a great initiative of grooming young talent who are passionate about food and cooking and making them the proud chefs of tomorrow for India and for the world.
So for everybody at IIHM, first of all, it's a great space to be in. Hoteliering is the most comprehensive management course you can have. It teaches you marketing, production. You know, it is like becoming a mini CEO.
Like the previous years, YCO 2021 promises to be yet another magnificent event as almost 60 countries gear up to unite on a virtual platform. The excitement, tension and determination will remain the same, and every participant will show their zeal to win the coveted YCO 2021 trophy. YCO has also been a platform towards important causes like sustainability, which was the theme of YCO 2020. YCO 2021's theme is Culinary Challenge for Hope, as everyone looks forward to moving towards a positive 2021. Spearheaded by the leadership of Dr. Suborno Bose, Chairman, YCO Global Council, and the indispensable guidance of Professor David Foskett, the vision of uniting people through food has truly brought the world closer. YCO has always been a melting pot of talent, culture and friendship. Distinguished Indian and international chefs along with culinary icons such as Chef Chris Calvin, Chef Enzo Oliveri, Chef John Wood, Chef Brian Turner, and Andreas Muller add value and glitz to the competition. While the world is waiting to experience the biggest virtual culinary battle for hope, YCO 2021, we know it will bring forth new ideas, innovations and add great impetus for hospitality to bounce back.
We are the young chefs.
We will rise.
We will not fall.
We will stand tall. We will answer the call.
We will bounce back.
There'll be days when things seem bad.
Life may seem unfair.
Keep your cool, do not get mad. Breathe out, don't despair.
Just say I'll bounce back.
Bounce, 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 bouncing back. Whoa.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Welcome back to the studio. We are going live from the Young Chef Olympiad Global Studio. And after so much of learning today, we're still moving forward because there is a lot in the basket for all you young students, all the people who are related and who are connected with hospitality industry from across the globe, from so many countries. Now we will move to absolutely one of the most fabulous country when it comes to the culinary, when it comes to their cuisine. And we are moving on to Team UAE. And before we'll talk about UAE in detail with the chefs, let's take a glimpse of this lovely video and let's see what Team UAE has to produce.
Assalamu alaikum. Greetings. My name is Urhud Al-Awadi and I studied in the International Center for the Culinary Arts, Dubai. I am representing the United Arab Emirates in this international competition, Festival of National Cultures. And today I will be cooking machboos DI. DI means chicken in our Emirati dialect, and it is cooked in chicken broth flavored with a blend of spices and dried lemon. The dish has a history dated way back, even before the union of the 7 Emirates. Machboos, originally called foga, means on top, as all the ingredients are added on top of each other in the same pot while cooking. So let's start cooking. QBB ghee, sliced onions and chopped garlic, sliced tomatoes, ground spices, turmeric, allspice and ginger, some salt and pepper, and whole spices, cinnamon sticks, bay leaves, cloves and dried lemon, chopped coriander, washed and soaked basmati rice. Last but not least, our chicken thighs. So first, you melt the ghee, and the ghee was usually brought from local farmers, and it's made from the cow's milk. You add the ground spices and then the sliced onions and the chopped garlic, sliced tomatoes and chicken thighs. Turmeric, and for seasoning, salt and pepper. So pour hot water just above the chicken. And lastly, ginger. Keep stirring and let it simmer for around 20 minutes till it's formed the chicken broth. So now we add the rice, and the rice should be just below the broth. And now we sprinkle coriander, lots of it. So now we let it simmer on low heat till it has fully absorbed the broth. So now we will present the machboos DI in the traditional Emirati plate. I hope you enjoy this authentic Emirati dish with your friends and family. وبالعافية.
So that was Chef Roshali from the kitchen of United Arab Emirates, and I think it was looking fabulous. And to talk a little more in detail about the dish which she produced for us, we have with us Chef Sanjay Kak joining us live from the studio, who is the chief judge for Young Chef Olympiad 2021. And I have my colleague with me, Ritu Jolly, and we'll be taking you through this great journey of learning, and that too from the kitchen of UAE. Chef, welcome to the show. And in one look, the food was looking amazing. Please tell us something about what was that and how famous it is.
All right, Vishal, thank you very much. And it was much bustiai, and it is basically a very classic rice dish from the Emirates. It has its connections in most of the Emirates, and very popular in Dubai these days, with a lot of Asian, people, diaspora that lives there in Dubai and other Emirates. So it's a very close cousin of not exactly a biryani, a very close cousin of the pulao, with a lot of connection. You must have seen ghee, which is ghee is something predominantly which originated in Southeast Asia. And then you have the connection of the rice. Maybe in the earlier days the rice was different. Different rice was used, but now because basmati has become very popular in the Emirates and rest of the Gulf nations, so that is another interesting South Asian connection to this dish. And then of course, last but not the least, the spices. Cumin is there, bay leaf is there, cinnamon is there. Of course, cinnamon, you can give a benefit of doubt that there are many different countries that produce cinnamon, but cumin still. I'll tell you a very interesting fact that India produces 84% of the world, 94% of the world's total consumption of white cumin, but it consumes 97% of the total, cumin. So we use a lot of cumin here in India and in Pakistan and Bangladesh, of course. And you can it had a good robust combination of. I would say ginger and garlic was fairly. I would say less. Less means for the recipe. That's how it is. And then of course you generally there was one very good indication from the chef. She said you use chicken thigh, so because you're cooking the chicken along with the rice, so I would say the thigh would be a better choice, because the breast would get too stringy inside while you cook the rice. One more indication that I thought would be interesting is if you soak the. I thought she soaked the rice, but there was no mention of the soaking of rice. Maybe in the subtitles, which I think I must have missed. But if you soak the rice in a pulao like this, where you have already cooked the chicken, the broth is ready, it is simmering, boiling broth. You put the basmati in. It's going to be cooked in 5-7 minutes, 10 minutes. But basically, you are looking at the basmati soaking in the broth, and then the flavors mingling into each other. I think it was a very classic rice dish, which the kind of dishes that are very popular in Southeast Asia, the kind of dishes that are very popular in the Gulf countries, etc. And also one very interesting fact, which was there, that because we use basmati, you use relatively less water in the rice. And I think that is basically a very generic and a very common recipe element in most of the recipes from the Gulf country. Over to you, Vishal.
Tell me, what would the chef, what would the accompaniments be with this particular rice dish?
Like in India and whole of Southeast Asia, we generally will have curries along with a dish like that, or there are raitas. There could be yogurt based dishes which could be eaten with, because this is a wholesome rice dish. It has got chicken in, it's got the spices, it's got the rice, it has a strong broth. So I think the best that you could have with a dish like this probably would be a yogurt based raita or a pachadi or some kind of maybe a Middle Eastern yogurt dish, or not exactly a dish. I would say some kind of a relish would be
Great, Chef.
fantastic with this.
From a general observation here, this is again for all the listeners and all the young viewers of Young Chef Olympiad and on this platform of United World of Young Chef. Just quick question regarding the spice. Like if we talk about Indian cuisine, we use a lot of spice. What about the food in UAE? Do they use a similar level of spices in their normal cooking, or probably it's a little different from here?
I would say there is a lot of proliferation of the spices in the food, in the Emirati food basically, and of course in other countries in the Gulf also. You have to go back to centuries for this, because if you see, they were the closest. They were the closest to us as far as when the maritime trade started, or even before, when we were talking about Silk Route and we talk about Spice Route. So they have been the closest to us, especially after the maritime trade started. And there have been people who, when I say people, I mean people to people interaction with the south of India, and that is where the hub of the spices of the world is. And one of the first few things that went from India into the nearest ports, which was basically a middle kind of a midway between the Europe and India and the subcontinent, especially after the maritime trade started. Before that, it was places like Samarkand, it was places like Tashkent, it was places like Afghanistan of today, which were the major integrating points in the Indo-Europe trade, or you can say Asian and European trade. So this was a wonderful, spices are a wonderful addition to the Emirati, or for example, if we talk about other Gulf countries, and everywhere in the world, spices have played a very important part. I personally am very, very excited when I talk about spices, because it is. Sometimes say, if there would be no spices, the amount of travel would not have been so much. The people in the Roman time wanted spices, they wanted saffron. The people in the Roman families, especially the ladies, this is an indication to Ritu ma'am, loved silk. And because of that, they would push the men to go all the way to China and India to bring them good silk. So I think spices have been a great leveler as far as travel, intercontinental travel has always been.
Oh, great. Thank you so much. That was really interesting. Some great insight into, going back into the history and the cuisine of UAE. Thank you so much.
Cuisines, if you have to understand cuisines, it is almost impossible to understand a cuisine if you don't understand the history and the travel and the intercontinental interaction between societies. It's impossible to understand a cuisine. I was looking at the dish which was made by Bulgaria earlier, and it has got so many precedents in other parts of the world, around that place, even in Europe, especially in the Eastern Europe, and even Mediterranean countries. So how much this must have traveled, and how the filo pastry went from one place to another, being a sweet dessert in one place, from being a savory breakfast dish in another. And look at that lassi which they made. It is just yogurt and water and salt, something that we use every day.
Absolutely.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we'll keep the conversation on, and we will try to find out a little more about the UAE cuisine. Yes. But before that, we'll take a very short commercial break. And stay tuned, keep learning, and I'll request Chef Kak also to stay tuned with us, because there is a lot to know about the cuisine from UAE. That's us from the global studio of Young Chef Olympiad. We'll be right back after a short commercial break. Thank you.
6th edition of IIHM International Young Chef Olympiad is back in a bigger, better and a grander avatar. A massive event in scale and magnitude, this is the only culinary contest in the world that brings together contestants from across the 4 points of the compass: East, West, North and South. A whopping 55 countries are part of this year's edition. For anyone embarking on a culinary journey, to stake a claim at the coveted title of IIHM International Young Chef Olympiad is always a dream. The reason to participate are many as well. For some, it is about raising their country's flag high. For others, it's about making new friends. For some, it's about learning from each other. But for everyone, it is mostly about being part of an endeavor that simply unites the world with a singular love for food.
This Olympiad is to bring the young people from all over the world under a single platform. So that one hand we have got a competition, which is a very tough competition. On the other hand, we have got a lot of bonding, friendship, getting united together, and they become friends for life.
The opening ceremony saw some of the biggest names from the hospitality sector, all of them particularly applauding the underlying theme of sustainability this year. The opening ceremony also saw a unique assimilation of cultures, different languages, different attires, different ideas as the young chefs took to the stage.
I think it's a major platform to bring all the world together, not just students, but all the world together. We must work together in peace and harmony and communication. Build bridges, not walls, to work together.
The journey for this year's edition has only begun. There will be many new stories written, many new bridges built through food as the IIHM Young Chef Olympiad 2020 unfolds over the next few days. If the opening ceremony was anything to go by, today is even bigger for the contestants for sure. This is round one, and it all begins from the national capital, the IIHM campus in New Delhi. Any praise is less when it comes to describing IIHM as a wonderful host. The welcome itself is spectacular. The beat of the drums, the applause, and the prep. And then there is the seriousness of the competition itself. Last-minute briefings, the judges unraveling what is in store for the contestants, and a clear announcement of the rules. And the cook-off begins. The IIHM Young Chef Olympiad is a perfect embodiment of the old adage, food weaves cultures. Young chefs from 55 different nations cooking together under one roof. The judges are excited no less. Some of the best known names of national and international repute from the hospitality industry are here today to endorse the initiative and to encourage each contestant to excel in their chosen field.
It was really great to see these students actually coming from all the way from different countries, working with new ingredients, working with new equipments, and just the synergy in the room. I think it was amazing.
The competition itself is a great platform to have so many young budding chefs from so many countries under one roof, and backed equally by such legendary senior chefs flown from various parts of the world. I think it's a very nice platform.
As this first group of contestants cook off to walk an inch closer to the coveted title, one can only wish them luck. As the night sky breaks into dawn, we arrive at yet another beautiful IIHM campus. Today we're at Bengaluru as the International Young Chef Olympiad 2020 treads forward. The buzz and the tension here is palpable as the contestants take to the next rounds of the cook-off. absorbing last-minute briefs, seeking final advice from the mentors, recalling all the training they've ever been through. After all, this is a big stage, and any slip of the mind and nerve will have to be paid with a heavy price.
So many countries can learn so much about other countries and to learn about different environments. And of course, this year, our key theme is sustainability. Everybody is now beginning to become very, very much aware. And we want to play our role. And we are using, and through this year's YCO,
IIHM as an institute has always been able to define its core objectives clearly over the years. It is an institution that has always worked towards causes that give back to the society. As part of an initiative that has been underway for a while now, some of the contestants took the opportunity to visit an orphanage, the Suman Gali Seva Ashram, with their IIHM buddies. IIHM proudly and aptly calls them food soldiers, a dynamic group of students working tirelessly to ensure a hunger-free world.
Thank IIHM for giving me this chance. Well, it's a great opportunity.
Honestly speaking, I'm feeling very good to be a part of this team.
The cook-off at the campus, meanwhile, is culminating at the judges' table. The food on display is a clear indication of the talent that has converged from all over the world. Color, texture, finesse, it's all there. There is a final icing on the cake, a grand dinner hosted at the Taj West End for all our young chefs. After all, these have been grueling days for them. A bit of bonding over great food is surely needed, isn't it? The Young Chef Olympiad 2020 contestants have reached the City of Joy today. The IIHM story began in Kolkata. Now it has spread all across the country, and it boasts of an incredible state-of-the-art global campus in the city of its origin that connects its students to the rest of the culinary world. A series of events were lined up for the day, each with a different meaning, message, and purpose. First up were presentations by top 10 countries chosen for their best sustainable practices. The presentations addressed the impending global concern of food wastage and food shortfall and strategies adopted by the institutes to fight these concerns.
Sustainability is the theme, and we want to really press very aggressively to be sustainable, especially in India.
The second event saw an engaging talk by Chef John Wood, where he took the young chefs and their mentors behind the scenes of the food industry, particularly the business and management aspects of it. What followed next was an MOU signing session between Dr. Suborno Bose, Chairman and CEO, International Young Chef Olympiad 2020, and the 55 participating countries to ensure academic collaboration between them. The day also saw IIHM's Food Aid initiative being endorsed and supported by all the guests present. But what topped it all was, of course, the grand announcement of the names that would earn some of the contestants a spot in the finals. The finals that will give one contestant amongst many the title of Young Chef Olympiad 2020 and another the Young Chef Olympiad Plate Trophy. IIHM Young Chef Olympiad has always been much more than a mere cooking contest. It is about camaraderie, a coming together of nations, and exchange of goodwill. And nothing embodies this better than the event United World of Young Chefs, an evening hosted by IIHM in the backdrop of the week-long contest.
So this is not a competition. This is the collaboration. This is friendship, bonding, solidarity, camaraderie. This is working together. 55 countries cooking their national dish or the best dish together under one Calcutta sky, which is absolutely fantastic.
55 countries, 55 national dishes cooked by the 55 contestants themselves. Absolutely unique. And this is not a part of the competitive section at all, but just a gesture of affection and mutual respect for each other.
What I prepared is a Icelandic meat soup.
And we made the fuchka, which is tamarind sauce and sour yogurt sauce.
I really want to try everyone's dishes since it's just like once in a lifetime.
This is also an affair where food and fashion meets. A sight to behold as the contestants can all be seen resplendent in their traditional attires. The fun of it, of course, is also shared by the many guests who grace the occasion.
It's amazing to see this kind of harmony, this kind of interaction, this kind of brotherhood. It's amazing.
A lot of young chefs who come here and they get recognition and they go forward to make their dent in their own areas of specialization. So I think it's a wonderful event, and the government of West Bengal is proud to be associated with this.
Can an evening be any better? After all, when is it that you find world cuisine 55 national? There's high energy at the IIHM campus, Kolkata. This is the final shortlist of contestants cooking for the grand finale. One amongst them will be the winner of IIHM Young Chef Olympiad 2020. There's an air of unspoken uncertainty as well as the contestants go through the last hurdle.
No, it's so focused, so being prepared. I don't need to think of last minutes.
Still a bit nervous, but very excited that this is the grand finals. Just gonna give it my best, push all the way, last 2 hours, and then we're done.
I'm just enjoying my last competition, and I want to please do my best.
Just want to finish fast, and it's over.
Yeah, I'm really excited. Obviously a bit nervous, but just stay focused and do my best.
Precision, clarity of thought, time management, strategy. These are the attributes they are all falling back upon today. As the last dish is plated, they can only wait till the evening for the verdict to be pronounced. The glittering closing ceremony is a befitting culmination of the week-long arduous contest. And the final moment arrives, the announcement of the winner.
Proud winner is, for the very first time this year, is Malaysia!
Super happy and satisfied with the result, and yeah, I have no word now. I'm just happy.
It's an absolutely fantastic closing ceremony, and we have got some amazing results. I think the winner is very, very well deserved, Malaysia. This boy is going to be one of the Michelin star, I'm sure, in next 10 years.
As the curtain falls on Young Chef Olympiad 2020, it is time to say goodbye. The contest has positioned itself in the global arena as a unique event where food is the thread that weaves nations together. It has fostered the spirit of universal harmony in a true sense and inspired future young chefs to be ambassadors of peace and unity. The credit for it all goes to the one and only IIHM.
Well, and welcome back everyone once again, and to our exciting day. The morning was superbly exciting with a number of countries showcasing their national dishes, talking about their culinary tradition in their country. And we began with New Zealand. We had, of course, our own home country, India. We had Bangladesh, Nepal, UAE, Bulgaria. So some very interesting cuisine really that we had to see over here, understanding a little bit on their history, what kind of ingredients they use, the spices they use. So a great learning for everyone who has tuned in here today. In fact, for some of you who might have missed this, you can always access the video once again on YouTube, and you can once again learn, see, view it, and understand this better. So this YCO is all about a lot of learning. We've had expert panel discussions. We have had some expert people talking about sustainability, educators, leading educators, and hospitality professionals who've been here with us online, talking, sharing their views on the way ahead. After all, this YCO is all about forward together. YCO is all about connecting with people. And when we say connecting, we're talking about global connect. So it's the participation. Yes, there are winners. Yes, that is there. But at the same time in this competition, what really matters is the participation. Yes, you
of course, you talk about your country and your country wins and you raise the flag of your country. But what is there for each and every participant is the global connect. And this particular virtual YCO is all about our commitment towards moving ahead, leaving behind 2020, making a fresh start for the way ahead and bouncing back. As we do see in many countries, the hospitality industry has improved by leaps and bounds, and we only have a positive outlook towards it. So yes, the hospitality industry has a great future for everybody, a wonderful future. So those youngsters who are watching us here today, we have been receiving various calls from students across, and to assist you, we have a helpline number that you may call. It's 98310 50,000. That is a helpline number, 98310 50,000. Call and you can pre-book your seat here today. So if you wish to be a part of this mega event, if you wish to connect globally with the hospitality industry, please feel free and we would love to have you join us. We are here to help you. Going ahead today, we have still a very exciting, I would say, afternoon and evening ahead. In India, of course, it's different times across the globe. We're looking at different time zones across the globe. But yes, moving ahead, we have some symposiums that are on at the moment. In fact, we already have one symposium on at present. We have some expert speakers who would be joining us once again. And of course, most interestingly, we have various countries showcasing their culinary dishes, their national dishes, talking about what is trending in their country, what are the traditional dishes of their country. So we have a lot really in store for us over here. So do stay logged in, do tune in here and learn, understand. What better way really to learn? You don't have to get into Google or look at your books. In fact, just log in. And in these few hours, there's so much that you can really learn about culinary over here. And we've also had various, like you said, interesting discussions earlier today. We had some wonderful leaders from UK who were talking about sustainability and the way ahead, and how now sustainability plays an even more important role post this pandemic. So it's here to stay. It's here. We're talking about that. So some wonderful discussions really that we have had over here. We've also had a discussion with Mr. Victor Chen about how multi-skilling is the way ahead in the hospitality industry. So some wonderful really learning, which is not really limited only to really culinary, but about developing one as a hospitality professional. So please log in, stay tuned in, for there is just so much more to learn now. We also have various other countries now coming up. So we would have countries such as Equatorial Guinea and Jordan, Colombia, Iceland, Nigeria, Italy, and so many other countries right now who would be joining us shortly to talk about their cuisine. So this wonderful United World of Young Chef, it's a unique event which is a part of our YCO on this third day of Young Chef Olympiad. And yes, we've had an exciting 2 days before this with the heats. We've had the country shortlisted for the plate round as well as the grand final, which would be taking place tomorrow as well as day after. So yes, we are very eager to really see how this unfolds, to see which country comes out as the winner. Absolutely exciting, extremely. I think we are the many judges. We have judges from across the world, judges from across the globe. And in fact, one judge says that, well, I could barely sleep because of the excitement. So a lot of excitement, and it's this one-of-a-kind initiative, this one-of-a-kind competition, which is virtual, which is the Young Chef Olympiad, with all the judges, with the participants and mentors, and their belief that yes, we can move forward together. And it's commendable really, because this whole pandemic has not deterred them from participating in this wonderful competition. It's their belief. This just shows their commitment, their belief that yes, we are all together in this. Tough times come by, yes, but we have taken it as a challenge, and we have now this YCO really reinstates the belief that yes, we are all together and we are ready to beat any obstacle that comes in our way and move ahead. And we are moving ahead now, and it's wonderful to see even in countries like India, where we are right now in the IHM Global Studio in India. It's commendable that we've had certain leaders, hospitality leaders, who've come online, and they've spoken about how their occupancies are phenomenally high now. Wonderful occupancy levels. In fact, Mr. Chen was mentioning about his particular hotel in Goa, and Mr. Chen is an alumnus of our college. And he spoke about how Goa has some wonderful occupancy and they really look forward to a wonderful season ahead. And they're amazed with the energy, the enthusiasm. It's amazing. The energy and enthusiasm of each participant, of each contestant, and of the mentors, all moving ahead, cooking their dishes, going virtual. Everyone has come forward with much enthusiasm. And every year, the YCO is only bigger and better because we do not accept any defeat, and the pandemic is far gone and we've left it behind, and we're only moving forward now. So do stay tuned in. We also have on our other channel, we have 3 channels that are running simultaneously today. One channel is for the young world of United World of Young Chefs. It's showcasing that. The other channel is showing the symposium, which we have running at present, which has Chef Bali from the Oberoi Group. We have Chef Andreas Müller, as well as other judges who are there on the other channel. And the third channel is for the expert speakers. Please feel free to log into any channel you want. You can switch between channels to enjoy this wonderful day, this third day of Young Chef Olympiad. So yes, we have a wonderful day ahead with us, and now we are eagerly looking forward to Equatorial Guinea, who is going to be showcasing their dish, and they are going to be showing us some fish made in a sauce. So yes, it's going to be an exciting, again, wonderful learning really of the traditional dish of Equatorial Guinea. And I personally am definitely excited to see what they're going to be making and how they're going to really make this. And I think we have Equatorial Guinea here on screen here with us. And yes, we have Ricardo here from Equatorial Guinea. Hello, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, wonderful. And how are we doing? Hello there. How are we doing?
Hello?
Hello, can you hear us? Can you hear us, Ricardo?
Hello?
Can you hear us, Ricardo?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, this is, I'm the mentor, Asim, and here is Ricardo. So we are going to start with the dish. The dish is called the fish. We're going to use the red snapper as a fish with palm sauce. So we are going to use some palm seeds. These are the palm seeds which is locally available here. Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. Wonderful. That sounds really nice.
Yeah, and yeah.
Can we see the palm seeds? I think the camera blocked that.
I can show you the palm seeds. Okay.
Lovely. Lovely.
Yeah. After we are going to use some smoked fish. This is the smoked fish. What we are doing here locally. This is the smoked fish. This is a normal sea fish, which we can find, and after we make it smoke with the wood. We are going to use some aubergine. This is the eggplant of which is white in color, which is available here locally, and some African chili.
Lovely.
We are going to use some onions, some garlic, and some celery. For the accompaniment of this dish, we are going to use malanga, which is the local root vegetable. You can, as you can see, and some plantain. Okay, so now Ricardo will show you how we will start to make the dish, and I will be the one who will be explaining. Okay, now already we have added some palm seeds to the water.
Wonderful.
So that it starts to get cooked, and we have we have cut some plantain and some malanga already been cut, and we will start to boil this now so that it gets ready. Also, for the time being, also we have boiled some smoked fish so that we can start with the preparation. As soon as the seeds have been done, we are going to use these seeds we will add this in this masher. This is the traditional one, what they are making here. And after, we are going to mash the seeds inside this. Hello, Ricardo. As you will see now, we are going to add the seeds. We are going to add the seeds in the masher. Can you hear me? Hello? As you can see that the seeds is coming outside, and the rest of the seeds is getting aside. So it's like you can see it's getting apart. Now the seeds have been ready. Now we are going to transfer here. We are going to add some water. We are going to add some hot water to this. Little bit more water. Yes. Now we are going to strain the liquid which came out from the seeds. Now the seeds are looking like this after being exactly. Yeah. Now we are going to boil this liquid, and we are going to add some onion, some celery. We are going to add after, but before that we are going to add some white eggplants. And simultaneously, we are going to boil the plantain and some malangas.
Eso es para que cosan que cosan juntamente.
¿Cuál? Este, ¿no?
Ese es para que cosan
Sí, ya está.
juntamente.
Sí. So that this gets cooked also with the sauce. The traditional kitchen here in Guinea Equatorial, we will take around 4 hours so that this dish is getting prepared. Because the sauce is very liquid now, it should get thick in consistency. Now we will add some African chili to the sauce, and some onion, garlic, and some celery. Okay, as you can see, we already chopped garlic, onion, and some celery. We have already added to it. After this, we are going to season the sauce with salt. Only salt. It doesn't go any pepper in that because already we have African chili for the spice. I can tell you that this African chili is we call picante here in the language, and it's very spicy. After, as you can see, the sauce will going to get a little bit thick. As the sauce is going to get a little bit thick, we are going to cut the fish in half, and we are going to add the fish as a we are going to add the fish because as it is very big, so we are going to cut in half. And as soon as and plus we are going to add some smoked fish to the liquid. As this smoked fish is little bit hard, so we have to put it before so that it gets soft. And as soon as it gets little bit soft, we are going to put the red snapper to the sauce. As I told you before that this recipe takes 4 hours to be done very traditional way. So we have already prepared some some sauce, some fish before, so that I can show it to you that what is the final product. Sí. Malanga is getting ready and Platano is also getting ready. As they saw the fish which we have prepared before, so that it's easy to show you guys that the final product, how it will be looking. So
Ahora solamente será poner el pescado dentro. Así que como puedes solamente descargar el pescado dentro.
okay, now as Ricardo is saying that this is ready to go in the sauce what we are making from the scratch. Yeah, and we have to keep it on the slow fire so that it takes its time to get cooked. So as I can show you that here, it's almost it's ready, the fish. Okay, now our dish is ready to being served. Now we are going to do some. We have to do the plating of this dish. Ricardo, we can start to plate the dish as the plantain and malanga is also ready for the service. What is it? Hacemos aquí. Okay. Now Ricardo already start to make some. You have to start to make the platings. He will plate some plantain, some malanga. ¿Dónde está spatula? Okay, sorry, sir. So our dish is ready to our dish is ready to be served, as you can see, and it can be eaten with either plátano or malanga.
Buen provecho.
Bon provecho. Enjoy your meal. Thank you. Gracias.
Thank you very much, Chef Ashim. That was
Thank
a
you.
wonderful blow-by-blow detail of the recipe.
Thank you.
I had one question regarding the chilies. You said that
Okay.
these are chilies that grow in Equatorial Guinea. Are these chilies kind of pickled before they using, or you use them fresh?
No, we use them fresh.
Okay, and do you also do the people there also kind of pickle these chilies so that they can be used in off season?
No, this is you can find
Fresh
every
chili.
time. This doesn't have any
Oh,
season.
right.
You
Fantastic.
are like we are in the equatorial forest, no? So here
Okay.
every time it's raining. So when it's
Oh,
rain, it's very good for the
these are
chili. So it
available.
gets grown. Yeah.
And
And
is this
this one, sorry to interrupt you. This is the normally these chilies, what they do, they boil it. If they don't
okay?
put like this, they boil it, they make it a paste, and
Okay.
they add it in the food also. If someone
Okay.
wants to eat more chili.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry. And you, what you want to tell us me?
No, I was saying that is this the preferred fish that you cook today, or there can be some other fishes also which are popular?
You can cook with another fish also. It's not that you have to be use only this fish, because this
You
fish is easily available also.
and you have a
And
wealth of seafood there, so I'm sure.
yes,
Yeah.
we are near to the sea, as
Yes,
we
yes.
have rivers also, so we can use this for we
Yeah.
can use the fish also, which is coming from the river.
Our chef from Jaipur is requesting a close up of the dish once again. Can you put both the
Yeah,
plates together?
yeah, yes.
And is this a preferred starch combination with the curries, or rice is also popular, breads are also
Yes, this is
popular?
the
This is the preferred.
normally we have the combination, like these plates only goes with
this kind of a
platano
starch.
or malanga. You can, it's not,
Okay.
it goes well, yes. If
Yes,
you
yes,
use
yes.
any other, also you can eat with rice as if you like rice, but normally we suggest to eat with malanga or platano.
Okay, fantastic. And you also used a dry fruit. Yeah. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Yeah, the dry fish, I will show you. This is the dry fish.
So is it
This is
is it a very common condiment that they use there in New Guinea?
Yes, normally here, yes, normally we here some fresh meat. We put some fish, or some. We have also smoked chicken also.
Okay.
So this is like common ingredients that we every time we put in the food.
Okay,
Or we
great.
can use the dry.
It's basically like the dried shrimp that we use in Indonesia, Malaysia, etc., in the cuisine. For the flavor, for the local flavor.
Yes.
Great. So I'm just looking.
Because normal all the food what we make here, it goes with smoked fish or. Mhm.
Which is the most popular meat there?
Normally here you can find the meat. ¿Cuál es mejor comida aquí? Carne.
La mejor carne.
Ah,
Que podemos de la carne de cebú, que nosotros
Okay.
mismos nos
Carne,
gusta cortar
the
la
lamb.
carne grande de cebú.
Okay. They like beef. They like beef here more because they find themselves and they cut it. And even here there is delicacy to eat the food from the forest, the animals of the forest.
Okay. Yeah, that's why
So they like
this
to
country
eat,
is so
even they like to eat
sustainable.
this.
The country is very sustainable. A lot of forest is still intact.
Yes.
That's
And yeah, and like this country is consisting of island and the continent. Okay, the
Yeah.
island is a Malabo, is a capital. Okay, so there is not lot of forest. So there they like to eat more fish.
Yeah.
Now we are in the continent on this side. So in
Okay.
there we have lot of forest, and
Okay.
and the people who stay near Bata, near the sea, they like to eat fish. The one which we are inside the forest, we like to eat more is fish of river and the meat of the forest.
Yeah.
Which is
It
available.
is very natural. It's very natural. With the countries
Yeah,
that
so
have
we
a
like
lot
to
of,
eat some fresh things, not the frozen things. Yeah.
because of the availability. I'm sure because it's available, the meat is available on the continental New Guinea. So I'm sure they eat a lot of meat and fish from the rivers, and because
Yes, for the availability also.
yeah,
Yes.
and because the islands have a lot of seafood,
Yes.
so they must be eating a lot of seafood. Is rice popular there or not very popular?
Yes, yes. Rice is also very popular. I can tell you the name of another plate which normally they eat with rice also, like modika. Modika is one seed which is available here, which we make the sauce also like this way. And tuberculo, no? Like tuberculo, which is available. The leaves of tuberculo.
Okay.
The green one, the leaves
Yeah, the
we
green
use
ones.
also to make the food, and that things we can eat with rice. So it's like lot of dish here which we can eat with the combination of these palm seeds.
Okay, great. So palm seeds are quite popular.
Even palm seeds are quite popular, and from these palm seeds, the seeds what you have, you can make oil also.
Okay, yeah, of course, the palm oil,
Yeah, palm oil.
which
Yes.
is the reason for a lot of destruction of the forests today.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chef Ashim. And
Yeah, no problem.
thank you very much to the student also. He's been fabulous. He's been very cooperative and he's been very feeble, very strong on what he was doing. And
Yes, thank you.
it's been a wonderful learning for all of us all around the world. I can
Thank you.
see I was seeing Chef Terry also very closely looking at the recipe. And this is great. It's wonderful to learn from all of you, and especially whatever you are passionate about, whatever you feel needs to be highlighted from your countries, from your nations. Thank you very much, and over
Thank you
to
so
the
much. Thank you,
studio
sir. Thank
if
you.
we are there.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
This was Equatorial New Guinea, and we had a wonderful recipe from them. It was to a large extent a curry or a fish curry with so many native flavors, so many native methods of cooking. And we also learned about a couple of very good ingredients. We learned about the dried fish. We learned about, surprisingly, Chef Ashim was telling us there is a dried version or a smoked version of the chicken also, which they use for flavoring. And they also talked to us about the palm leaves. They talked to us about the palm the fruit. And they also told us that, the combination between the curries and the starches that we saw in their kitchen are very classic. And one important thing that I learned, other than the cooking part, was the geography of New Equatorial Guinea, because he said there's a continental part and there are the islands. I think the automatically the continental part of the Guinea must be very rich in forests and forest life, etc., livestock. And as he said, there are fresh rivers also, so there is a lot of fresh seafood and fish which they must be cooking. And of course, because of the islands, must be the fish and seafood must be very, very popular. I thank Chef, the team Equatorial Guinea once again. And if the IHM studio is back, then over to you, IHM studio. And once more, thank you very much, Chef Ashim. And
Thank you.
Team
Thank you so
Equatorial
much.
Guinea. Thank you very
Thank
much.
you so much.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
We are hospitality.
We will rise.
We will not fall.
We will stand tall. We will answer the call.
We will bounce back.
There'll be days when things seem bad.
Life may seem unfair.
Keep your cool, do not get mad. Breathe and don't despair.
Just say, I'll bounce back.
Bounce, 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 bouncing back. Whoa.
We are hospitality.
We unite the world
Through love
and hope
and service.
Things won't always go to plan.
Life won't always be perfect.
Just keep on going, do the best that you can. Keep things in perspective.
I say, I'll bounce back.
Bounce, 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 bouncing back. Ooh, yeah. Dust yourself off and bounce back.
Bounce, 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 bouncing back. Whoa.
Just say bounce back.
We are hospitality.
we will rise.
We will not fall.
We will stand tall. We will answer the call.
We will bounce back. We are hospitality.
We will rise.
We will not fall.
We will stand tall. We will answer the call.
We will bounce back.
There'll be days when things seem bad.
Life may seem unfair.
Keep your cool, do not get mad. Breathe out, don't despair.
Just say I'll bounce back.
Bounce, 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 bouncing back. Whoa.
We are hospitality
We unite the world
through love
and hope.
and service.
Things won't always go to plan.
Life won't always be perfect.
Just keep on going, do the best that you can. Keep things in perspective.
And say I'll bounce back.
Bounce, 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 bouncing back. Ooh, yeah. Pick yourself up, dust yourself off and bounce back.
Bounce, 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 bouncing back. Whoa.
Just say bounce back.
We are hospitality.
We will rise.
We will not fall.
We will stand tall. We will answer the call.
We will bounce back.
Young Chef Olympiad is the brainchild of Dr. Suborno Bose, Chairman, YCO Global Council, with a vision of uniting people from all over the world through food.
The Young Chef Olympiad is not just about a competition. It is not just about the winner. It's not just about the $10,000 US of the winner's check. It's not just about the medals, but it's about friendship.
The world's largest culinary event started in 2015 with over 60 participating countries and has been making waves ever since, even gathering support from the Ministry of Tourism, India. YCO is headed by Professor David Foskett, Chairman of the Panel of Judges ICO 2021, Chairman of International Hospitality Forum, Head, London School of Hospitality and Tourism, University of West London, UK.
Food is our heritage. Food is what we are about. It's part of our socialization.
Along with celebrity Padma Shri Chef Sanjeev Kapoor as principal judge.
To see this happen, I think it's like a dream come true for many Indians. I won't just say chefs, because India has always had good food.
Celebrity chef Ranveer Brar and Kunal Kapoor are the brand ambassadors of Young Chef Olympiad.
I am very excited to be here at the Young Chefs Olympiad. I think young talent is what the world needs when it comes to kitchens. India especially, there's a lot of talent that needs to be recognized. Forums like these, which I'm really excited to be a part of, help recognize the talent at the right time and give it that encouragement at the right time.
So the Young Chef Olympiad with the IIHM, I think it's a great initiative of grooming young talent who are passionate about food and cooking and making them the proud chefs of tomorrow for India and for the world.
So for everybody at IIHM, first of all, it's a great space to be in. Hoteliering is the most comprehensive management course you can have. It teaches you marketing, production. You know, it is like becoming a mini CEO.
Like the previous years, YCO 2021 promises to be yet another magnificent event as almost 60 countries gear up to unite on a virtual platform. The excitement, tension and determination will remain the same, and every participant will show their zeal to win the coveted YCO 2021 trophy. YCO has also been a platform towards important causes like sustainability, which was the theme of YCO 2020. YCO 2021's theme is Culinary Challenge for Hope, as everyone looks forward to moving towards a positive 2021. spearheaded by the leadership of Dr. Suborno Bose, Chairman, YCO Global Council, and the indispensable guidance of Professor David Foskett. The vision of uniting people through food has truly brought the world closer. YCO has always been a melting pot of talent, culture and friendship. Distinguished Indian and international chefs along with culinary icons such as Chef Chris Galvin, Chef Enzo Oliveri, Chef John Wood, Chef Brian Turner, and Andreas Muller add value and glitz to the competition. While the world is waiting to experience the biggest virtual culinary battle for hope, YCO 2021, we know it will bring forth new ideas, innovations and add great impetus for hospitality to bounce back.
We are the young chefs.
We will rise.
We will not fall.
We will stand tall. We will answer the call.
We will bounce back.
There'll be days when things seem bad.
Life may seem unfair.
Keep your cool, do not get mad. Breathe out, don't despair.
Just say, I'll bounce back.
Bounce, 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 bouncing back. Whoa.
The 7th International IIHM Young Chef Olympiad commenced with a grand online opening ceremony on the evening of 31st January 2021. The world's biggest virtual culinary battle for hope, organized by the International Institute of Hotel Management and the International Hospitality Council, London, attempts to convey the message of hope, positivity and unity across borders and nations.
I'm at the International Institute of Hotel Management, the global campus, to one of the finest walk-in areas. You can see it. To have one of the 4K screens welcome you, and you can see the holograms because it connected people, it connected countries. I would say literally, you know, knowing Dr. Bose, if he had his way, we would have connected planets also. You know, if there was a possibility, because he is always a gentleman with the innovation and the thought process.
These students who are coming in here and competing, they're the best of the best. And you know, they just come out with so much passion and so much creativity. You just see like what the people from, you know, all these different countries, and you got Palestine and Egypt and Singapore and all these countries coming in here and showing you what they think of certain ingredients and how, you know, this might be exotic to them, and this spice might be new, and then there's just this great collaboration of creativity and just joy and love for flavor and food.
You're watching the opening ceremony of the Young Chef Olympiad 2021, which is by far the biggest culinary competition anywhere in the world.
The opening ceremony kicked off from the YCO Global Studio at the Global Campus, from where the YCO participants, mentors, judges, students and all well-wishers across 24 time zones and 6 continents were connected on the same platform at the same time. It also introduced the 50 countries participating with their young chef and mentor representatives.
We will make sure that the spirit of the young people, the spirit of the Young Chef Olympiad, which we have been able to uphold so strongly for the last 7 years, will carry on. The Young Chef Olympiad for Hope. We call it the Hope Olympiad. This time, the theme is Forward Together. The only way that we can really go fast now, only way we can go forward now, only way the world of hospitality can progress now is forward together. Together as a clan, as a fraternity, as a team.
YCO 2021 is the inspiration of hope for young people. It is the bounce back. It is the reset. There is no lockdown in friendship. There is no lockdown in creativity. There is no lockdown in imagination. There is no lockdown in the YCO, Dr. Bose and the whole team of IIHM, and the judges throughout the world who have unanimously backed this project to bring young people together in the inspiration of hope and moving forward. So this, as I said, is the bounce back year. It is the important year.
And Dr. Bose, thank you for making sure that people do not lose hope. It is a landmark event in history of hospitality, and I'm part of this. I am very lucky that I can witness history being made, history being created. With this kind of arrangement, with this technology, by putting everyone together, I think I'm awestruck by the scale of this competition. IIHM takes the lead with a leader so ably assisting you. I think kudos to the entire team.
In the name of all competitors, I promise that we shall take part in the Young Chef Olympiad, respecting and abiding by the rules which govern them, committing ourselves to the competition with a fair play in the true spirit of the Olympiad for the glory of the culinary world and the honor of our country. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
All right, good afternoon from India at this hour, and good morning and good evening and everything else to everybody all across the world. And we are here closer to the YCO Global Studio. I can see the presenters there in the Global Studio already waiting for us to start. We have the next session, which is Jordan, and Jordan is ready. They are ready with their next offering, and I would leave it to the Global Studio for the introduction, and then of course over to Jordan. Welcome, Jordan. Thank you very much for joining in.
Thank
Over
you,
to
Chef
you.
Tuck. Thank you very much. And we eagerly look forward to what Jordan would be showing us today. So welcome, Team Jordan. And what are we going to be doing today? And what are we going to be seeing today?
Hello.
Hello, Yaya. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Very well, thank you. And what are we going to be seeing today?
Today we're going to be making a national dish called mfakhar. It's based on chicken, bread, a lot of onion, and our own summa.
Lovely. That sounds absolutely wonderful. And it's lunchtime here in India, and I'm certainly hungry now.
Okay.
Leave it to you now.
Right. Thank you so much. And over to you, Chef. All right. So we can start off. So you have the next 30 minutes all for you.
Team Jordan, can you tell us the name of your dish once more, please? Chef Yaya, can you please can you tell the viewers as to what we are seeing? Uh, First, the name of the dish once again, and then, of course, what we are saying. How have you started?
I'm doing مسخن now. I'm doing مسخن now. It's our traditional dish. The first of all, I stew the onions and let it comes out all the water inside the onions. Then I put the chicken inside the oven to roast it. After I stewing the onion, I will add olive oil and sumac.
So if I understand correctly, you are doing a chicken dish for us today?
Yes.
Yes.
Kind
Yes.
of chicken.
Okay. Okay, great. Studio, do we have another camera angle for Jordan so that we can highlight? This is perfect. This is perfect. Now we know exactly what is happening.
This is perfect. So now we are adding the sumac. It's our national ingredients. I'm gonna add a little bit of cumin and black pepper ground.
Chef Yaya, I had a question. The sumac that you used just now, is the combination made at home or it is available in the market?
Sorry, is it what?
The sumac powder that you used just now.
Yes.
Yeah, is it available in the market in this shape or you make it at home?
Okay, I'm gonna let my assistant to answer your question now.
Okay.
Okay, so the sumac is actually a type of a tree.
Can you please come closer to the mic a little bit?
Yes, is this better?
Thank you.
Okay, so the sumac is a kind of tree. After it grows into a specific color, which is very red, we pick it up and we let it dry. When it dries out, we clean all the dirt on top of it, but without using water. We just make sure everything, all the dirt on top of it is gone, and we mix it so that we can excrete the things inside, the hard rock inside. And we only take the outer layer of it, and we use that as the sumac, which is the ingredient we're using now.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Chef Yahya, did you use olive oil to saute the onions initially, or it was normal refined oil?
Okay, first of all, when I stew the onions, I put the onions alone without anything. I just put some salt to take out all the water inside.
Okay.
After it gets stewed, I add olive oil and sumac.
Okay, right. Thank you. Thank you very much.
now I'm gonna stream the onion with sumac and olive oil. And you cut the bread.
So now the onions are ready and the chicken is roasting in the oven. I'm just preparing the bread so that we can make the chicken rolls. And the salad is ready as well. There's a small salad that will be on the side of the dish, which is cucumbers with yogurt and dried mint. It's similar to 18 Zayn. Now the chef is just roasting the nuts, which is the almond that we use in the dish, and it's almost ready.
If I understand you correctly, the onions have cooked with sumac and in olive oil, and now we are doing the roasting of the nuts. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you. Can you tell us how was the chicken marinated? Was there a marination in the chicken? Because in initial time minutes we could not listen to you properly.
No, I'm just seasoning the chicken with the salt and black pepper and a little bit of olive oil.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you. That's wonderful.
And all the flavors will come from the onion with the sumac, as you can see here. No? Sure, that's the chicken. So the oil that comes out from the onions and salmon, we are going to use them to brush it on the bread.
Actually, the entire purpose of this dish is not the chicken, it's the sumac and the onions. The flavors, all the flavors that are in this dish come out of the sumac and the onions themselves. It's our traditional bread, which is the shrab bread. It's very filling bread.
So we put a layer of chicken, then we add the onions.
Oh,
On top of it.
very nice. So is it always done like this, that you tear the chicken with your hands? Is it always done like that?
Yes, it is.
Oh,
The chicken with our hands.
okay, great. That's very nice. And it must be it must be really very, very, hard work if you have to do it in a large quantity.
Yes. This is actually not the actual traditional way to make this dish. The traditional way is actually in a different type of bread, which is also a national type of bread.
Okay.
And it's not rolled into a sahan roll.
Okay. Oh, then you serve it without the pasta, right?
There is no
Without the sheet, yeah, without the sheet.
yes, with a different type of bread actually. This is just
Okay.
our modern way of doing the dish.
Okay, right. Got it. Thank you.
Okay. The one who asked for the bread that we are making the sahar with it, it's not a filushi. It's our traditional bread. It's called shra. So again, we brush the oil with some mud that comes out from the onions on the top and inside the shark bit. Get one flavor and a shiny color. after we start from this, we put inside the oven for 3 minutes.
Chef Yaya, what was the temperature of the oven and how many minutes?
So for the chicken, I put the chicken first for 170
Okay.
for 15 minutes. Then I'm gonna roast the leg and thigh for another 5 minutes just to give a color.
Okay.
For the bread for the bread that I roll it, I'm gonna put it in 175 oven for 2 to 3 minutes.
2 to 3 minutes. Okay, thank you.
So now we start baking and wait for the sharp bread to come out from the oven. So I'm gonna put some sumac on the plate like this. So it's the main ingredients in the plate.
Okay.
So this is what my assistant or my colleague said. It is the side for sumac. It's yogurt with 1 clove of garlic and cucumber.
It sounds a little bit about little bit like tzatziki.
Yes.
Yes.
So we put on top of it and dried mint.
Okay.
Our side is ready now, and we are waiting for the chicken and shrimp.
استنى شوي خلصيني هون.
This is now our shrimp, and this is the msakha roll in a modern way. take it, cut the edges. This is our مسخن with roasted chicken, and we sprinkle some nuts here. And that's it. Bon appetit for all.
Very nice. So Chef Yaya, would you generally eat this dish for lunchtime, or it could also go as a snack?
No, it's on lunchtime.
Okay, it's a lunchtime dish.
Yes.
Okay, great. And the one that you have rolled up into the phyllo pastry is basically a little bit of an innovation, correct?
It's not phyllo pastry, it's our traditional Shrak bread, and it is the modern way of making this traditional dish.
Yes. That's, I assumed that. So so for everyone's interest, this is what I was also thinking about. So what Chef Yaya has done, he's shown us a traditional musakan, and then he's also shown us how it can be converted into a modern main course or a snack time dish by putting into a traditional bread of Jordan. Wonderful. And he has paired it with a yogurt dip, so that makes it a little bit more of moist dish. And that's a wonderful. If anybody has any questions, you can write them on the chat, and I can ask Chef Yaya and his assistant about the dish. Chef, there is a question which says this bread that you used, can you rename it for once? What is the name of the bread? The name of the bread that you used for the roll, what is the name of the bread, Chef? Can you hear me?
Hello, sir, can you hear us?
Yes, yes, I can hear you now.
Shrak, as S-H-R-A-K.
Shrak. Okay, Shrak.
Yeah.
Shrak bread, fantastic. So, so is it something that is made at home, or it is something that is available from the market?
It is available in the market, and you can make it at home as well. However, it's usually they they use it. They make it in the Bedouin tents. You know, this is why traditional. So usually when you are living in the desert, you have only like the wok. You know, the Chinese wok. If you turn it upside down, if you turn the wok upside down, and you have the heat generated from the bottom, and you have this dough that you make it really, really thin, and you put it on the wok upside down, and then you turn it, and it takes less than a minute to cook.
Okay, there is something in India what we call rumali, which is made exactly like that. It's also a non-leavened flat bread, which is called a rumali. So it's almost like that, and very thin bread, and can be used for making rolls, etc. Very well. Thank you. Any more questions, guys? You can put on the chat. I was seeing a question from. Okay. I think that's all for the questions. I would like to see just a second. I would see if the studio is on, then we can.
You should try this one.
All right. So I would like to say thanks to Chef Yaya and the whole team of Jordan for demonstrating a very, very nice dish for us. So it is something that started with the traditional chicken and ended with the modern day version of the same dish. This is interesting, and a lot of chefs are trying to continue with the tradition, and then put a little bit of a modernity into it without compromising on the originality of the dish. Thank you very much, Chef Yaya. Thank you very much, Team Jordan. And it's a wonderful dish. I'm going to try it, but I don't get good sumac here in India. Anyway, so whenever I get my hands on a good sumac, I'm going to make this wonderful. It's very easy, very simple.
We can ship some for you. If you send to us your address, we can send you some.
Oh, thank you. That is so generous of you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, everyone there, and to the whole team. And it was a pleasure watching you cooking, Chef Yaya. And our thanks to your assistant also. She was also very, very helpful. Thank you very much. And you have a beautiful kitchen.
Young Chef Olympiad is the brainchild of Dr. Suborno Bose, Chairman, YCO Global Council, with a vision of uniting people from all over the world through food.
The Young Chef Olympiad is not just about a competition. It is not just about the winner. It's not just about the $10,000 US of the winner's check. It's not just about the medals, but it's about friendship.
The world's largest culinary event started in 2015 with over 60 participating countries and has been making waves ever since, even gathering support from the Ministry of Tourism, India. YCO is headed by Professor David Foskett, Chairman of the Panel of Judges ICO 2021, Chairman of International Hospitality Forum, Head, London School of Hospitality and Tourism, University of West London, UK.
Food is our heritage. Food is what we are about. It's part of our socialization.
Along with celebrity Padma Shri Chef Sanjeev Kapoor as principal judge.
To see this happen, I think it's like a dream come true for many Indians. I won't just say chefs, because India has always had good food.
Celebrity chef Ranveer Brar and Kunal Kapoor are the brand ambassadors of Young Chef Olympiad.
I am very excited to be here at the Young Chefs Olympiad. I think young talent is what the world needs when it comes to kitchens. India especially, there's a lot of talent that needs to be recognized. Forums like these, which I'm really excited to be a part of, help recognize the talent at the right time and give it that encouragement at the right time. So the Young Chef Olympiad with the IIHG, I think it's a great initiative of grooming young talent who are passionate about food and cooking, and making them the proud chefs of tomorrow for India and for the world. So for everybody at IIHM, first of all, it's a great space to be in. Hoteliering is the most comprehensive management course you can have. It teaches you marketing, production. You know, it is like becoming a mini CEO.
Like the previous years, YCO 2021 promises to be yet another magnificent event as almost 60 countries gear up to unite on a virtual platform. The excitement, tension and determination will remain the same, and every participant will show their zeal to win the coveted YCO 2021 trophy. YCO has also been a platform towards important causes like sustainability, which was the theme of YCO 2020. YCO 2021's theme is Culinary Challenge for Hope, as everyone looks forward to moving towards a positive 2021. Spearheaded by the leadership of Dr. Suborno Bose, Chairman, YCO Global Council, and the indispensable guidance of Professor David Foskett, the vision of uniting people through food has truly brought the world closer. YCO has always been a melting pot of talent, culture and friendship. Distinguished Indian and international chefs along with culinary icons such as Chef Chris Calvin, Chef Enzo Oliveri, Chef John Wood, Chef Brian Turner, and Andreas Muller add value and glitz to the competition. While the world is waiting to experience the biggest virtual culinary battle for hope, YCO 2021, we know it will bring forth new ideas, innovations and add great impetus for hospitality to bounce back.
We are the young chefs.
We will rise.
We will not fall.
We will stand tall. We will answer the call.
We will bounce back.
There'll be days when things seem bad.
Life may seem unfair.
Keep your cool, do not get mad. Breathe out, don't despair.
Just say I'll bounce back.
Bounce, 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 bouncing back. Whoa.
Welcome back, and that is the essence of YCO 2021. The bounce back video has become the anthem of this YCO 2021, and of course we are at UWYC, the United World of Young Chefs, and we're having some wonderful sessions all across the world. We have zoomed into many different kitchens this morning, this afternoon, and of course for some of us for the night. And we have seen some wonderful dishes being prepared, being exhibited for us. We have had some wonderful interactions with chefs and students from all across the world. And we have now up Kenya. The technical team, do we have Kenya there? Can you spotlight Kenya? Okay, so we have a wonderful video from Kenya, which is about a dish. So what we'll do is in a little while we will go to the dish. We will see what Kenya has in store for us. Kenya, as you all know, is a melting pot of many different cultures. Kenya has been a kind of a genesis of many different cultures coming together. African people from Africa, people from Asia, people later on from Europe, and Kenya has really been something where a lot of combinations have happened. A new culture got created, and I'm sure it shows into the food of Kenya also. Can we have the video, please? And then later on, towards the end, we take questions in case anybody has. I will try and answer, and if somebody from Kenya joins us by then we will have some question answers from them. Thank you. Technical team, please run the video.
Jambo everybody, welcome to BIHC Kenya. My name is Chris Burton. I'm the mentor of Swabra, who is here on my right. Today Swabra is going to cook. What is Swabra going to cook today?
I'm making some Kenyan tea, mbaazi, and some mahamri, and it will be accompanied by the mango chilies. They are so sweet, they go very well. And I hope you enjoy it. And I beg to start. Thank you.
Okay, so before we start, let's just quickly go through the ingredients so everybody can see what ingredients we've got. So look what we've got on here. So let's show me your mise en place, what we have today. So let's go through the mise en place just so we all know what we're doing.
Okay, this is the cinnamon, the cardamom, and the tea leaves. That is for the tea.
And the tea is from where?
This is from Kericho.
Okay, which is whereabouts?
It's at almost the central part of Kenya.
So this is Kenyan tea.
Kenyan tea. Okay. And then you have some chilies and the mangoes where we cook them. We add the olive oil, then the mangoes and the chilies. Just mix them a little bit and all good to go.
Okay, what do we have here? Let's move this away so we can see what we have.
Okay, here we have the mbaazi, of which in English is the pigeon peas. When they are not yet cooked or blanched, this is how they look. And you should blanch them overnight to remove some acidity in it. And this is how it looks when you blanch it overnight. You can see it is the same size, but it has soaked very well. The color has also changed. When you blanch it like for 4 to 5 hours, this is how it looks. Okay, and this is the dough for the mahamri, which is the end result is here.
So what do we have in the dough?
The dough, we have the 200 grams of flour. Okay, we have the cardamom, we have some yeast, we have some little bit of sugar and some coconut milk and a little bit of water.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then we leave that to rest,
You leave it to rest for some time to get the best result out of it. And also when you cook it, and you don't eat it like very hot, very like slightly cold, because the mbaazi should be hot and the tea should also be hot. And that's how we get this beautiful thing over here. Okay, this is the mbaazi when you mix it with some tomato paste that you can later on fry it. Yeah.
So these are like a donut.
Yeah, they should have some space inside. If it does not have something, the aeration inside, that's not mahamri.
Okay.
Okay, so you let the water to heat a little bit.
So tell me what you're going to do now then.
Now I'm making the tea. After the water has just heated, that's exactly 1 cup of water, a ratio of 1:1, and then 1 cup of milk.
Okay.
Okay, reduce the heat.
So we have water, we have milk.
Yep.
Okay.
Then because it's the Kenyan tea, we put the fresh spices. Here it's the cinnamon, as you can see.
So that's the bulk of the cinnamon. Okay.
The cinnamon.
So we're going to infuse the milk.
Yeah, you infuse it in the milk, and these are some cardamoms.
Nice.
Very fresh, not crushed or anything. You just dip them inside, so they can boil with the milk and the water.
And this is the traditional way of making tea in Kenya, or?
Yeah, you just fuse everything inside, let it boil. So amazing, so beautiful. Okay. And then some tea leaves inside. Just let it boil. Okay, so now, as it is boiling, as Kenyans, just let us multitask this and get the best out of it. Okay, now we're going to mix the mbaazi. The pan should not be that hot, or just there, varying there. You add your oil.
And what sort of oil is this? Olive oil, or palm oil, or coconut oil?
This is the olive oil.
Olive oil, okay.
Okay, let it heat for some time. Then you take your, these are the onions, the red onions.
So what do we have? Brunoise of onions? Okay.
You have this one, the brunoise of the onions. Because you know the flavor of the onion goes very well with the pigeon peas. Okay. Some crushed garlic, finely crushed garlic.
Okay. Let me take these away.
Yes.
Do we have an assistant to clean today? I think
I guess it's coming on very, very well. As you can see here, the tea is really boiling. It shouldn't scare you off. Just reduce the heat, let it boil, let it just boil. If it's burning, add some olive oil, because we need that freshness of the garlic inside it.
Okay.
Exactly.
And then what's going to go in here now?
Now we're going to add the pigeon peas.
The pigeon peas.
For the flavors. Okay. It should not burn, just a little bit of golden brown, the mixing and everything. Add your pigeon peas inside. The aroma is so beautiful. I just like
Can I
it.
stir or do you want to stir?
No, I just do it.
Okay, thank you, Chef.
You can reduce the heat. As you can see here, the aroma of the tea is coming out well. For the pigeon peas, it's coming out very brilliant.
Yeah, it smells good. It smells nice.
I love it. Don't forget your seasoning. A pinch of salt. It should not be so much seasoned because most of the time we eat it for breakfast. It keeps you going. Yeah, it's at the cost they eat it for breakfast. It really keeps you going. And then for the pigeon peas, it was harvested at the Cumberland. Then the idea of how to cook it came from the coast, and it really brings a good thing. Don't forget your coconut milk. This is the most essential thing. You put your coconut milk inside.
Wow.
You can come close and see the color. Very beautiful. The color is very, very beautiful.
Okay. And what are we doing with this now? We're going to cook this for how long?
Let it cook.
Okay.
So that we reduce the coconut milk, let it thicken a little bit.
Uh-huh.
As you can see.
Okay.
It's very beautiful. And the flavors will just bind inside because of the garlic and the onion. Not putting many things inside it. Yeah. Here is our tea, getting really ready. I love how it's going.
Okay. So what are we going to do now?
For now, okay, as you can see the dough, I let it rise for 2 hours before I started this. Then made this before. And then here, we also have the results after it has rised. We rolled it in, then we cut it into 4. Really
and you always
beautiful.
cut into triangles?
Yeah.
That's traditional?
Yeah, it's the traditional way. That's the traditional way.
Okay.
Okay. So under Kenyan tea, some people say we can put sugar to be inside, but because nowadays, with the new thing that has come in, you just put the sugar separately. The person who's taking the tea can add, or maybe they don't take the sugar. Yeah, that's fine. So I guess our tea is coming to a very beautiful level. You can just
so how long do we cook the tea for?
For about 5 minutes.
5 minutes boiling?
Yeah, because it should just boil. As you can see, it's still boiling. The color is very beautiful.
Wow.
Yeah. Here, as you can see, things are growing very well.
Okay.
As I said, the aroma is just everything over here.
So how are we going to cook these now?
You just deep fry them in the oil.
Okay.
Yes.
And how long do we need to fry them for?
Like each side for about 1 minute, just golden brown. Ensure that as I said, the air, it's really good.
So they puff up.
Yeah.
So they souffle.
Not that soft, not that like it has that crunchiness in it. As you can see, it's not that soft, and also not that hard. Really beautiful.
Okay.
So here it's reducing. As you can see, it has reduced. The color is very adorable. I love it. Okay, so here we let our oil take it. And as I say, this is just Kenyan, typical Kenyan.
So this you could buy you could buy these on the street. The people would cook these on the street.
In the morning, in the coastal part of Kenya at Mombasa, people buy this at the street. They prefer it on the street rather than hotels, and that's why I chose to make this beautiful thing.
Right.
Yes.
So this is all street food then.
Yeah.
Right.
The tea also, as you can see, very nice. Flavors infused in it, very beautiful. Yes.
And the tea is also typical that you would buy on the street?
Typical Kenya. This is from Kericho. This also beautiful flavors, like only simple things.
Okay.
That's what we do in Kenya.
So this is all, we buy all this in Kenya?
Yep.
Okay.
So the oil is heating, just multitask everything.
We don't want it to get too hot though.
Yeah, not too hot, not too cold.
Okay. So how do you know when the oil is ready?
As you can see, the heat from here. And no sound like those little sound. Just okay. It should not be that very hot because it will burn our beautiful thing over here.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we're good to fry these or not?
Not yet. Let's give it some little bit of time.
Okay, chef.
Yeah.
So how do we take all the bits out of there?
We'll just sieve it very keenly. After sieving it, you serve. Simple.
But you take all the cardamom out, or you
yeah, you
leave
take
all
it
in?
out. You take it out.
Okay.
Yeah.
But this you would make fresh in the morning, or you would make the night before?
The
You would soak everything the
soak
night
everything
before.
and also blanch it very well because it's just like the beans. It needs more time to boil so that
Can I
it can
taste?
Yeah, sure. You can.
My spoon. I'm going to taste. That's good, eh? Very nice.
Thank you. So okay, so we can just remove this over here for efficiency.
Shall we move the oil over
Yeah,
this
we'll
side?
move
It
the
might be
oil
easier
over.
for you to work.
Yes.
Okay.
As you can see, everything looks really beautiful. For breakfast, this will keep you going for a long time.
So that's ready now?
Yeah,
Or
this
it needs to be
this is
thicker?
ready. It's just the good consistency because you stuff it inside this and just take a munch.
Ah, wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
So as you can see, our oil is getting
Ready?
ready. It's getting ready, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
We have everything here.
Okay, so you need to put them in there to take away the oil?
Yeah,
or-
to take away the oil.
Okay.
So our oil is ready.
Okay. Wow. So they will souffle now.
I hope it comes out very beautiful.
Already you can see.
Yeah.
And how many of these will Kenyan people eat for breakfast?
We only, as you can see, we only did 3 for our presentation. We only eat 3 or maximum.
But normally how many would you order if you were eating this on the street?
They serve 3 for 20 shillings.
20 shillings is how much?
Not a lot.
Not a lot.
Yes.
Like 20 cents?
No.
Not even?
No. It's not a lot.
Uh-huh.
As you can see, just very clear, beautiful. The oil should not be that hot or anything. Little bit of space inside, not a lot, like just beautiful.
Okay. So which ones are we going to use today? These are the
No,
ones
we're
we've
gonna use
already
that
made?
one because it's supposed to be cold. This
Because
is
it's
just
cold,
like
okay.
yeah.
That's good. So this is just to show how we make them.
To show how you make them, yeah. As you can see, it's really coming up very well. Yeah, and that's what exactly we're searching for at all time. Yeah, exactly that.
Right. Okay. So that's good. So we can see how we're going to...
Now I'm gonna show you how we're
Let's
gonna
move this
plate
away.
it.
I'm going to move this away so you can see. Give me that.
So because of time, I'll show you how we're gonna plate everything. Okay, so here it's our Kenyan
Check
Kenyan
this.
plates.
So what do we have here, Swabra?
Today we have, as you see, we don't
Let's
waste.
just move this away.
Okay, we don't do any wastage. So this is the coconut shell. These are the coconut flakes, which symbolizes the ocean. This green inorganic, they represent the natural vegetation. Okay, so, and
So it's
voila.
normal to serve it in a coconut?
Yeah, it's just fusion of how we're gonna plate this because we are known
it's
as
fusion. Nice.
best plating country. I know that. Okay. So we are
Shall I
gonna,
hold this for you?
yeah, sure.
So this is for what? To strain the tea?
Yeah, we're gonna strain it for some time to remove the cinnamon and the cardamom.
Okay.
Okay. Typical Kenyan tea. Yes. Thank you. Okay, and as you know, simplicity is everything.
So this is how Kenyans drink their morning tea?
Yeah.
And afternoon tea? An evening tea.
Exactly. Okay.
So what do we have here?
The sugar just.
So we always have sugar with the tea.
Yeah.
Okay.
Here we have our chili.
Mango. Is that mango?
Yeah, that's the mango. Okay, as you can see, it's looking so beautiful.
Okay.
Okay, so you just take this. No wastage. The coconut flakes used it here and everything. Place it inside beautifully.
So coconut is popular to eat in Kenya?
At the coastal part of Kenya. So.
On the coast, in Mombasa?
Yeah, at the coastal part of our country.
Okay.
As you can see, very beautiful. Then for the mahamri, this symbolizes the beautiful mountains of Kenya. And then have a spoon kindly. Okay, and the chili, very beautifully placed. Like as you see, the consistency, very thick and beautiful. It's really hot chili and sweet, hot and sweet.
And mangoes are in season now here. They're growing on the trees, I believe.
Yeah.
Now is the time for mangoes in Kenya. That's good to see.
And so, voila, there you have a dish. And if you're not planning to take it now, you can just cover it beautifully. And this dish, the plating was inspired by a beautiful chef, Josine Natete Karemera. So beautiful.
So just remind everybody before we finish, what do we have? What are we serving from Kenya today?
We're serving the mbaazi, the pigeon peas, together with the mahamri and some chili, some Kenyan tea. Very beautiful. Yeah.
Wow.
If you need more chili, it's there. Thank you. That's it.
So we're good to go.
That's it for today. I hope you enjoyed. Yeah, thank you.
Fantastic. That's everything from Kenya. We hope you enjoy. We hope you enjoy the video. So that's all from me, Chris Burton, and my assistant, no, actually I'm her assistant, Swabra. So thank you for watching, everybody.
Yeah.
Hope you enjoyed.
Yeah, thank you.
You there?
And Chef, this was a wonderful presentation. Really lovely presentation that we have here. Chef Kak, are we here?
Yes, I'm there.
Yes.
Yes.
That's such a fantastic presentation.
Amazing. A lot of theme behind it, but I had a problem there, Ritu.
And what could that be?
The problem was that the chef said Mohammadi and Dembazi, and I was listening Batura and Chole.
You're absolutely true. That's exactly what crossed my mind too, really.
Yeah, and of course, coconut was an exception. It was an amazing dish. I was very impressed by the theme of the presentation, and of course, the bread was very well done. She explained it very well, and of course, I'm sure you must have smelled the tea. I could smell that wonderful afternoon tea here in India, and with cinnamon and cardamom in it. And it's basically a street food. Most probably a lot of influence from India, from Southeast Asia. A lot of Gujaratis there in Kenya, and so that sweet tea is not a big surprise. And I think it has some wonderful connections. And the pigeon peas are not exactly South Asian, so the pigeon peas must have come somewhere else, because chickpeas are not very popular. So chickpeas, pigeon peas came from somewhere. Coconut is available, and the curry is the flavor. And I think it was a wonderful dish. I don't. Do you see any questions there? I don't know how many of them I can answer, but in case there are some. No, there is all
I don't
praise.
see any questions, but then it was so wonderful to watch this. All right, so I would like to thank the team from Kenya for arranging this, and it was really, really lovely watching them in the kitchen All right, so thank you so much. So before we move on to the next country, all right, so we will take a short break and we've got Namibia coming up next.
We are hospitality.
We will rise.
We will not fall.
We will stand tall. We will answer the call.
We will bounce back.
There'll be days when things seem bad.
Life may seem unfair.
Keep your cool, do not get mad. Breathe and don't despair.
Just say I'll bounce back.
Bounce, 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 bouncing back. Oh.
We are hospitality.
We unite the world
Through love
and hope
and service.
Things won't always go to plan.
Life won't always be perfect.
Just keep on going, do the best that you can. Keep things in perspective.
I say I'll bounce back.
Bounce, 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 bouncing back. Ooh, yeah. Pick yourself up, dust yourself off and bounce back.
Bounce, 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 bouncing back. Whoa.
Just say bounce back.
We are hospitality.
we will rise.
We will not fall.
We will stand tall. We will answer the call.
We will bounce back.
Welcome back. My name is Rupinder Khurana and
I am Sanchari Chaudhary.
And we are watching the United World of Young Chefs. All right. So right from the morning, you've been seeing so many countries coming up and showcasing their national dish or any dish of national repute. All right. And some of the dishes, they were so amazing, some things which we had not seen. And it's really lovely to, go into their kitchens and try and learn about different cuisines. Wasn't it an amazing experience?
I think it was. In fact, I loved all the cuisines that was being, cooked in the different countries. I mean, we have been traveling the world since morning, and so many new cuisines we have, in fact, come in front of, and of course, accommodated ourselves with. And I'm sure the viewers are enjoying this so much. They have been writing these recipes. In fact, we have received a lot of responses from public, the audience, in our social networks, where they have really recommended these dishes to many people as well. So I think it is really going great. And the last, of course, the time when we were there in the kitchen, it was the kitchen of Kenya. Yes. Have you seen the way she was? She was so meticulous, and the entire plating that happened post the entire dish was made was so amazing. It was beautiful colors, plating, and definitely we have been hungrier more than ever.
Absolutely. So we would like to welcome our next country, which happens to be Namibia. All right. Yes. So can we have Team Namibia in their kitchen?
Right. And a very warm welcome to Team Namibia. And we, of course, have Chef Terence Jenkinson. Chef Terence is, of course, a mentor of Team Namibia. And I'm sure he's there, watching this as well. A huge welcome to Team Namibia. And let us see what is basically happening in their kitchen.
This is Chef Kadisha. She's the contestant from Namibia, and I'm Chef Terry, the mentor from Namibia. Today we're going to be showing you a classic Namibian dish, mapani worms. They're a member of the mammoth caterpillar family, and they feed exclusively on the leaves of the mapani tree. So today, Kadisha, you are going to make a lovely mapani worm spinach and tomato stew for our viewers. Serving it with? Fantastic. Mahangu pap. We call it mahangu in Namibia. It's a form of pearl millet that is ground down into a flour and made into a porridge. Today we're making it with milk, water, butter, salt and pepper, just to give it a bit of richness to go with this dish. So I'm handing over to Gadisha. She's now going to present to you the method and the making of this delicacy that we enjoy here in Namibia. All the best.
Okay, so far we have started. We have been cooking the mopani worms for 2 hours now, so that we will be almost done. So we will be starting with the ingredients for the stew. Just add a little bit of oil. And I've already prepared the mohangu. It has cooked for almost 35 minutes, 35 to 40 minutes already. And this is how it looks. Okay, let's start.
What's that you got in the pan there, Khadija?
So I've added some oil, then I'll be frying off my garlic, the garlic that I've already chopped or minced, some onions that I've diced, some chili that I've also diced, then I will also be adding some curry powder as well. And just to cook it off for about 3 minutes, just to cook that curry powder taste away. Okay, I think that's warm enough, so we can add our garlic. Next, we'll be adding our diced onions. And then our chilies. Now we are adding our curry powder and just cook it off for a bit.
Is that just to break the seal and extract the oil from the curry powder?
Basically, we just want that nice curry taste. That's why I'm adding it now and cooking it off just for about 2 to 3 minutes. And then next, we'll be adding our blanched tomatoes with some julienne spinach. Wish you guys were here to just get that smell. It smells really delicious. Okay. So we'll be adding our tomatoes. Sorry. And our spinach as well that we have julienne. Really does smell good, guys. Just gonna wait for that to cook off a little bit.
Are you going to add some liquid to make a bit of a sauce there?
We're just gonna add a little bit of water just to give it that nice taste. So my mopani worms are done. They've been cooking for, as I said before, for 2 hours. And then afterwards we'll be adding the mopani worms into all those ingredients. Just give it a little stir. You can already get that smell. It smells really nice, guys. Just add a bit of water.
Weak.
Okay, that's about it.
So apart from having to soak and boil your mopani worms, this is quite a simple dish and easy to make.
It's really easy to make. It's just the mahangu that you have to do a bit earlier and soaking the mopani worms as well. So it just has to get some nice thickness as it soaks, because if you have to dry it up, it actually shrinks in size. So by soaking it, you are actually getting it a little bit bigger.
You're rehydrating them.
Yes.
While that's busy cooking, explain the process of how you made your mahangu pap.
Well, my mahangu pap, I added some milk and water and butter, so I had to boil that. After boiling it, I had to reduce my heat and simmer a bit, and then I had to whisk in my mahangu and let it stand and just cook off on low heat, but continuously also stirring it as well.
And how long do you cook it for?
I've cooked it for about 40 minutes, just to be on the safe side. Okay, this looks so good. So now we can add our mopani to the stew. Lovely.
Are there other ways of preparing mopani worms?
Yes, there is. Well, some people actually like it fried, and some of us like it to be in a stew. For me personally, I would rather say I'll go for a stewed mopani rather than having a fried one. Some people don't really know how to prepare mopani worms. Some actually don't soak it, or even when they have to buy it, they don't even clean it properly. So you have to soak it just to get all that bugs and everything out as well.
And I take it there's a lot of sand and grit inside, but yes, in between them from the collecting of the mopani worms?
Yes, there is. That's the reason why you have to soak it, just to get rid of all the bugs and the sand. Oh, this looks so good. Just gonna add a bit of salt and pepper just for an extra taste.
That's looking good. It's smelling good.
Indeed. And I actually like the colors that are complementing each other as well. So, guys, you are missing out.
I know I'm going to enjoy this. Can I get a doggy bag for dinner?
Well, think about it. Awesome. Well, this is almost ready. Just need to taste. I think we can still add a bit of salt and pepper as well. Sometimes it's best not to add too much salt, so the person you actually serve it to can add more salt, or they can just have it that way. That's really nice, guys.
I'm looking forward to seeing it on the plate.
or my mopane stew is about ready. So we can actually start plating. I love this part.
The mango pup that you're busy plating up now, traditionally it's just boiled with water, isn't it?
Yes.
Plain like that into a thick porridge and then set in cakes, heavy cakes.
Yes, chef.
So we've revamped it a little bit and added a bit of a creamy consistency to it by adding the milk and butter.
You know, sometimes it's best not to go all the way traditional. You can always just add some vuma to it, as we say in America. Okay, I don't think I want to add more of that.
Now the rest you can keep. I'll have that for dinner.
Okay, you may actually. Okay, the yummy part. Let's just press this down a little bit.
The mahango porridge is quite stodgy and thick, so having a stew like this with it is balances out that stodginess, and it gives it a bit of texture and lightness to the dish.
Yes. So loving this. And I haven't had lunch yet, so I actually see myself I'm gonna devour this.
That's a healthy portion there. Very generous, Kadisha.
Generous. So this is our mahango with our mopane stew. Guys, thank you.
And how do you say enjoy your meal in your home language?
Uwyc.
Sorry, say that again, Kadisha.
San Uwyc. So that's basically tamara.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Kadisha, and we hope you enjoyed watching this little video.
We're not getting to it. So we were right now in the kitchen of Nigeria, and of course it was really Namibia. I'm sorry, and I'm sure everybody really had a good time watching the dish. And what do you think, Rupinder? How did the dish look to you?
Excellent. I think it's such a important thing for us to go into the kitchens and try and get to see amazing preparations being made.
Yes.
All right. Local ingredients, the local cuisine, different parts of those countries,
Yes.
showcasing certain items from a particular
Very
place.
authentic.
Right.
Very authentic.
Very amazing to watch.
Exactly, and I think we also have Chef Terry here. We can see him from the YCO Global Studio. Hello, Chef. How are you doing?
I'm very well, thank you, and yourselves. It's fantastic to see you all.
It's fantastic to see you over there, and thank you so much for being here, Chef. And today, in fact, with the United World of Young Chefs, since morning, we have been living so many countries, in fact, cooking, and definitely we have been able to see even our audiences having a great time watching, from their homes, from their comfortable zones, so many countries cooking their national dishes. So it is really heartwarming, Chef.
It is, and we're honored to be part of this whole event and today in particular.
Exactly. Chef, first of all, a huge congratulations to your team. They have really taken a lot of effort in getting the entire, menu planned and definitely getting the kitchen set. And it looks so good. I mean, she was really explaining it so well. And I'm certain, a lot of people have, in fact, understood how the dish works. And we would like to basically understand from you, Chef, what are the other delicacies of the country, which in fact can be very, very easy for a lot of young chefs, watching the show today, cook it at home itself without any kind of issues regarding the ingredients, which they might not be able to find in their local countries?
Well, first off, Mopani worms is an integral part of the Namibian culture, and it extends through to South Africa, to Botswana, to Zambia, to Zimbabwe, because Mopani worms are found throughout that belt. The interesting thing is, from a sustainability point of view, it is a fantastic ingredient because of the abundance of it. And with us being in an arid climate with unpredictable rainfall and so on, it is a form of protein that is readily available to a lot of the villages and the tribes in the northern part of Namibia. And they're dried and they're sold in markets right throughout Namibia throughout the year. With this particular dish, you don't need to rely on the Mopani worm to create a similar style dish. Any form of protein, whether it's fish, whether it's chicken, whether it is red meat of some sort, cut into strips, quickly sauteed in a pan with a little bit of salt and pepper, the spices of your choice, can be stirred into that stew and then served with the starch of your choice. You don't have to do the pearl millet that we have traditionally here in Namibia. You can serve it with polenta, you can serve it with couscous. It's a very versatile dish. The interesting thing is that the more north you go in Namibia, more towards the Caprivi, that's where they traditionally have it as a stew. Whereas down central and southern Namibia, they tend to dry them out, soak them, boil them, and then they deep fry them, season them, and serve them as basically as a protein-rich snack.
Wow.
In fact, Kenya, Namibia, and all those countries around have a lot of Indian influence. So, what's the influence factor of India in Namibia?
Well, it's actually we have a lot of Portuguese influence coming in from Angola, which is to our north. So there's a lot of chili is consumed mainly because of the heaviness of the pearl millet. It's such a heavy product, it can cause your constitution not to work too effectively. So they eat a lot of spicy food with it to help regulate your system, basically. And with the Portuguese influence, we've got what we call the African bird's eye chili, which is an extremely small chili, and it's a fantastic chili. I love it. I have it as often as possible. And so that's where that influence really comes from. They do grind down the chilies, they do mix them with other spices, but it is close to Indian style cuisine and to Indian spices, but originally a lot of the influence came from Angola. We also have the Cape Malay influence that comes in from South Africa, with the Malays that were introduced into South Africa. And if you go further down the coast of South Africa to Natal, you've got a huge Indian community there. So flavors from India, from Malaysia, have been incorporated into into a lot of the cooking styles and the dishes that we have today. Babwati is a classic in a lot of our homes, which is basically a curry dish with an egg custard over the top of it, which was introduced by the Malays. So it's actually fantastic being able to live in such a country with really interesting ingredients, but also with a lot of history that comes in from a huge range of different cultures that have merged together to form our wonderful cuisine.
That's fantastic, Chef Terry. And of course, such a nice understanding of the influence, between two origins. And definitely, I'm sure, we are really marveled to hear about this and definitely get a complete glimpse of the Namibian cuisine. Chef, one question to you, definitely before we exit, is that you've been, of course, coming to India for the last so many years now. You have been a part of the YCO for a long time. So what is your favorite Indian dish?
I've got too many to mention, but butter chicken is one of the top. And biryani, I love biryani. So those are my two top dishes I can think of off the top of my head.
Lovely, lovely, Chef. We really, aware again the YCO, 2022 would be happening, and we are very, very sure and certain that definitely there would be a way that we'll all be together again. And I can now see Chef Kark as well. I think he's also around. And it will be lovely to have an interaction between you and Chef Kark as well. Chef Kark, you're here? Yes.
Yes, I'm there. Thank you very much, Sanchari. That was an interesting conversation. And before that, a very, very interesting demonstration. It was actually very threadbare, and it was explained very well by Chef Terry as well as the student. As you said, she has been really, really wonderful in this. In the last 2 days when she contested, and at the same time I'm sure she's going to do exceptionally well. And Mopamne worms dish, I got to know it from for the first time thanks to YCO, not this one, the first one actually. We had I think some African nation who had come to participate, most probably Zambia, I think. And they had brought in this dish. That is where I got introduced to it. A little bit of probing into the dish, and I realized that it is one very, very important protein. And we are all aware that in India and in Southeast Asia, many tribal societies have such dishes which come from the soil, which are basically inexpensive, which also contribute a lot to the diet of the people, especially the protein, and to a lot of societies, or to a lot of countries, areas which are very arid. Protein does not come naturally because there is not too much of greenery, there is not too much of bush. So I think it is a very interesting, and I'm sure you must be all knowing that there is a lot of research happening on alternate eco-friendly proteins in the world, and I think this can be a torch bearer actually in one way or the other. I thought it was a very, very interesting dish, and at the same time so much of explanation, and then of course topped up with your conversation with Chef Terry. And he's always been dear to us, and he has been really, really a great support to YCO and UWYC, and this whole effort of international camaraderie, international friendship, which we call the Global Connect. He's been a great support of that. And thank you very much, Chef Terry, yet again. And I have been seeing you here since very morning, once we started, and you have been asking a lot of questions. Thank you very much, and that really means a lot.
Thank you, Chef. It was fantastic, and I really I'm enjoying what we're doing today, because yes, we get to see the dishes, but we also get to see the preparation. We also get to see to be able to ask questions about it.
Correct.
And it's fantastic. It's a wonderful platform. We can learn from it. Our students can learn from it, and we can just become a better community, a global community, by understanding our dishes are prepared in different countries. It's absolutely amazing. And all credit to YCO and to IIHM and for such a fantastic week, not only just for the competition, but for everything else that you have organized over the last few days. It's been absolutely amazing.
Thank you so much, Chef Terry, and it was really, really wonderful to have you here today. All right, so before we exit, we say bye to you from the IIHM Global Studio, and we shall very soon be entering into the next country, all right, coming up after a break.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chef Terry.
We are hospitality.
We will rise.
We will not fall.
We will stand tall. We will answer the call.
We will bounce back.
There'll be days when things seem bad.
Life may seem unfair.
Keep your cool, do not get mad. Breathe out, don't despair.
Just say I'll bounce back.
Bounce, 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 bouncing back. Whoa.
We are hospitality.
We unite the world
Through love
and hope
and service.
Things won't always go to plan.
Life won't always be perfect.
Just keep on going, do the best that you can. Keep things in perspective.
And say I'll bounce back.
Bounce, 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 bouncing back. Ooh, yeah. Pick yourself up.
So nice to have you join in so early. You're talking about it's 6 a.m. over there. All right. So that's lovely that you could come in and be with us today for the United World of Young Chef. So over to you, Chef. So the next 30 minutes are all yours.
Absolutely, and we're looking forward to the dishes, Chef.
That's okay. At first time, we're going to start for some music from the Pacific.
Oh.
Okay, and now I'm going to start with a dish of rice. In Colombia, the rice is so important for everything, the preparations. For us, food without rice is not food. The people doesn't feel full. Now, the rice we use for garnish, the rice we use for main dish, yeah, right. And today, we're gonna make a rice from the Colombian Pacific. This is the arroz arrecho. It was made from the parties, from baptism, from marriage, from every holiday in Colombia, okay? And now Andres is gonna start with all the ingredients, and now we're gonna start with the preparation. It's okay? Get ready.
Okay. And let's start with some oil in a cauldron.
Well, I like to start with some of the ingredients that we need for the preparation, okay? We need some seafood. What we have here?
Okay, we have some clams, prawns, and some squid rings. We have some coriander. We have oregano. We have garlic, carrots, tomatoes, onions, and bell pepper. We have some green beans and some rice previously cooked, and here we have some smoked cooked ribs, pork ribs, excuse me. We have also ketchup and some chicken stock. That's it. So let's start with the onion.
I like that sound. That sound is the pot is too hot and the oil is too hot, and now you can listen how it squeals the onion and garlic. We put the onion and garlic at the same time. And we have another ingredient that is so important for us, that is the pork ribs, previously smoked, and rice previously cooked.
This is so great for us, for make the flavor with the stuff, with all the ingredients, and make a preparation so delicious. This is a special rice from Colombia. As you can see, we have the onions and garlic previously chopped, and the pork ribs. We make this. The ribs are previously cooked and smoked for make flavor. That's it. Okay, the next ingredient are the seafood. Okay. Wait. Okay. We're gonna start with that because this is raw. Okay. And this is a little hard. And now we're gonna start with the onions. Carrots. Sorry, carrots. I start to cook it for making more flavor. And then we're gonna follow with the seafood. It smells delicious. It's great. Okay, there we go with the seafood. We start with this, sure, with the squeeze. That's okay. Wait. Oh, everything at the same time. Okay. Later we do prawns and the clams. I'd like to say thank you for all the logistics and in Colombia and India. We would like to say thank you to our Tita, Smita, and all the people in India that help us. It's so important for us to keep communication each other. Thank you so much for everything. Thank you so much for this experience. This is so great for us. Okay. What we doing? Okay. We'll let all the ingredients are cooked, and later we add the rest of the ingredients. Sorry. We wait that it's good. Looks good. Yeah, and it smells good. Great. In this time, we can build the flavor with a little bit of coriander and a little bit of oregano. And that actually increase the flavor. Yep. Wait. Just a little bit. And okay. In this time, we let us wait. We let us cook slowly, a little bit slowly, for make more flavors, for make all the ingredients are cooked on the perfection. And we add the chickpeas, tomatoes, and bell pepper. In this time, you can use a little bit of chicken stock. ketchup. In Colombia, rice without ketchup is not rice either.
Yeah, ketchup is very important.
Yep.
At the time to serve rice.
And we make special rice with everything, with chicken, with pork, with all kind of meat. This is a great preparation for us.
We used to mix different kinds of meats. You know, here we have some chicken style, we have seafood, and we have the pork ribs. This is very typical in Colombia.
This time you can try, you can taste. If you need more salt or pepper or cumin, whatever you want.
Let's see. That's right.
Right?
You can taste. Do you want?
Oh, okay.
Okay.
I'll try you.
Let me taste.
I trust you. You're the young chef.
Okay. Let's see. That's right.
Right? Okay. When the stock is boiling, all the ingredients are cooked, and now in this time we add the rice previously cooked, of course. It's so simple, just rice and water, nothing else. Because you need to add the spices, salt, pepper, cumin, or whatever you want at the end for mixing and take the flavor. You have to take care because all the ingredients have a different flavor. Now you have to make all the garnish, the sides, well, lightly flavored, because all the flavor you can put on in the end, all in the middle of cook.
Okay. At this time we add the rice.
That's great.
Water is boiling.
It's boiling. Don't be afraid with everything.
Okay.
Right? It looks good.
Yeah. Look better.
Now, preparing the dishes.
You think this preparation is simple? It's not complicated, but the flavor is just nothing that you see before or taste before. I mean.
If you have the fire so hard, maybe the rice is take a little bit dry. Don't worry, you can use more chicken stock, and that's it. The rice must be moist. It must be yeah. Okay. In this moist, you can taste all the flavors, all the shrimp, all the squid, all the mussels, and of course the pork ribs.
Yeah.
The small dog ribs.
Look at this color.
That's great. I like it.
Colors, but I like that's something that impress.
I turn out more music. Music is important for us. In Colombia, everything is a party. This is a traditional Colombian instrument called the marimba. It's so common in the Colombian Pacific.
Okay.
Okay, are we ready? Okay, let me give you a spoon.
Thank you.
No, for taste.
Okay.
Give a minute.
Okay.
Okay, you can say. we go, chef.
Okay.
Let me know.
Pinch of salt.
Okay.
Will be great.
That's great. You're the chef. Don't worry. Okay, mix it all.
Okay, it's ready.
Okay, that's it. And now we're gonna start. Looks good.
And it tastes so good.
That's great. And that's it. And here we go. This is an arroz entiolado or
Arroz arrecho.
that's great. This is a good meal for everything, for all the celebrations. And this is so traditional from the Colombian Pacific, as I say. And thank you so much for joining us. Thank you so much for the opportunity to be here in the Young Chef Olympiad 2021. And it's true, we'll bounce back.
Thank you to all. Thank you very much, Team Colombia. That was a really roller coaster ride on the dish. Wonderful dish, fantastic music, and this dish looks like from the heavens. It has got everything that probably a country could have. It's got good rice. It's got a lot of protein, lots of vegetables, and flavors that probably can now be smelled all across the continents here in India. Amazing, and the way you presented it was fantastic, and I could see some of us dancing on our chairs. So that's fantastic, and it's also been great to have you in the UWYC and in YCO in general all these years. And does anybody have any questions? If there are any questions, let me get into the chat and see if there are any. Okay, can you tell us the name of the dish once more? There is a message which says, "Can you tell us the name of the dish?" Team Colombia.
Excuse me. Can you repeat the name? What's the
name of the dish once more.
Okay, here we call arroz endiablado or arroz arrecho.
Arroz is basically the rice, correct?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, right, fantastic. And do we have just a second? Just a second. Let me see. There are any more. Okay, I had a couple of questions myself. So if you had to classically
pair this dish? What would you serve alongside this dish
Okay.
as an accompaniment?
Excuse me?
Yeah.
Come again?
So if this is a dish that you serve for lunch or for dinner, what is the other dish that you would serve with it? Would it be some vegetables, or maybe some more protein, or some gravy, or some sauce? I think it is a complete dish in itself, but I'm just asking.
Well, in Colombia, this is a traditional dish, and this type of portion and all the garnish and everything was made especially for the parties, for a baptism, for a marriage, for a happy birthday. Everything holidays in Colombia, you can use that dish. We make two dishes because one for him, one for me. That's it.
Thank you very much, Chef. Thank you. Thanks a lot. It was a really a wonderful ride, and at the same time, it was great looking at this recipe, which looks very simple, but I'm sure it has its own intricacies. I'm sure it has its own proportions. And somebody from IHM says it's a very happy dish. So I agree with you, Aman. Yes, it is an happy dish, and also the music was very happy. So and peppy at the same time. And I would say once again, thank you very much, Team Colombia, for taking us through this dish. And I'm sure many of us will be, trying this dish very soon, because it seemed very simple and very flavorful. Thank you very much for joining, and have a great day ahead. Thanks. I know you got up very early in the morning, 6 o'clock. You are in the kitchen already. You must be have had a maybe unlikely night, not sleeping and waiting for the morning to come. Thank you very much. Thanks.
Yeah. Thanks to you.
Chef Kark, we are reporting live again from the global studio. Thank you so much, Chef Kark. And before the Team Colombia leaves, because as you said very rightly, it's very early in the morning, and we would not want them to be held up anymore. I think it was a very interesting dish. We loved the way it was explained and cooked, and I'm sure, all of us, in fact, one of us at least, will be trying out this dish very soon and talking to them about it. So a very big thanks from us as well to chefs who have in fact joined from Team Colombia. So grateful that you could actually be a part of this session. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
We are hospitality.
We will rise.
We will not fall.
We will stand tall. We will answer the call.
We will bounce back.
There'll be days when things seem bad.
Life may seem unfair.
Keep your cool, do not get mad. Breathe and don't despair.
Just say I'll bounce back.
Bounce, 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 bouncing back. Whoa.
We are hospitality.
We unite the world
through love
and hope
and service.
Things won't always go to plan.
Life won't always be perfect.
Just keep on going, do the best that you can. Keep things in perspective.
I say I'll bounce back.
Bounce, 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 bouncing back. Ooh, yeah. Pick yourself up, dust yourself off and bounce back.
Bounce, 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 bouncing back. Whoa.
Just say bounce back.
We are hospitality.
We will rise.
We will not fall.
We will stand tall. We will answer the call.
We will bounce back. We are hospitality.
We will rise.
We will not fall.
We will stand tall. We will answer the call.
We will bounce back.
There'll be days when things seem bad.
Life may seem unfair.
Keep your cool, do not get mad. Breathe and don't despair.
Just say I'll bounce back.
Bounce, 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 bouncing back. Whoa.
We are hospitality.
We unite the world
Through love
and hope
and service.
Things won't always go to plan.
Life won't always be perfect.
Just keep on going, do the best that you can. Keep things in perspective.
I say I'll bounce back.
Bounce, 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 bouncing back. Ooh, yeah. Pick yourself up, dust yourself off and bounce back.
Bounce, 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 bouncing back. Whoa.
Just say bounce back.
We are hospitality.
we will rise.
We will not fall.
We will stand tall. We will answer the call.
We will bounce back.
The 6th edition of IIHM International Young Chef Olympiad is back in a bigger, better and a grander avatar. A massive event in scale and magnitude, this is the only culinary contest in the world that brings together contestants from across the 4 points of the compass: East, West, North and South. A whopping 55 countries are part of this year's edition. For anyone embarking on a culinary journey, to stake a claim at the coveted title of IIHM International Young Chef Olympiad is always a dream. The reason to participate are many as well. For some, it is about raising their country's flag high. For others, it's about making new friends. For some, it's about learning from each other. But for everyone, it is mostly about being part of an endeavor that simply unites the world with a singular love for food.
This Olympiad is to bring the young people from all over the world under a single platform. So that one hand we have got a competition, which is a very tough competition. On the other hand, we have got a lot of bonding, friendship, getting united together, and they become friends for life.
The opening ceremony saw some of the biggest names from the hospitality sector, all of them particularly applauding the underlying theme of sustainability this year. The opening ceremony also saw a unique assimilation of cultures, different languages, different attires, different ideas as the young chefs took to the stage.
I think it's a major platform to bring all the world together, not just students, but all the world together. We must work together in peace and harmony and communication. Build bridges, not walls, to work together.
The journey for this year's edition has only begun. There will be many new stories written, many new bridges built through food as the IIHM Young Chef Olympiad 2020 unfolds over the next few days. If the opening ceremony was anything to go by, today is even bigger for the contestants for sure. This is round one, and it all begins from the national capital, the IIHM campus in New Delhi. Any praise is less when it comes to describing IIHM as a wonderful host. The welcome itself is spectacular. The beat of the drums, the applause, and the prep. And then there is the seriousness of the competition itself. Last-minute briefings, the judges unraveling what is in store for the contestants, and a clear announcement of the rules. And the cook-off begins. The IIHM Young Chef Olympiad is a perfect embodiment of the old adage, food weaves cultures. Young chefs from 55 different nations cooking together under one roof. The judges are excited no less. Some of the best known names of national and international repute from the hospitality industry are here today to endorse the initiative and to encourage each contestant to excel in their chosen field.
It was really great to see these students actually coming from all the way from different countries, working with new ingredients, working with new equipments, and just the synergy in the room. I think it was amazing.
The competition itself is a great platform to have so many young budding chefs from so many countries under one roof, and backed equally by such legendary senior chefs flown from various parts of the world. I think it's a very nice platform.
As this first group of contestants cook off to walk an inch closer to the coveted title, one can only wish them luck. As the night sky breaks into dawn, we arrive at yet another beautiful IIHM campus. Today we're at Bengaluru as the International Young Chef Olympiad 2020 treads forward. The buzz and the tension here is palpable as the contestants take to the next rounds of the cook-off. Absorbing last-minute briefs, seeking final advice from the mentors, recalling all the training they've ever been through. After all, this is a big stage and any slip of the mind and nerve will have to be paid with a heavy price.
So many countries can learn so much about other countries and to learn about different environments. And of course this year our key theme is sustainability. Everybody is now beginning to become very, very much aware, and we want to play our role. And we are using, and through this year's YCO,
IIHM as an institute has always been able to define its core objectives clearly over the years. It is an institution that has always worked towards causes that give back to the society. As part of an initiative that has been underway for a while now, some of the contestants took the opportunity to visit an orphanage, the Suman Gali Seva Ashram, with their IIHM buddies. IIHM proudly and aptly calls them food soldiers, a dynamic group of students working tirelessly to ensure a hunger-free world.
Thank IIHM for giving me this chance. Well, it's a great opportunity.
Honestly speaking, I'm feeling very good to be a part of this team.
The cook-off at the campus, meanwhile, is culminating at the judges' table. The food on display is a clear indication of the talent that has converged from all over the world. Color, texture, finesse, it's all there. There is a final icing on the cake, a grand dinner hosted at the Taj West End for all our young chefs. After all, these have been grueling days for them. A bit of bonding over great food is surely needed, isn't it? The Young Chef Olympiad 2020 contestants have reached the City of Joy today. The IIHM story began in Kolkata. Now it has spread all across the country and it boasts of an incredible state-of-the-art global campus in the city of its origin that connects its students to the rest of the culinary world. A series of events were lined up for the day, each with a different meaning, message and purpose. First up were presentations by top 10 countries chosen for their best sustainable practices. The presentations address the impending global concern of food wastage and food shortfall and strategies adopted by the institutes to fight these concerns.
Sustainability is the theme, and we want to really press very aggressively to be sustainable, especially in India.
The second event saw an engaging talk by Chef John Wood, where he took the young chefs and their mentors behind the scenes of the food industry, particularly the business and management aspects of it. What followed next was an MOU signing session between Dr. Suborno Bose, Chairman and CEO, International Young Chef Olympiad 2020, and the 55 participating countries to ensure academic collaboration between them. The day also saw IIHM's Food Aid initiative being endorsed and supported by all the guests present. But what topped it all was, of course, the grand announcement of the names that would earn some of the contestants a spot in the finals. The finals that will give one contestant amongst many the title of Young Chef Olympiad 2020 and another the Young Chef Olympiad Plate Trophy. IIHM Young Chef Olympiad has always been much more than a mere cooking contest. It is about camaraderie, a coming together of nations, an exchange of goodwill. And nothing embodies this better than the event United World of Young Chefs, an evening hosted by IIHM in the backdrop of the week-long contest.
So this is not a competition. This is the collaboration. This is friendship, bonding, solidarity, camaraderie. This is working together. 55 countries cooking their national dish or the best dish together under one Calcutta sky, which is absolutely fantastic.
55 countries, 55 national dishes cooked by the 55 contestants themselves. Absolutely unique. And this is not a part of the competitive section at all, but just a gesture of affection and mutual respect for each other.
What I prepared is a Icelandic meat soup.
And we made the fuchka, which is tamarind sauce and sour yogurt sauce.
I really want to try everyone's dishes since it's just like once in a lifetime.
This is also an affair where food and fashion meets. A sight to behold as the contestants can all be seen resplendent in their traditional attires. The fun of it, of course, is also shared by the many guests who grace the occasion.
It's amazing to see this kind of harmony, this kind of interaction, this kind of brotherhood. It's amazing.
A lot of young chefs who come here and they get recognition and they go forward to make their dent in their own areas of specialization. So I think it's a wonderful event, and the government of West Bengal is proud to be associated with this.
Can an evening be any better? After all, when is it that you find world cuisine 55 national? There's high energy at the IIHM campus, Kolkata. This is the final shortlist of contestants cooking for the grand finale. One amongst them will be the winner of IIHM Young Chef Olympiad 2020. There's an air of unspoken uncertainty as well as the contestants go through the last hurdle.
No, it's so focused, so being prepared. I don't need to think of last minutes.
Still a bit nervous, but very excited that this is the grand finals. Just gonna give it my best, push all the way, last 2 hours, and then we're done.
I'm just enjoying my last competition, and I want to do my best.
Just want to finish fast, and it's over.
Yeah, I'm really excited. Obviously a bit nervous, but just stay focused and do my best.
Precision, clarity of thought, time management, strategy. These are the attributes they are all falling back upon today. As the last dish is plated, they can only wait till the evening for the verdict to be pronounced. The glittering closing ceremony is a befitting culmination of the week-long arduous contest. And the final moment arrives, the announcement of the winner.
Proud winner is, for the very first time this year, is Malaysia!
Super happy and satisfied with the result, and yeah, I have no word now. I'm just happy.
It's an absolutely fantastic closing ceremony, and we have got some amazing results. I think the winner is very, very well deserved, Malaysia. This boy is going to be one of the Michelin star, I'm sure, in next 10 years.
As the curtain falls on Young Chef Olympiad 2020, it is time to say goodbye. The contest has positioned itself in the global arena as a unique event where food is the thread that weaves nations together. It has fostered the spirit of universal harmony in a true sense and inspired future young chefs to be ambassadors of peace and unity. The credit for it all goes to the one and only IIHM.
Young Chef Olympiad is the brainchild of Dr. Suborno Bose, Chairman, YCO Global Council, with a vision of uniting people from all over the world through food.
The Young Chef Olympiad is not just about a competition. It is not just about the winner. It's not just about the $10,000 US of the winner's check. It's not just about the medals, but it's about friendship.
The world's largest culinary event started in 2015 with over 60 participating countries and has been making waves ever since, even gathering support from the Ministry of Tourism, India. YCO is headed by Professor David Foskett, Chairman of the Panel of Judges ICO 2021, Chairman of International Hospitality Forum, Head, London School of Hospitality and Tourism, University of West London, UK.
Food is our heritage. Food is what we are about. It's part of our socialization.
Along with celebrity Padma Shri Chef Sanjeev Kapoor as principal judge.
To see this happen, I think it's like a dream come true for many Indians. I won't just say chefs, because India has always had good food.
Celebrity chef Ranveer Brar and Kunal Kapoor are the brand ambassadors of Young Chef Olympiad.
I am very excited to be here at the Young Chefs Olympiad. I think young talent is what the world needs when it comes to kitchens. India especially, there's a lot of talent that needs to be recognized. Forums like these, which I'm really excited to be a part of, help recognize the talent at the right time and give it that encouragement at the right time.
So the Young Chef Olympiad with the IIHM, I think it's a great initiative of grooming young talent who are passionate about food and cooking and making them the proud chefs of tomorrow for India and for the world.
So for everybody at IIHM, first of all, it's a great space to be in. Hoteliering is the most comprehensive management course you can have. It teaches you marketing, production. You know, it is like becoming a mini CEO.
Like the previous years, YCO 2021 promises to be yet another magnificent event as almost 60 countries gear up to unite on a virtual platform. The excitement, tension and determination will remain the same, and every participant will show their zeal to win the coveted YCO 2021 trophy. YCO has also been a platform towards important causes like sustainability, which was the theme of YCO 2020. YCO 2021's theme is Culinary Challenge for Hope, as everyone looks forward to moving towards a positive 2021. Spearheaded by the leadership of Dr. Suborno Bose, Chairman, YCO Global Council, and the indispensable guidance of Professor David Foskett, the vision of uniting people through food has truly brought the world closer. YCO has always been a melting pot of talent, culture and friendship. Distinguished Indian and international chefs along with culinary icons such as Chef Chris Galvin, Chef Enzo Oliveri, Chef John Wood, Chef Brian Turner, and Andreas Muller add value and glitz to the competition. While the world is waiting to experience the biggest virtual culinary battle for hope, YCO 2021, we know it will bring forth new ideas, innovations and add great impetus for hospitality to bounce back.
We are the young chefs.
We will rise.
We will not fall.
We will stand tall. We will answer the call.
We will bounce back.
There'll be days when things seem bad.
Life may seem unfair.
Keep your cool, do not get mad. Breathe and don't despair.
Just say I'll bounce back.
Bounce, 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 bouncing back. Whoa.
All right, we are back after a short break. And Rupinder, how does it feel? We were in the Colombian kitchen all this while, and now we're in the new country.
Yes, and I'm really looking forward to the rest of the evening because it's been an amazing journey. You know, so many countries from the morning sessions, all right, afternoon sessions in India, and now we are heading into the evening bit where we will be going into
Nigeria. We are so excited, and we have with us, of course, a team from Nigeria who are absolutely waiting for the audience to check them exactly what they're cooking in their kitchen. So can we have them here on board? And of course, a big welcome to them, the team Nigeria. A big welcome to you, and I really hope you're able to hear us, chefs.
Yes, yes, yes.
From India, and the world is actually watching all, and we are very excited, chef. We really are looking forward to it, and we cannot really wait for the menu to be displayed. All the very best to all of you.
We are excited to be joining this moment. We are in the kitchen of Team Nigeria at the Central Culinary Arts School. And myself, as the educator, and the educator, I'm here to prepare for you a very popular national dish originating from the southeastern part of Nigeria. To start the
All right, Chef. I'm again we're talking from the studio. Chef, we're not able to hear you at all. I think there is some issue with the audio. If you can just check your device once. We're not able to hear you at all.
Sanjay, if you can ask to unmute the mobile.
Can you hear us now?
Can we just have a sound check done, Chef? They are muted now.
Both of them muted now. Can you hear us now?
Yes, it is much better, but then I think a little bit more would have been better for us to understand. But then this is much better, Chef. Are you able to hear us?
Say that again. Please, can you hear us now? I will join. Can you hear us now, please?
Chef, we can hear you, but if you could switch on your mobile camera and if you can switch off this another camera, both mic and speaker.
Okay, please. Can you unmute the mobile phone, please?
If you can switch on your mobile camera, and switch off your. Chef, can you hear us?
Yes, we can, please. Please go on. Please unmute the mobile phone. The mobile phone is a divine Amaram camera.
No, there is a problem in your main camera. So I would request you to switch on your mobile mic and please switch off your main camera mic plus audio. Please unmute yourself from your mobile.
This
Please switch off the audio. Please switch off the speaker from main camera.
I think he's clicking me.
वो तो हो गया बंद कर दिया
Abdul, I hate you for this. What about me?
Hello. Yeah, it's better now.
So at this moment, we have our egusi soup almost ready. The water is boiling for the cassava grains we call gari that will be made into eba. That will go along as an accompaniment with the soup. Oh. So she's seasoning finally with some ground crayfish. And I will proceed to make the eba.
I'm adding a little bit of salt.
It's pretty much like when you want to make couscous. We let the water boil to 100 degrees Celsius, and then we take it off the stove and turn in the grains. Then allow it to absorb the water and let it sit 3-5 minutes, and you're good. So at this moment, she's adding the ugu leaf, what is called fruited pumpkin leaves. And one of the things that this soup is noted for its quality for getting thicker as it absorbs more water. You find that you need to top in some more stock. So if you find that your egusi is a little dry, don't be shy. Add a bit of water or stock if that is what you have. So for those of you around the world who want to make this soup, this mix that we describe as ugu in our local dialect is known as fluted pumpkin leaves. But if you can find out in your neighborhood, spinach alternatively will do nicely. So the eba has absorbed, the element has absorbed all the water. Then I'll go ahead to stir and mix it all up. What I'm aiming to get is a dough-like consistency. Retrieve the little Steve. Yes. Moving it a little with some water. And we are good here. So the next thing you want to go into is plating.
So our MC is ready. I want to turn off the heat now.
This is a very basic, simple way of plating this dish. Yeah, so you see we have a round dough shape already. And that's what we're going to transfer this to the plates. Nice. Great. So we're going to turn in the soup close to it. When you make this kind of dish, you embellish with a lot of protein. So we're going to take part of the soup first. And then some meat. Yeah. And here you have it. One of our very popular national dish representing the southeastern part of Nigeria. This dish can be eaten anywhere in Nigeria and across parts of West Africa. Here in Nigeria, we can have it as a lunch or a dinner menu. It's quite filling as it is. It's very rich. It's very nutritious, especially with the nutty, buttery flavor coming from the pumpkin seeds called the egusi. Then you have the leaves that are adding a bit of crunchy texture. The meat and the dough ball. So when you want to eat this, the way we do traditionally, you get a bowl of water to wash your hands with, and you just cut and dip and enjoy. Thank you very much for tuning into the the Sierra Colonial Art School, Team Nigeria Kitchen. We hope you'll be able to replicate this recipe wherever you are. For those of you who are participants and mentors as well, you have it on our kitchen courts. Enjoy.
All right, we are back again in the studio. The team cook in Nigeria. And Chef, thank you so much for joining us today. We really had a good time. You cook, and of course, I'm sure, everybody who has been there in the audience has been able to understand and follow the entire methodology, and they would definitely, go ahead and try replicating this menu at home. What do you have to say about this, Rupinder?
Yes, actually, it looks so tempting to. I just wanted to reach out and grab that plate. It was so amazing to watch. Right, so it was really nice of you to come in and be a part of this session, which is the United World of Young Chef. All right, so that was Team Nigeria. We were in their kitchen, and thank you so much for taking that opportunity for showcasing your national dish.
Right, thank you so much, chefs. Thank you for your effort. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we are moving to another country, which is, I would have to say, really cold. Yes, that's Iceland. And from Iceland, we have the team joining in for cooking the national dish. And we have Chef Agir, who's in fact joined already. And they would be the team cooking from Iceland. And we are really looking forward to a very, very tempting dish that they would be basically going ahead and storming in their kitchen. What do you have to say about this, Rupinder?
Really? So let's go into the kitchens of Iceland and let us see what have they got lined up for us.
Absolutely.
Good afternoon, everyone. We are gonna introduce you to wonderful Icelandic ingredients, which is gonna be the main star of the show here is the Arctic char, which is native fish that you can find in fresh water in Iceland. And it's extremely firm flesh. It grows in very cold water, and it's extremely traditional for Iceland. In the summer we hunt for this fish in pretty much every lake and stream in Iceland, and yeah, pretty much eat it whole summer.
Yeah, very sought after fish.
Yes. This one is farmed. This time of the year we are trying to save the wildlife species so they can grow and get ready for the summer when we start hunting them. But it's very traditionally grilled in the summer. We grill a lot in Iceland during the summer when the weather is nice. It's not so nice now, so we are going to bake it. Yes. Maybe Robert, do you want to tell them about the vegetables we are going to serve with it?
Yes, we're going to serve white cabbage from last summer, and green kale, and also wasabi leaves. And with that we're going to pair sour cream sauce, and in the sauce we're going to put fish roe.
That comes from the char?
Yes, itself. Arctic char fish roe.
So it's very few ingredients.
Yes.
But they pair very nicely. And the sauce, we're going to do a vinaigrette, right?
Yeah, kind of a vinaigrette. We're going to split it with green oil.
Yeah.
Made from the wasabi leaves. So it's going to pair very beautifully.
Right. Well, do we have and we also have a wasabi root?
Yes, we also have a wasabi root that we're going to put into the sauce. So it's going to be like wasabi vinaigrette sauce. It's going to be very nice.
It's a little kick.
Yes.
So, should we start?
Yes.
Start with the char. It's a beautiful char. It's very fresh, extremely fresh. Probably just from this morning. So we're going to start with delaying the char. fillets nicely from the jar. So Robert, I haven't taught you this, so you have to.
I'm taking notes, mental notes.
Look very closely. So here you got very nicely filleted char, which has nothing left on the bone. That's what we like. We respect the animal. Get as much from it as we can. Now we're gonna trim the fillets, get rid of the bones. And this fish is actually very similar to salmon. It's most people are familiar with, but it has like more delicate flavor and a bit firmer flesh. And the bones. To get rid of all because in Iceland we are very sensitive for the bones in fish. Even though we eat a lot of fish, we cannot handle even the thought of having a bone in our mouth. So this step is very crucial for the Icelandic customer. Keep this one for later. So Robert, what's the next step?
Next we're going to portion the fish and we're going to start on the white cabbage.
Okay. But you're going very easy on the seasoning. You're just going for salt.
Salt.
And maybe some oil.
Yeah.
A bit of oil to keep it nice and moist. Okay. And you're gonna bake it, the skin side up. And then to get the barbecue flavor, we're gonna use a blowtorch to char the skin a little bit, or the skin side, to get like a little bit of the roasted fat. Low in the oven, 130 degrees, and approximately for 5 minutes. About. And you're going to saute that cabbage?
Yes, we're going to saute it, give it a little bit of color.
Okay. We're just going to finish it off in the oven. Right. So do you put any seasoning? Yes, we're going to put a little more salt on it. Yeah. Icelandic food is not really spicy. No, not like in India. Not like in India, but we like spicy food though. But traditional Icelandic food is not spicy. It's back in the days they only boiled the foods, like boiled the fish and everything was boiled. So the cooking methods were not really there was not diverse selection of cooking methods used. No, not exactly. Alright. But me and Robert are trying to introduce more cooking methods to the public. Yes. Trying to change that. And maybe we'll add a little chili in it as well. And maybe we have the wasabi, so. Yeah, we have the wasabi. Wasabi is a little spicy. Which grows only in Iceland, but we grow it inside the greenhouses. Yes. And I think there's one greenhouse that grows wasabi in England, in UK, and then in Japan. But that's about it. So what the scientists found out, the soil in Iceland is very unlike the volcanic soil in Japan. That's why this stuff grows not naked. So, very interesting. So, maybe this we can call a Icelandic chili. We can do that. So you cut this fine into soup and up? Yes. Okay. So like I'm here. This is just for decoration, for presentation. Yes. Now you're getting ready for making the sauce. The sauce, okay. And you want to do it in a pot, even though you're going to serve this sauce cold. Yes. So yeah, bowl or a pot. Now it's ready. Stop the oven, let it sit a little bit. It should be like almost raw. Yes, almost slightly like not raw, but like medium. Like a little pink on the inside. Yeah. Very important. For the sauce, we're gonna put sour milk and sour cream as well. It's a very simple sauce, Robert. Yes, it's very simple. You can just do it quick and easy, like 5 minutes, less maybe. And then we have our fish roll, our Arctic char roll. Like a little salt. I'm gonna put the roll first and then I'm gonna fish it after. But then we have saved some time and noise to make the green oil.
Yes.
That we make from the
wasabi leaves.
From the wasabi leaves. And yeah, we couldn't do it live, so we had to do it in advance. Otherwise, it would be terrifying noise. Very green oil, very nicely done.
Roll.
So this is pretty much what the summer in Iceland is like.
Yes.
Grilled char, cold sauce, lot of sun. Beautiful time.
And we also got put wasabi root.
What is this grater?
This is a special grater just for wasabi, where it has little like ridges. It's almost like sandpaper.
But it's actually shark skin.
Yes, it is shark skin. And you just take the wasabi root and in circular motion.
It's for preventing the wasabi to go brown.
Yes.
If you would use like a metal grater, it would turn brown in a short time. And that's something that that you don't want when you're using wasabi to get to have it turning brown within a minute.
No.
It's very important to grate the wasabi very close to when you're going to serve it.
Yes.
It's going to change the flavor a lot when it stands.
Okay. A little bit of the sauce.
This is what your family is cooking in the summer, right?
Yes.
Yes.
I have actually cooked this dish for my friends back home.
And they were happy?
And they really liked it. Maybe if you want to whip the cake.
Get some cake going. This is also a type of greens that grow very well in Iceland.
Yes.
Like cold environment. Even in the summer it gets a bit well chilly.
Yeah. I think last summer our hottest day was around 20 degrees Celsius, maybe something like that.
Yeah. Which is a lot for Icelandic.
Yes.
We're very happy when that happens. But now, at the moment, it's only like -5.
Yeah, something like that. Taste the salt.
Does it have a nice kick?
Yeah. The rolls are very fun, and the wasabi is like just the right amount. So we're gonna add some
Fantastic job.
Add a little bit of salt. Go. And we're gonna put the green oil in the sauce.
But you're keeping it separate, so it's like
that's
like a green.
Mix it a little bit.
Yeah, it's like a green and a white mouth-filling sauce. It's beautiful on the plate. So this is in the summer we serve potatoes with this dish.
Yes, this is very common.
Yeah.
We'll put the sauce in the bottom on the right here.
The potatoes in Iceland are probably one of the best in the world. Our opinion. So if you come to Iceland, you must have to taste the potatoes, especially in the fall when they pick brand new potatoes. Okay. Show this the nice beds of the cabbage. So what we do now is we cook the char a little bit, and it should be slightly rare in the middle. Now we take off the skin because there's a delicious layer of fat just underneath the skin. And now we're gonna season the skin side to get the barbecue flavor without having to go outside and light up the barbecue. And we will fix it with a little bit of flame. We keep the flame burning, right? Yes. It's nice when you get this like charred fat. The smell here is amazing. It's cannot describe it, how nice the smell is. It's like very fragrant. Summer in the middle of the winter. Exactly. I'm going to do this every day, and I'm not gonna slice it. Just gonna break it up in a natural piece like this, because it's a natural product, and I'm gonna showcase that all the way. Now you've got the wasabi leaves. I'm gonna decorate it a little bit. Very nicely cut, Robert. Thank you. I could do it better myself. But you can tell everyone that you cut the char. Yes. And then we're going to serve the kale as well, right? Yeah. And take the nice leaves and arrange them around. Yes. It's very nice. The touch with the caviar that's in the sauce, when it's a very smooth sauce, bit like sharp from the wasabi, and little tang from the sour milk, and then the caviar pops. It gives you like a boost of the flavor that's in the fish. Right. So this looks like it's just fell from a tree in the middle of the summer. Exactly. Here's our dish, char with fried cabbage, buttermilk and wasabi sauce, wilted kale and charred Arctic char. Thank you.
All righto. Sorry, I took such a long time because I was going through a number of questions that have come in. But before I start off with the questions, I have a question of myself. Chef, I'm not very much into food preparation, but I am into a lot of eating, as you can make out with my girth. I have generally found wasabi has a very, very pungent, in a way, and a very strong taste. Now, the dish that you've prepared, you used wasabi, am I correct?
Yes, that's correct.
How did you blend the taste of wasabi in the dish? Because that's a very curious question from my side, because I generally find wasabi has a very strong flavor.
Yeah, we just put it in the sauce, which is made from sour cream to mellow out the sharpness from the wasabi. It's extremely nice. It goes very well with the fresh fish. It's amazing. There's nothing like it.
That is really interesting because, like I said, I'm very fond of that taste, but I really don't find a lot of things that go well with that taste. So that's something very interesting that you've shown us, Chef, and I'm going to try that if I can follow your video like a celebrity chef usually does, right? I'll try your video. I can see a lot of chefs along with us, and we are now open for questions for the dish. Chefs, students all across the globe, if you have questions regarding the dish, if you can put it on the chat box, we'd really love to see what you have made from this in a very informative video, by the way. Very informative, very well presented video, and I'd like to see if there are any questions that get along with it. While we are at it, Chef, while we are checking up for the questions, why don't you tell me a bit, okay, the first question has already come, so I will leave my question for later. First question is, what if we do not use fish for this dish? What alternate? What alternatives?
You mean some meat or? Well, I can't really name anything alternative from the animal world that's is anything like the Arctic char. It's very special fish. It's actually our salmon. We farm salmon as well and hunt. We can find salmon in Icelandic rivers, but the char is more our species. It's like yeah, you can find it in the Arctic. It's not very easy to find in the world, except for like Greenland and Iceland and some part of Norway, I guess. And the fish grows in very, very cold waters, so it grows really, really slow, and the flesh is a bit firmer than in salmon, but the taste is something similar. So fatty fish, other types of fatty fish, you could do it with probably tuna or something like that. Something you don't cook like too well done. You keep it like medium. So you want to have. Wasabi is used normally with Japanese cuisine with sushi, and you know it from there. So normally the fish is raw. So it goes extremely well with the fatty element from the char. It's a very fatty fish. So
that's why you specifically said that it's very difficult to replace it with any other meat, because that
you can't replace it with meat. I think you would always need a fish. I mean, you could replace it maybe with pork, but it's not going to be as nice.
Okay, here's a very important question, and this possibly would go for all the vegetarians out there.
All right.
Like me, a vegetarian guy, but like I love the taste of wasabi. Now, what do you suggest can we use in terms of vegetarian options which can go well with wasabi?
Yeah, actually, it's a good question. When we were practicing for the competition, we found out the cabbage and the wasabi went very well together. So you could actually do this plate without putting the char. So just skip the char and you would have a perfect vegetarian dish. You would maybe need some kind of starch or something to make it more filling, but a light vegetarian dish just from cabbage and wasabi, and of course you would skip the salmon, the char, caviar. You could do some maybe pickled mustard seeds that would go well in the sauce to get the texture. It's a very important element from the caviar to give like this crunchy. It's like when the caviar pops in your mouth. It's a very important element. So you could get that from like pickled mustard seeds, I guess.
That's a good idea, actually. Mustard seeds with wasabi would actually taste very different. But I'll come back. Chef Rishiraj has a question here. Chef is asking, Chef is asking, the cabbage used in the dish, does it carry any regional importance?
Sorry, does it?
Does it carry any regional importance? Anything, I mean, about the cabbage, which you said it goes very well with wasabi? Any particular reason why you mentioned that? Is it because the cabbage does not essentially give a flavor of its own? Or is it because cabbage actually absorbs some flavor from wasabi? How does it work?
Yeah, it's actually, normally cabbage doesn't have a lot of flavor, but the Icelandic cabbage, it grows in a very cold environment and it grows really slowly. So we have a small head of cabbage, which has, I would say, a lot more flavor than normal. Like normally cabbage has like grown in a warmer climate. So it's actually, it's kind of sweet. It's I can't show it in the video, but I guess you have to come to Iceland to taste it. It's amazing, and we don't grow. It's not really efficient to grow vegetables in Iceland, but what we grow, we harvest it in late summer, and cabbage and root vegetables, they keep very well throughout the winter. So we still have some cabbage from last summer. So I think one of the one we used in the video is probably the last one in Iceland now. Yeah. I have to dig deep to get cabbage for the competition and practicing. So we were lucky enough to have one extra for the show. So it's not just the cabbage from the summer; it's the last one.
Wow!
So I guess it's I guess it's tastier than cabbage is normally, since it's the last one and from the summer. So.
Absolutely. It was a real feast for the eyes, though. We really enjoyed your plating. Chef, I'm so sorry. We have a paucity of time, and the other team seems is already logged in. So we will have to take whatever questions you have. Please send them via messages, and we will forward it to Chef, and we'll have the responses sent over to you or to all my viewers all over the globe. Let's follow this right now. However, we have the next team that has already logged in, and we are going to go straight to Team Switzerland. Team Switzerland.
Team Switzerland's here.
There you go. Chef Leonard, how are you?
Hello, everybody. Good, thank you. How are you doing?
Wonderful, wonderful. Enjoying the tropical weather, to be candid, in India.
Yeah, it's not so tropical here.
My chef, that's a lovely kitchen. That's a lovely kitchen you got there.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Namaste. Thank you very much. Yeah, it's fun to work
in. Namaste from India. Chef, you are going to do a live demonstration. We like that. Can we do that once again? Can we do that once again? Oh! Lovely. Lovely, lovely, Chef Leonard. Love that energy. So you're going to do a live demonstration today. And why don't you tell us a bit about the dish, and then the stage is all yours.
Okay, so welcome to everybody. First of all, I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Chef Sean Leonard, and I'm the Executive Chef Culinary Program Leader at the BHMS Business Hotel Management School here in Lucerne in sunny Switzerland, which we are experiencing some mild weather this winter, but it's not quite as tropical as in India. Alongside me, I have Marielle Willems, who is our participant this year in the YCO 2021. And so therefore, a big greetings to the world, a big greetings to all the mentors, a big greetings to all of the participants, and of course, to all of our friends and colleagues, the people that make it happen at IIHM, and of course, the people behind the YCO 2021. It's absolute pleasure as always to take part. It's fantastic experience for our students, our participants, as well as for us mentors, as always. And I just want to say that it's still a magic experience, even though it's virtual. We still feel really involved, really part of the whole event, and it's a fantastic experience so far. We still have, of course, a few days to go, so it's not over yet. It's only going to get better. Today, we're going to make a wonderful dish, which is, of course, you could argue the Swiss national dish, which, of course, is cheese fondue. And because we are here in the midst of winter in Switzerland, it is a dish that it is consumed quite often. And I'm sure that everyone has had the chance to see it, maybe even taste it or make it themselves. And I'm just going to give you a little bit of a lesson on, or a little bit of a demo on how to make the basic cheese fondue. We can talk about the products. We can talk about also all of the ingredients that we're going to use, and also the possibilities that you can change your fondue to make it something else. Sound okay? Okay. So first of all, we have our ingredients, and obviously the recipe and everything else, I think I sent you guys, so it should be available somewhere. We have a few special ingredients that we need to use. We have, of course, here we have our Swiss cheese. Swiss cheese, I know that people say cheese is made all over the world, and that's true, but the Swiss cheese is very specific for this particular dish. The Swiss cheese is made from what we call 90% of Swiss cheeses are made from something we call crew milk, which is raw milk, which means that the milk has not been pasteurized. It has been put through a centrifuge, which spins out the bad bacteria and allows the good ones to stay inside. Therefore, when we make the cheese with this milk, there is still a lot of bacteria inside, which then germinates and it develops the flavor. And specifically for the Emmental cheese, you see here the characteristic holes, which we have no control over how big or small they will be. And they are created because, of course, the Emmental is, if we touch the rind, you can see, is aged in a dry, not a humid, and a warm cellar, so the bacteria inside is imploding when it is germinating. This is one of the base cheeses, probably the most famous cheese in Switzerland, the one with the holes in. The most popular cheese in Switzerland, and I just have to tell you that the Swiss are an advocate of their own product. The Swiss eat more cheese per head per person than any other country in the world. We have here the Gruyere cheese. The Gruyere cheese, this is a nice organic Gruyere cheese, so good quality ingredients. This one is made also with the raw milk, but no holes, because it is aged in aged in a cold cellar with a lot of humidity. So we get a bit of a sticky rind and no holes. It's also a fairly young cheese, you can tell from the rind. So this kind of, like looking at wines, looking at cheese, you can look at them and see what they are. This is the second cheese we use in the traditional cheese fondue, Emmental and the Gruyere. Then we have the spicy one, the one that's a little bit more piquant. It's brushed with a little bit of wine, so it has a little bit of a sort of sour, acidic flavor. This is called Vacherin Fribourgeois. And the Vacherin is then, of course, also a medium hard cheese. And it is you can see it's kind of not as cold as the cellar in Gruyere, a little bit warmer. So there's little holes starting to develop. And that is our third cheese. And these three cheeses are the base cheeses we would use in our cheese fondue. So that's our cheeses. And of course, we need to grate them. So as you can see, I've grated some of the products here. This is the Emmental, this is the Gruyere, and this is the Vacherin Fribourgeois. So that's our cheeses. That's our basic ingredients for the cheese fondue, naturally. But there are a few other ingredients. The next one we need is a glass of wine. Of course, we're all partial to a glass of wine. This wine is actually, well, it's a Swiss wine. The Swiss wines are quite dry, quite acidic, perfect for consuming with cheese. And this particular wine, that's the cheese, this is the wine. This particular wine is belonging to the president of the BHMS, the school. And he has his own vineyard. And of course, we allow our students to take our students to the vineyards. We show them how to produce wine. We explain the importance of wine and, of course, the uses, including making dishes like cheese fondue. So this is an actual perfect wine for this particular dish. This is from an area of Benken towards the border of Canton Zurich, and a beautiful wine. And again, very simplistic labeling and bottles because they put more energy into the content, the wine itself. So we've got a nice dry white wine. We also have some alcohol spirit. This is, of course, the Kirsch. This is made from a fruit. Why it's clear? Because it is the distillate of the fruit. So we take nice ripe cherries. It's one of the few alcohols in the world to be made from a fresh product. So we have these wonderful, expensive alcohols around the world, and Armagnacs and all this kind of stuff, and they're all normally made from the leftover of the wine production or the beer production. They're distilled to make alcoholic spirits. To make Kirsch and all of these fruit brandies, we need to use fresh fruits, which we leave to ferment, and then we, of course, take off add sugar to them, distill them in a pot still, like any other spirit, and then, of course, the distillate steam is cooled, and this is the liquid that we have as a result of that, which is why it's clear. And it's the reason why also we can eat it, drink it, put it in our food as a clear distillate. We don't need to store it in barrels to give it flavor. We don't need to add anything to it other than a little bit of water to control the alcohol percent. But otherwise, this is a 40% spirit made from fresh fruits, which takes a lot of fruits to make this bottle here. This would take about 10 kilos of fruits to make what's one bottle. That's quite a lot of fruit, huh? So we've got wonderful wine, the Kirsch, the schnapps. We have, of course, the cheeses. And then we have, of course, our breads. We've got lovely granary breads. We've got a nice half white, half brown bread here. And these are traditional breads. And normally with the cheese fondue, you'd be eating that with bread from yesterday. Because bread in most of European countries a few hundred years ago was a very expensive commodity. Wheat was expensive, bread was expensive, so nobody threw it away. That's why we have all of our schnitzels covered in breadcrumbs with the old bread that was left over. That's why we make bread and butter pudding. That's why we make panzanella salad and all these other things, to use the older bread. And in Switzerland, the idea was to use the bread from yesterday for today's cheese fondue. The bread we'll cut into cubes, you can see over here. And then, of course, we can have that with our cheese fondue when it's ready. The final component, which is not something we can eat, but we eat from, is this thing here. This is the clay pot which we use for the fondue. This is called the cachalon. And the cachalon is made of clay. So like any clay pots around the world, you must soak them in water if they have been sitting around for quite a while. A lot of people purchase these when they're on vacation, and they take them home and use them, and they crack the first time you use them. It's important that you soak them in water if they've been standing around for a while, in order that they don't crack the first time you use them. So I soaked this for about 2 hours yesterday, and then let it to dry overnight, and then today it will be fine, we hope. Okay, so there are a few other ingredients we have here, and these include some little spices, some herbs, and that kind of stuff. I put my Kirsch, as you can see, already into a bowl. I also need some garlic, I need some nutmeg, I need some paprika, I need some white ground pepper, and some corn flour. And for later on, I need a glass of wine to toast to you all, as well. I'm tasting my cheese fondue from our wonderful wine from our president. And equally, I have some pickles, because the cheese is quite fatty. It's going to be a lot of cheese cooking down, and it looks like there's not a lot of cheese left in the pot, but there's quite a lot in there. When it melts, it looks like there's less. But normally we work on about 200 grams per portion, if you're hungry. And dipping the bread inside, and every time having this with your cheese fondue makes you quite full pretty quickly. It also is quite heavy on the stomach. That's why it's very important to drink a glass of wine, and also to have some acidic pickles to go with that. You can also have some pickled onions, small ones, silver skins. The cornichons, the pickled corns are also fine. There are the hardcore, of course, who dip their bread inside the schnapps and then dip it inside the cheese fondue, but we don't want to do that today because it gets a bit tricky after about 3 or 4 pieces. So first thing we do, we take a piece of garlic, okay? And we put this in the cachalon, and we rub around the bottom of the cachalon and around the outside as well. And we leave it inside. It's falling apart a bit. That's absolutely perfect, because then it's going to cook nice and soft inside the fondue once it's sitting on the table whilst we are consuming this normally sitting around the table. And that's the wonderful thing about fondue, and also for other foods that we consume around the world where we are sharing foods from one pot. We don't have to spend hours in the kitchen to make it, only if I'm explaining it. We then can make the dish, we can put it on the table, and everyone can enjoy it. Right, so temperature's up. We've got our garlic inside, getting a bit of flavor, getting a little bit of toasty flavor in there. And then we're going to put our white wine inside. Chef's measurements, of course. So we put a bit of white wine in, I'd say about sort of a centimeter from the bottom of the cacaron is enough. And we're going to put a bit of cheese in there as well to come up just past the halfway point. We put a lot of cheese in to begin with, and it's going to cook down. And of course, that will actually not look like so much when we finish. So we just need to wait for the wine to bring to the boil. It's a wonderful aroma, this lovely dry white wine. I'm getting hungry already. And that's going to heat up in our coquelin. Like everything else, you don't want to make sure that everything's cooked within 2 minutes, right? You want to cook them with love. We're having a bit of glass of wine in the kitchen normally. We're chatting, we're making our fondue. Marielle, fondue, you enjoying yourself there? And then, of course, we can go and sit down at the table and enjoy the fondue with everybody else. It's a great family experience. Fondue is often eaten at Christmas time. There are 3 variations we have. The cheese fondue, obviously naturally with cheese. The other 3 savory versions. The other savory version we would have is the fondue chinoise, which is, of course, based with our hot stock, which we would put some flavorings in there and spices and herbs, and we can cook in there. Quite a healthy way to cook, cooking in a hot stock. You know, so put some noodles in there, that kind of stuff, and serve with some dips instead of the pickles. And we also have the 3rd version, which is some hot oil. So careful with the flames, etc. Which is the fondue bourguignon. And the bourguignon we would have with some thin pieces of meat and thin pieces of fish. And we could, of course, sort of gently fry them inside that hot oil, eat them with some dips. And you can choose with your fondues, you can have them with boiled potatoes, you can have them with bread. It's quite a flexible dish. So it's just starting to steam there, so reach 75 degrees. So it's going to boil in a second. Then I can add my next thing, which is adding, of course, the cheese. There we go, it's coming there, starting to steam nicely. Pot hasn't cracked yet, always a bonus. Right, so there we go. Then we have, of course, our cheeses. It doesn't matter which order you put them in. You don't have to pre-mix them. You can, of course, add any cheese as long as it is a good quality cheese. I recommend Swiss cheeses. And these, of course, always work every time. The advantage of using the Swiss cheese, when you're cooking the cheese, melting the cheese, sometimes you'll find that there is a little bit of fat coming off the cheese when you're melting them. This will happen also here, but not a great deal. This is because of the production methods of the cheeses. And if you are melting Swiss cheeses, then you don't get a lot of the fat coming off. So there's not a lot to bind together. So you don't have to put too much of the alcohol and too much of the corn flour inside. So this is why we use predominantly Swiss cheeses. Every village in Switzerland makes its own cheese. So we have a number of thousands of cheeses in the country. And obviously, in the local areas, you can put different cheeses from the village in your fondues. That's why the fondue tastes different. You can put different cheeses in from your village. Equally, we can also put a different alcohol inside. We can not put the Kirsch inside. We can also put a plum schnapps inside, or a pear schnapps inside, or an apple schnapps inside. We can make schnapps from almost anything. Believe me, we've tried. And we can put a different fruit schnapps inside. In this area, central Switzerland, we're famous for the cherry production. So therefore, we're making ours with classical cheeses and, of course, the cherry schnapps. There's also parts of Geneva, for example, they put also some truffles inside, mushroom inside, you put garlic inside, you can put tomato puree inside, anything you want to make it a bit different. Also, the Prosecco instead of the wine also works. So the wine's boiling there now. So without it boiling away, I can now put my cheese inside. So I'll put some of the Emmental inside. Maybe a bit more. And then we can put some of that lovely Uwyc inside, and of course that spiciness, Vacherin Uwycoise. I'm making this for some of my students. I don't want the food to go to waste, so I'm making a fairly mild one. I'm not putting equal quantities. I put a little bit more Emmental in, so it's a bit milder. It's one of the milder flavors. Mario, you like cheese? Would you like to try some?
Sure.
Okay, right, so let's have a look. So whilst that's cooking away, because we need to let that cook, we've got the Emmental cheese. There's a cube of Emmental cheese. Have a little taste of that and see what you think. You don't have to eat the whole piece. You can take a piece off. And So tell me what kind of flavors, because you think it's cheese all tastes the same, right? But it's actually very different. What kind of flavors you got going on there? You got, it's a little bit sweet, that's right, yeah? Because of the warm aging. Yeah. And it's a little bit nutty. So kind of like a nutty tone coming through. Just turn the heat down so it doesn't get too hot. So our cheese is melting together with our wine now. So let's try the next one. So the Gruyere. This is my favorite cheese in Switzerland, the Gruyere. This is the cheese now. As you can see, it's melting together slowly with the wine. And the liquid there is basically the wine and a little bit of the melted cheese coming together, but there's none of this like big pools of fat on top and stuff, which we don't get when we make Swiss cheese fondue. What do you think of that one? It's nice. That's a bit more earthy, a bit more hay, a bit more cheesy flavor, if you like, more than the Emmental, which is a bit sort of milder, nuttier. It's a bit more like thicker. Yeah, it's a bit sort of intense. Yep. It's a little bit grainy as well from the consistency. Okay, and then the final one, we've got the Vacherin Uwyc. You can eat that one first, though. So we just serve it to mix it gently. Obviously, we've got a thick mixture here, which is the cheese and the melting cheese with the wines. Therefore, we don't want to mix too rapidly because we're mixing something quite dense, something quite thin, and obviously we could splash it everywhere, which would be a waste. So we've got this stirring there now, and Marielle's going to, oh, she's taking the big piece. She's going to take a real piece of cheese. So she likes it, obviously, that's good. The Vacherin Uwyc. Coming from, of course, the different cantons. The Emmental is coming from Canton Bern, where we have Emmental, where the cheese is only made from the cows which produce milk in that area of Emmental. It's illegal in Switzerland to produce an Emmental cheese from milk produced in a different part of the country. This is another reason why they have the consistent flavor. The Gruyere is from the village of Gruyere, of course, down in the French part. And the Vacherin Uwyc is produced in Fribourg, Canton Fribourg, which is, of course, on the border of the French and the German-speaking part. So we have those three nice cheeses there. And
I feel like at the skin. So
yeah, you like the it's got the bitterness. It's got a bitterness. It's got like a sourness, a piquant flavor, right? So that's normal for the Vacherin Uwyc. That gives that fondue that nice smell. So we're starting to see now the fondue. I've turned the heat down a little bit so it doesn't burn on the bottom. And we're just stirring that together to get it all nicely mixed together. That's very important. It's coming together beautifully. There we go. I'm going to rapidly stir it a bit more because the cheese is melting. Now, when we've got this on the table, right, and we're starting to eat this, as it's sitting on there, we have a little burner on the bottom. And we get then, of course, the heat coming from the bottom. And it doesn't burn, but it forms like almost like if you imagine like a Parmesan crisp, like a little crust on the bottom. We call this the grandmother because the grandmother was always the person who got to eat it. Unfortunately, my grandmother's not with us today. So therefore, I'm going to eat it. Because for me, that's one of the best parts of the cheese fondue. No, don't worry. I'll take over the role. You know, I volunteer. And therefore, the grandmother is the bit that sticks in the bottom, and also the pieces of garlic. They are to die for once they've been sat in this cheese fondue for 15, 20 minutes. So we get some hungry students next door waiting for the fondue, so we have to make a good one. Right, so you can see now the cheese has basically melted with our wine, and all of a sudden, you see all the liquid that we had before, which was the wine, has actually dissipated, and the cheese is melted, and there's very little fat coming to the top there. Very little indeed. I've tried to make this with other cheeses from around the world, and we have a big difference in the melting. And of course, the cheeses are different colors. They're made differently. They're made in factories with different additives. And there is a stringent law in Switzerland about making cheese in general, that we're only allowed to use the specific milks. The milk has to be fresh, of course, when making cheese in general. and with the maximum amount of protein. So we're all using clean milking equipment, clean silos. It's being produced and sent straight to the from the farms to the cheese factory straight away. And then, of course, it's aged. And these medium hard cheeses are generally aged for about eight months. But we do have cheeses that are aged only for 3 or 4 months. We do have soft cheeses also. And of course, we have the really hard ones, the sprints. It's like a Swiss Parmesan, which of course is aged for up to 18 months, which is also a cheese of this region of central Switzerland. So it's a beautiful cheese to use on pasta dishes, etc. as well. So we have our nice fondue coming together. And of course, normally, well, I've made a couple of different dishes in the United Chefs events that we've had in the last 2 years in India. I made this last year, but I made a different dish the year before. We don't always have the same dishes, right? But I thought today, with being in Switzerland, I think it makes sense to make a nice cheese fondue. And Marielle likes cheese fondue. She wants to try it, right? Okay, lovely. Right, so the cheese is melting lovely away there. Just going to turn the temperature down a little bit more. And I'm now going to take my, as you can see, the corn flour and also some of the alcohol. And I'm just going to put the alcohol mixed together with our corn flour. And stirring that so it doesn't spit out. And of course, at the same time, mixing that together. Multitasking, look at that. Ooh. Now the other way. Now that one that way, that one the other way. Okay. Then we're going to mix it up. I'm going to put a little bit inside now to our cheese fondue. So that little bit only of fat that's on the top will bind in. And that's the secret. It's about how much fat to have on top, how much corn flour do I need to use. You know, obviously there's recipes, and like I say, I passed the recipe on for you as well as the story of cheese fondue. But in terms of binding together, if you've got the experience of made it a couple of times, then you can, of course, use your chef's measurements. Right, so we have our cheese fondue there, bubbling away lovely. Always butter to scrape the bottom. Apparently there's nothing worse than a sticky bottom, apart from a burnt bottom, of course. So we try and avoid that as much as possible, until, of course, we eat in the middle of the table and we end up with our grandmother at the end, which is that little bit of cheese sticking on the bottom. Right, so I want you to lift off the stove now and keep stirring. The cheese fondue is officially ready. But I'm just going to stir it because it's still bubbling. The pot's still hot. I want to dissipate a little bit of that heat because at the end, I want to sprinkle on a little bit of paprika, nutmeg, and a little bit of pepper. You don't need to add any salt to the cheese fondue. I don't know if you notice I didn't add any salt because the cheese is salted already, okay? And therefore, it's salty enough. The bread we make has salt in it, so therefore, there's no need to add any additional salt to this dish at all. So if you run out of salt at home, you can always make a cheese fondue, and it'll still taste amazing. Right, so we have our cheese fondue. Now that's cooled down to around about the right temperature. And I'm just going to move that out the way. And then, of course, we're going to sprinkle a little bit of our pepper. Yeah, we do a little bit of the old paprika on top and a little bit of nutmeg. Yeah. And then we're going to put our fondue over here. And Marielle, you're going to come over and taste this. Now, very important when eating cheese fondue. There are a few laws which govern how we eat cheese fondue. The first one is if you're a boy sitting on the table and you take your bread and you drop it in the cheese fondue, you have to buy everyone on the table a round of drinks. And the law is that when the females drop their bread inside the cheese fondue, they have to kiss all the boys on the table. Okay, that's the Swiss regulation. So take your fork and bear those regulations and laws in mind, and then we'll go for it. So just make sure I get a firm grip of my bread and not allowed to push it on my hands because, you know, not just because of various things going around the world, but also because of hygiene in general. We have to just make sure we get a good grip of the bread with a fork. And then, you ready? Come on, come on, come on. No pressure. And then we're going to dip the bread in the cheese and you give it a nice swirl like that. And then, of course, twisting. And when we eat it, we don't put the whole fork in our mouth. We just take the bread with the cheese off, and then we can double dip, of course, with our forks. But in today's world, we won't double dip. We'll try it once and we'll discard the forks. Are we ready? Turn it around so you don't get the base dropping. Ready? Let's go for it. Oh, yeah. It's not very often I'm quiet, but now it's one of those times. How good is that? That's good, right? I mean, it's really good. So normally you can have some pickles, or we can say, I hope you enjoyed Team Switzerland making the fondue. We enjoyed making it for you. Hope we encourage you to eat more cheese. And I'm going to say cheers, and I'm ready for some questions.
Chef Leonard, before we start off with the questions, there's something I have to tell you. You are a star. That was a fantastic presentation of.
Thank you very much.
Really loved it. Really loved it. The explanation of the cheese was fabulous, and your presence on the screen is so fantastic, Chef.
Great, thank you very much. We've got to try and make it fun, because I'm standing in front of people we're on the screen. So I see all these things actually at United Chefs, and we have the wonderful big stadium where we have all the different countries around, and we're having all the different food stalls. But it's so noisy, no one hears me. So some people maybe just think that some people maybe think that's a good thing. But today I get my my moment of glory when everyone's focused on only Team Switzerland. So so this is it.
I actually want to bring Chef Terry Jenkinson from Namibia on the screen as well, because he has written in the chat box, and I quote, Chef Terry has written, fantastic, Chef Sean, my mouth is currently watering. And I cannot disagree with him, because my mouth is currently watering.
Great, thank you to you, and thank you, Terry, for the kind words. It's it's such a shame we don't get to eat it together, because it is fantastic. And when we're normally in Kolkata and we have this event, it's a lovely climate in Kolkata, as I'm sure you know better than I do. See, Marielle can't get enough; she just keeps going for it. And we have, of course, this wonderful temperate climate, 17, 18 degrees in the evening and stuff, or 20 degrees in the evening. It's such a perfect temperature to stand outside and eat the fondue. It's not too warm, it's not too cold. So that's why I think last year it was pretty popular. And of course, normally I have a few Swiss chocolates as well. So be rude not to, wouldn't it?
What I'm going to do, Chef, is I'm going to dive right into the questions. And one very popular question seems to be coming up. And that is a question about the very sleek and chic pot that you were using to prepare the cheese fondue. So why don't you tell us a bit about the pot?
So the cachalon, or the earthenware pot that we use, it has a hollow handle. Otherwise, it's a straightforward clay pot which has been glazed, so it's a non-stick surface. So that's the reason I use the non-metallic stirring utensil, so that we don't have any scratches. Because if you get the scratches, then it starts to stick, then it starts to burn. So we've got to look after it. And like I said, because any kind of earthenware pot, whether we're in making tagines and things, it's best to soak these dishes. Because the very bottom, of course, is not glazed. It's matte, and it's of course absorbent in terms of moisture. So we can soak them for a couple of hours before we use the pot. Just let them dry for 30 minutes before you use it after soaking. But otherwise, it's a straightforward earthenware pot. It also works in metal pots. You don't have to have a cachalon. It's just this is the traditional pot that we would serve. And normally, when I bring all this equipment with me to India. If a student gets assigned with Team Switzerland, they get to keep one of these. So as my little thank you to the student from IIHM who gets to help us, I think it's only fair that they give something to them, which of course is going to allow them to remember Team Switzerland by, because the chocolate's quickly eaten, but the cachalon is hopefully hanging around in their kitchen for a bit longer.
So I'm actually regretting my age at the moment, Chef. Very honestly, I'm regretting my age. But let me come back to the pot. So you, the pot that you mentioned, I'm sorry, I could not grab its pronunciation. I'd love to. It does not have any specific effect on the taste and the flavor of the dish, does it?
No, it doesn't affect the flavor, you could argue. But cooking in a clay pot has a little bit of a slight different heat transference to that of a metal pot, and therefore it's a bit milder, it's a bit softer in terms of temperature, even though it's on the same stove. If I put two metal cacalan and a clay pot cacalan on the stove, we would of course have much quicker, more effective heat in the metal pot. So allowing it to heat slowly has an effect, of course, in the mixture of the flavor of the cheeses, and therefore this was deemed the traditional pot to use. But you can buy them also in many different materials. You just have to be aware that, of course, they have different heating properties. This one's a little bit lighter, of course. It is a bit tricky to carry because it can break in your luggage, but I pack it nicely with a box and I surround it with chocolates. So therefore, it's normally cushioned quite well.
You are really fond of chocolates, aren't you? But honestly, who in the world is not fond of Swiss chocolates, me included? So, but what were the temperatures? Now, this question comes from a chef in the audience. Chef Rishiraj is asking, what temperature did you keep for cooking the cheese fondue?
So it's just a gentle bubble. So, so it's kind of that simmering temperature. So we're looking somewhere between 94 and 97 degrees, gentle bubble. And then when it starts to bubble and boil, then of course we can reduce the temperature, because like everything else, if you keep it boiling at a heavy bubble or a rolling bubble or a heavy boil, then it's going to reduce the quantity and it's going to get too thick before the flavors get time to macerate together. So that's sort of gentle simmering temperature, as I mentioned. And then as soon as it's melted, it's kind of ready. And of course, it sits on the table with a little heater in the bottom, and therefore it's still cooking as such. It's still keeping warm, and the bottom of the cacalan starts to get that little crisp cheese bit on the bottom, which is at the end of the meal, the bit you can scrape off with our fork very gently, of course, and eat that almost like a Parmesan crisp. It is absolutely delightful.
Yes, I can actually feel the delight coming right down somewhere here from my own self. Fortunately, unfortunately, Chef. But okay, here's another question. You told us that the accompaniments to go with the cheese fondue, one you mentioned were the pickles, which I love personally, the wine, which I love personally, and of course you used the bread cubes. Are there any alternatives to the bread cubes?
Yeah, so we use the bread cubes, but you can also use potatoes. Potatoes tend to fall apart a little bit quicker, of course, and I prefer personally the bread. But you can use potatoes, you can use bread cubes. Generally, there would be the two options you would use. The bread is the preferred option. The potatoes we eat often with a dish we call raclette, which is the raclette cheese, which is then melted, and we scrape the top of the cheese, the raclette, scraping the top of the cheese to get spread it on top of the bread or on top of the potatoes. But generally, that would be associated more with the raclette, the potatoes, and the bread more with the fondue.
So I'm coming back to one more question. Another chef Arun this time is asking that chocolate fondue, is the process same?
Well, the word fondue is basically melted, right? It just means melted. Beurre fondue, melted butter, cheese fondue, melted cheese, and chocolate fondue is just melted chocolate. So that's kind of a cheat, if you like, because we're not actually making a recipe as such. We're often making our chocolate fondue by just melting chocolate, mixing a little bit of some cream, and we're making almost like a ganache, which is your chocolate fondue. And then, of course, you can add some alcohol to that too. And then you would have your fruits for dipping inside. It's a great dish for sharing. It's a great dish for dessert. Some strawberries, some nice acidic berries that's going to complement the very sweet chocolate. And then, of course, you could have a chocolate fondue too. And of course, when you come to Switzerland, everything's fondue.
I'm going to stop you right there, Chef, because one of the prime reasons is I'll probably work out and probably have a fondue right now somewhere. I'll find it in my country and go there and probably have a fondue. But we also need to
somewhere there's got to be a Swiss chalet. Somewhere there's got to be a Swiss chalet restaurant, I'm sure.
I'm sure we'll find one. I will personally make sure I find one, Chef. And we'll really wait for you the next year as we'll go ahead with the YCO 2022 later. But now,
I'm looking forward to that too.
Thanks a lot for a fantastic presentation and best of luck. Best of luck.
Thank you very much. Sorry, carry on.
Please.
Okay. Thank you very much to IHM. Goodbye from myself. Goodbye from Marielle, from BHMS in Lucerne, Switzerland, and from Team Switzerland. Looking forward to the next couple of days. Thank you very much. Hope you enjoyed the demo.
We love the demo. I think I'm speaking on behalf of everybody. We really love the demo. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that was Team Switzerland, and we are continuing with the United World of Young Chefs. The next team is ready and on the roll. This team is Tunisia. Can we have Team Tunisia on the podium, please? Team Tunisia. Team Tunisia. Team Tunisia, can you hear us?
Hello, hello.
Hello? Team Tunisia, can you hear us? Team Tunisia.
مش لازم تنصرف اوكي صرف اوكي هاي خذ امشي تراك يوم بعد اوكي الو
Well, I can definitely see Team Tunisia in action, so I will not disturb our viewers anymore. We will directly go to Team Tunisia and observe their dish.
You can ask some question, but you don't disturb us.
We'll definitely not disturb you. But we'll wait for the entire presentation, Chef, and then we will get into the question mode.
Okay, no problem. Just to promote Tunisian cuisine, we choose three kind of cheeses. No, not cheeses, plate. Just I show you now all the ingredients first, and then the preparation. Okay. Donc, starting from the spices, we have a lot of spices in Tunisia. We use like in India, we have minimum 20 famous spices, and the tradition in Tunisia is to use a lot of pasta, not Italian pasta, but like couscous, burgul, and pearls. This all it's kind of plate. This is sun-dried tomato. We use to make couscous with sun-dried tomato, and this is the name is rob in Tunisia. It's date syrup, very famous in the south of Tunisia. They use it like this to replace sugar, normal sugar. And then never forget, we are one of the best olive oil in the world, and we are the second export of olive oil in the world. And we have about 15 variety of olives and olive oil in Tunisia. You know, Mediterranean climate permit to Tunisian cuisine to be rich and flavored. Okay, we have olives, and we have this condiment. The name is harissa. Okay, and harissa is very famous in Tunisia and all over the world. It's very hot and spicy. It's not only hot, but hot and spicy. Okay, for the dishes we prepare grilled salad. Okay, grilled salad is very famous in Tunisia. It's green pepper, tomato, and garlic grilled. Okay, just I show you now. The dish is ready to serve. It's easy to do. It's easy to do. Okay, it's green pepper. It's grilled. It's like caviar, like eggplant caviar. It's only green pepper and tomato and garlic grill, and then we chop it, and then we add olive oil, salt, and pepper. The garnish, it's always in Tunisia we use hard-boiled eggs We use tuna fish because it's very famous in Tunisia, and always olives and some tomato around. It's very, very easy salad to do. Grilled on a charcoal or roasted in the oven. Okay, this is the first dishes. Then we have tagine. Tagine is like a souffle. Is like souffle. You know, it's like a cake. This cake, it's a three layer. Three layer. I show you now the layer. The first layer. Voilà. The first layer, it's this one. It's a layer. The first one is yellow. It's a chicken layer. This is chicken and eggs mixed together and then seasoning. Okay, and then the second layer is spinach and ricotta layer. And then at the end we have ricotta with egg whites to stick together. And then we make first layer, we cook for 10 minutes. Second layer, cook for the 10 minutes. And then the all together cook for minimum 20 minutes. Meaning we have like lasagna, but they stick, okay? This is tagine. It's not like Moroccan tagine. It's typical from Tunisia. All tagine is like this. You can make this one, or you can make tagine with lamb. Can you make always with eggs and cheese? Eggs and cheese. This is a base, and then you can add. Can you add chicken or beef or vegetarian as you like? Okay, this is tagine. Meaning, and now we prepare. And now you have the very important dishes in Tunisia. It's this, okay? This one, it's lamb cooked on a jar, okay? Meaning we put inside lamb, rosemary, potatoes, tomato, green pepper, garlic, salt, and pepper. We cook all together, and then we put in the oven for minimum 3 hours. And now you have this very interesting flavor. Voila. And inside you have the rosemary cooked with the lamb. This is very important and very typical dishes. Okay, look at the softness of the lamb, and the juice is clear. The potatoes and the green pepper confit all cook together for minimum 4 hours or 5 hours. It depends how to cook. You can put this in the oven, or you can cook this on the charcoal. Directly you put the charcoal on the bottom and the charcoal on the top, and you cover all. And then you have here the white one. This one is like glue, but is alimentary glue, is with flour and water together. We mix, and then you close. Very important to close like this and to stick all the water and the عطيني العجينة. Can you bring me some ملاوي? Just I show you how to close. Just I show you how to. Okay. After this, we can put this lamb on a jar on the oven. Just now, the staff and the monteur, Chef Makram and Chef Usama, is preparing, like Indian bread, like paratha. I think it's paratha, like paratha, but it's Tunisian old bread, and the name is mlawi. We did this with flour, semolina, some olive oil and salt. We mix together, and then we put in small bowl, and then you can cook like this in a soft pan like this. Voila. You can did this bread stuffed like wraps. You can do it with tuna. You can do it with cheese. You can do it with syrup, with dates syrup. Voila, this is the way how to prepare Tunisian bread. You put some oil. Okay, you put some oil, and then you spread with hand with some olive oil. Voila, a lot of olive oil. It's very tasty. We have one of the best olive oil in the world. And then we cook this. Okay? Now we prepare another dish, meaning we have now the grilled salad. The name is meshwaya. As I explained to all, it's grilled green pepper, and then on a charcoal or in the oven, and then mix together with some olive oil, salt, pepper, and garlic. And then after we have tagine. Tagine is like souffle, is like pie, but without flour. Okay, the base is cheese and eggs. Okay, to make the souffle, and then you can add layers of, as we say in the first explanation. It's like, it's like tagine. This is tagine. Is very interesting to see this 3 layers. The white one is ricotta and egg white. The second is spinach with some cheese and eggs to stick. And then at the end we have chicken with some turmeric. You cook the chicken with the turmeric, with some olive oil and garlic, salt, pepper. We cook for minimum 20 minutes, and then we mix together with the eggs. Okay, and then we start to make a layer like lasagna. And it's important to cook first layer for 10 minutes the chicken, and then you add the second layer with spinach, and you cook for 10 minutes, and then at the end you add ricotta cheese and white this one, and then you cook all together for 10 minutes, and we are okay. This is very famous, and we make this tagine. The name is tagine el bay. Tagine el bay. We make this in the wedding, in the all official ceremony, and the official ceremony. Okay. Now we start to make the couscous. Okay. Couscous, it's a national dish, and it's one of the identity. It's a Tunisian identity. It's from a long time. We have minimum 150 kind of couscous. We can did all couscous with chicken, lamb, fish, vegetarian, with some like herbs like Jewish mallow, with spinach, with meatball, with the spinach ball. Okay, and then this couscous is dry. We add inside some olive oil. Okay, some olive oil, and then some olive oil. We mix together to don't stick, and then we add some turmeric. Okay, some turmeric, some salt and pepper, and we are okay. Then we add some water to soak. This is very important. Okay, and we remain rest like this for 10 minutes to soak water. In the same time, we start to prepare the sauce. Okay, the sauce is very easy. The sauce is very easy to do. You put onion, carrot, lamb or chicken, or as you want, as meat, tomato paste, and tomato paste. It depends how many the color. Okay, this is tomato paste. Okay, and this is harissa. Voila. It's obligatory to have tomato paste and harissa and this, and then we add some dried tomato. sun-dried tomato. You cut sun-dried tomato to add. Sun-dried tomato, it's very famous in all Mediterranean cuisine. And in Tunis, we have a lot of variety. Then we have a production for this bio, and it's important to have this sun-dried tomato inside our plate. Okay. Okay. After this, we show you I say in Ramadan it's obligatory to have these dishes here. We have like pasta, but very very thin. This is okay. This is the brick. Voila. And then to do this plate is very simple. We need to have tuna, put inside tuna, and then parsley, and then pepper if you want. And you are free. You can put some harissa if you want. You can put some potatoes if you want. You can put a mixture between potatoes, onion, parsley, caper, but without adding eggs if you want. Then we put 1 egg in the top. We prepare here a pan with oil, and then we fry it. Voila. Very, very, very tasty. Then you need to close like this to the eggs don't move from outside. Voila. It's well done like this, and the eggs become soft. If you need to have the eggs hard, you need to put not too much hot oil, okay, warm oil. Now for the couscous, the sauce is ready. We need to have a lot of water because I show you at the end what happened. We have this is couscous pan special. We put couscous here. We need to close if the what you say la vapeur. I forget the name in English. I forget the name in
Don't worry,
in
Chef.
English.
I think we understood. We understood.
Sorry?
You need to close.
Okay.
You need to close the
Chef.
lid.
You understand me?
Yes, we do. Yes, we do.
Oh, it's good. Meaning I have a good English.
Certainly.
Why we don't change and we make the explanation in Arabic is better, in Tunisian. Okay. You know the steam is like this. It's very important to show the steam. When the steam is like this, then now we put the couscous. Look, we put the couscous like this. Okay, voila. Gently. Meaning the sauce is on the top. Okay, the sauce is here. Meaning a lot of water, and then tomato, and then garlic, and then chicken as you want. And this side we have a brick. Voila. And this side we have the brick. Voila, bravo. Good. Okay, we have this is our typical clothes. It's very traditional clothes. And all the team now is prepared. You need to make in the couscous like this some hole to the steam come up, okay? And then We cook the couscous gently, and you need to have coordination between the sauce. The sauce, for example, if you have lamb is cooked 15 minutes. We cook the lamb with the sauce, and then for the couscous, maximum 20 minutes, 15 minutes, 20 minutes. Okay, voila. We repeat another time for the brick. We put the brick in one plate, okay, to have the shape, and then we put what you want. Please, can I have one without caper for me? Yeah. Okay, thank you. Just I organize my lunch, please. I need to organize my lunch first because I don't eat caper. They start to put caper everywhere. If you have some order from Tunisia, yes, okay. I'm waiting for your order and you're waiting for your question. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chef. As far as orders are concerned, you can really wait for 2022 because we are definitely going to order. That dish right there makes my mouth water. Yeah, spice is something that we Indians are very partial to, whether we like it or not. So when we see a lot of spices, automatically we have this biological reaction towards spices.
We have the some spices. We have the same spices as in India. Okay, we use a lot of cumin, we use a lot of coriander, we use a caraway, cinnamon stick, cloves. All this we use in our. We have our special masala, and the name is quatre épices. Quatre épices. It's 4 spices mixed together. Okay. Okay. Voila. We find this. This is each family in Tunisia has his own 4 spices. This is typical for Tunisia. Each house, it's mixture, and each one make the mixture alone. They go to the molder, and then they prepare ground coriander if they need it hot, if they need it not hot, if they want. For the fish, we use cumin, and for the meat, we never use cumin in the meat in the lamb, for example. We have only one national dish in Tunisia. We can use cumin in the beef. The name is kamounia. Kamounia, it's kamoun, it's cumin in Arabic. And the name is kamounia, it's the same word. Okay?
Wow. Honestly, I'm sorry, I started looking at the person standing next to you. He was smelling the couscous, and I really enjoyed his expression. For sure. Expression when he went in and he started smelling it, because I believe food is something that you don't just taste.
They're waiting for 2 hours to prepare the dishes. Everybody is hungry here. Believe me, when they finish, we eat all. For sure.
You know what?
The bread is ready.
Chef,
the brick inside is ready. I can send you some photo if you want.
We'd love that. We'd love that, Chef. But I like to bring somebody in here who was watching very intently. The culinary director at IIHM, Chef Sanjay Kak, is here, and he was watching very intently when you were preparing. So can I have Chef Kak on screen, please? And I'll hand over the question and answer session to Chef Kak, because I'm sure he also has a lot of questions. Chef?
Thank you very much, Samir, and thank you very much, Team Tunisia. It's been really a wonderful time watching whatever you're doing. You were cooking. You almost cooked a whole buffet for us.
Yes, it's a whole buffet. We add other. First, we send you a recipe of tagine. We send you the recipe of lamb bonojar. Lamb bonojar is very, very famous. It is a show cooking. You can break it. You can bring a big knife or a sword, and you can break this in front of the guest. Okay, if you have a big sword or a big knife, you can put this jar, and then you can broke like this in front of the guest, and it's a ceremony. Okay, it's not only dishes. It's sharing food and sharing love with the guest and with the family.
Chef, I had a question here for everybody's interest. what would be the difference between a Tunisian tagine and maybe a Moroccan cuisine?
Okay. I was surprised why no one asked me this question, but it's very simple. Okay, the tagine is Morocco is a stew.
Yes,
is a stew cooked in
the pot.
yes, in the tagine pan.
Conical lid pot.
Voila. In Tunis, the name of tagine is all dishes like this. It's like pie.
Okay, correct.
Okay, this is pie. Tagine, Tunisian tagine. No
Yes.
one use this tagine. No one have this recipe in the world.
Yes.
Okay? It's a tagine.
Nowhere in the Mediterranean world you have a tagine like that.
Yes, yes. I know everybody is surprised. That's why I choose this to say to the world, we have tagine, but it's not stew like in Morocco.
Okay.
In Tunis, in Tunisia, the stew, the name is marqa.
Okay.
Marqa. You can.
Marqa.
Yeah, bravo, chef. Very good. Applause, please. أعطينا تصفيقة باهية. Bravo, chef.
Thank you. And you have a lot of good quality olives that you grow in Tunisia.
Sorry, chef.
Do you grow very good quality olives in Tunisia, right?
Yes. Very good quality of olives, and we are a second exporter of the olive oil in the world.
Yes. Do you use a lot of olives in cooking your dishes?
Sorry, I don't hear you.
Do you cook your olives or you generally use them pickled in salads?
Okay, for the olives you can pickle it. Okay, can you make it like old style? It's ancestral. It's a very old way to preserve olives. We put these olives and you put on the top salt, and we cover. And we push all in one big pan, and then they remain for minimum 1 month, and you have something very, very, very tasty. This is this is old way to preserve olives, and the second way to preserve olives is to put water and salt, like brine. It's brine solution. It's water and salt, and we put one kind of olives inside. Okay, and the third one, it's to put directly the olives inside the olive oil and then marinate it for a long time. But first we need to crush the olives like this. Okay, Atini planche. Just I show you how to make. Okay, تبع فيها. Okay. Voila, they crush the olive. They crush the olive like this, okay, and they put in the can, add some flavor, rosemary, garlic, some bay leaves, okay, and you can choose green olives or black olives. Okay, it's like this. It's very, very easy. Marinated olives. Okay, chef?
Yes, wonderful.
For cooking, we can fry with olive oil. You can fry with olive oil. I explain you why. You need to have for the olive oil. It's like slow cooking. Okay, slow cooking is for the oven. For example, you can put your meat in 70 degrees for minimum 3 hours. For the French fries, for potatoes frites or potatoes or brick, you can put olive oil, but you don't heat. Okay, don't approach the fusion temperature. You put small heat, and then you wait a little bit. You can heat the oil without having heat gas. You can put the charcoal. Okay. You can put charcoal, and then you put on the olive oil, and then you cook what you want.
Okay, thank you very much, chef. That was really wonderful.
No, chef. I want to show you. I want to show you how to serve the jar. Yes.
Yes.
I want to show you how to serve the lamp. The lamp. Okay. The lamp now is ready.
Water select করতে হবে waste water
show you how to how to serve the lamp on a jar. Look how is tasty. Look how is soft. Voila. Voila. Like this is better. Good. Voila. The chef is starting to make some makaram. Typical way, please. Not like this. No. Typical way with hand. Typical way is like this. Typical way like this. Voila. Voila. This is typical way. Voila. And then hit her.
So all the juices come out and go on the lamp.
Chef, you need to smell this I know. I cannot explain. I'm hungry, chef.
I completely agree with you, chef.
Yes, I'm hungry. If you want to go to another country, you can go. We need to eat, chef. Okay. Then we decorate with some parsley, some onion, and you have here the bread.
Chef, I heard you use a lot of thyme also in Tunisia.
Sorry?
Do you use a lot of thyme, the herb?
Lot of
thyme, like parsley.
No, rosemary. We are more than Mediterranean cuisine. It's more than mostly rosemary, bay leaf. You understand me? That this is very. And if you want to eat, it's very easy. It's with bread. You know the bread we prepare. Now the chef is eating. Voila. Voila, like this, with bread.
Very nice.
We
very
are
nice.
not rice. Voila, like this. Oofa, I'm hungry. سكر البرنامج سي عليه. In Tunisia, we have a show. At the end of the show, they say you close the program, please. That's why.
Thank you very much, chef. And over to the studio.
Voila. What we can do now? You can eat or waiting for you. Beba.
You're welcome. You're welcome, chef. You can start eating, having your dinner.
No. It's lunch. It's breakfast.
Sweetheart.
Chef Kag?
Yes, I'm here.
Chef Kag, can we move to Spain? Spain team is waiting here.
Okay, perfectly all right.
Yes, if IT team can spotlight Spain kitchen to Spain mentor.
If you want how to mix the couscous, 3 seconds. I show you how to mix the couscous. 2 minutes. 2 minutes to show you how to mix couscous. Okay.
Empezamos.
Okay.
Hi everybody.
Now you look, the couscous is steamed.
No, siguen hablando. A ver, vente. Lo pongo aquí.
Yo ya me quedo en segundo plano.
Chef Kok has left. I think he's having some network problem. Chef Risiraj, if you can take over and if you can moderate the session until Samir joins. Chef Rishi, are you there?
Yes,
Yeah.
sir. Very
Yeah,
much
just
there.
yeah,
What take
yes,
over?
just yeah. You can speak to Spain mentor, and they can start the live cooking. And post, we'll have a question and answer.
Definitely. Thank you so much. Spain, whenever you are ready, we are going live. Yes.
Hi everybody. Today, Esther and me, we cooking fideuà. Okay, fideuà is a dish similar of paella, but in the fideuà we change the rice by the noodle. Okay, it's not with the rice, it's with the noodle, but the recipe is the same. Okay. And for the traditional dish, Catalan dish, we need, okay, the vegetables are garlic, onion from Figueras, okay, Figueras is a town of Catalonia, okay, pepper, green and red, yeah, and after the seafood. In the seafood, we are the squid, the cuttlefish, the langoustine, the prawns, the clams, and the mussels. Okay? Come on. We go to cooking. The first is, okay, vete para aquí, it's here. We mark all the seafood, okay, and peel and cut. But all of this we're preparing after, before in 25 minutes, it's not possible cooking a lot. And here we're cooking the vegetable stir fry. In Spanish, is the sofrito. Is a base. Is a mark of our kitchen. Okay. Here there are the garlic, the onion, the peppers, and the cephalopods, the squid, and the cuttlefish. Okay. And the noodle. Okay. We toasted in the oven. We toasted, okay, we toasted at 200 degrees for 3-4 minutes maximum, okay? And when the noodle is toasted, it's good, okay? And for the fideuà, we have the mark, okay? We have the noodle, and we have the red fumet, okay? The red ball, okay? That is with the head of the clams, okay? Of the prawns, okay? When we have the sofrito finish, okay? We put the noodle toasted. We put the red fumet and cooking for 12 minutes, okay? And the proportion is the double of the fumet of the both with the noodle toasted, okay? Yeah, come on. And after stir, we making the picada, okay, to more flavor to our fideuà, and we making an alioli of chives, okay, to finish our fideuà, okay. Come on. We put to middle fuego medio, ¿cómo es? To middle fire, okay. Enfoca aquí a ver.
Pregunta, why the noodles are
Why?
Why toasted noodles are used as normal boiled ones?
Como boiled one. Okay. For the cooking, it's more resistant. This and and in the finish of the cooking, the noodle push up. It's fairly. When
It swells up, Jacob, if I'm right. If you use the sort of raw noodles, it will swell up. If you use fried noodles or toasted noodles, they would sustain.
We don't understand, sorry.
You finish up the session, we'll get back at the end.
Tenemos esto ahí. Bueno, when the sofrito is boiled, sí, nuestro sí. We put the noodle toasted, okay? We cooking. We put the salt, okay? And the pepper, ¿Me das el fumet? Sí. ¿Ves? Esto te lo he dicho que sí, no era el tema.
What is in this sofrito, chef? ¿Qué hay aquí?
Yes, in the sofrito there are the garlic, bueno, all the vegetables cooked in brunoise. There are the garlic, the onion, and the red and green pepper, and the cephalopod, the squid and the cuttlefish. Okay. We put the double of the fake of the toasted. No me sale el video. Of the toasted noodle, okay, and cooking for 12 minutes, okay. And here, here we have, okay, the prawns. It's used to mark and cut, and the langoustine, and the mussel and clams. We put all of this when are 5 minutes to finish the cooking of the fideuà, okay? And in this moment, Esther, she go to making the picada and the alioli, okay? It's important that this cooking at fuego medio, era?
Pregunten cómo es el fumet. How is fumet made?
Okay, the fumet is. Un momento, se nos va a quemar. No va a quemar. Okay, the fumet is a broth that you cooking with the head of the fish, okay, and the head of the prawns and the langoustines, and one bresa. One bresa is the vegetables, and it's the onion, okay. Carrot, the pork, and the celery, and the tomato if possible, okay. And the second one, the paella, not move here, okay. If you will, you move the paella, okay, not the food, not into in the food, never, okay. Okay, and this is the picada, and it's para darle más sabor, for get more flavor, okay, and good into. And when the fideuà is here, okay, ¿le has dado tiempo? 12 minutos. No, pero ahora lleva bastante más, déjale 7. ¿Ok? Probar cómo era. You taste, okay, to rectify the salt or pepper. A little few more salt, okay, and cooking. Okay, and Esther, she's going to do the alioli. Alioli is a fresh sauce, okay, typical of Catalonia and Spain, okay, and is the garlic, okay, the egg, and the oil, okay, and for this video one we put chives, okay. And here is possible to put a few of vinegar de Jerez. Jerez is a town of the south of Spain. Okay. There are any questions?
Leche un chorrito, ¿no?
Sí, unas 20 gotas.
What wine is your
What?
wine is your vino
Yes. For in Spain, for all the dishes by fish,
Chef, if I would say the last part, what we explained about the wine was not clear. So if you can take it again, please.
Ya, pero me ha dicho es que el narro lo quiere ya. Ya está, ya hemos hablado.
sí. Do you listen me? We have any technical problem. Sorry.
Ara, parla.
You listen? We listen? No, we have a small technical problem. Si enfoca, da igual, enfoca con el móvil a la...
Ara, parla.
Okay, this is for the alioli, it's a typical Catalonian sauce, and there are with the oil, okay, egg, garlic, and chives, okay, and the method is to put the blender, okay, at the minimum and starting, okay, starting at minimum.
Ahora me tira, no, por tu.
No va.
No, aquí está, no. Pues agafa la otra de esta talla. Joder, de verdad, más problemas.
Vale. At the minimum inside, okay, and working. Okay. And when it's emulsioned, we push the blender. Push, 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 push. And put an olive oil. And working fast. Okay. And the alioli push in a bag. And when there are 40 minutes, ¿por qué no vas esta hora?
Quedan 42 segundos.
Y lo que pasa es que no vas. Sí, a ver ahora. ¿Está bien enchufada? Ahí lo está ahora.
Queda mirar.
Sí, està ben enxufada.
Això està connectat aquí?
Sí.
Potser això està desconnectat perquè pot ser d'allà perquè l'ordinador s'ha apagat. Ja està,
Vale. Canviem aquí llavors. Mira, a veure si agafa. Okay, we change the induction because this is not rule. Okay, and when there are 3-4 minutes to finish the cooking, okay, we added all the seafood. We added the langoustine, we added the prawns. ¿Se ve o no? Okay. And we added the clams. And the liquid of cooking. And the mussels. And cooking for 3 minutes. 3-4 minutes, okay? It's cooking when the noodle push up. When the noodle is push up, sí, es eso, va hacia arriba. Vale, sí, lo estoy relacionando con los sostenes, pero
Es solo, ¿eh?
tenéis la mente sucia. Soy yo, okay?
Cap a maig.
And it's possible to add it persil, okay? This is for the flavor. ¿Y el aroma cómo era? And the aroma and the smelling, no?
Smell és olorar.
Okay, in 3 minutes, our fideuà is good. there are any questions, I think there are more questions.
Mira, tenen ganes de veure com ha quedat el plat. Would love to see final.
3 minutes, please.
Ensenya això, la salsa.
Yes. If the public bull, we explain como chiste. We explain a joke.
Ai, ai, ai.
I think that que la votación es un poco tonto. Okay, this is the alioli we put here for we looking. Okay.
Mira, diuen que ja se senten hambrientos, que ja tenen ganes de menjar-ho. Vamos.
One moment, please. A ver si empieza a subir. And cleaning the paella, okay, for the flavor. And the heat of the langoustine, of the prawns, it's possible to decorate, but for me, it's beautiful without this. But yes, one story, okay? When it's possible to cook in the fideuà with the prawns, the langoustines, the clams, and the mussel, okay? With the
No, tranquil, estem per aquí.
okay, and when you peel in Catalonia, we say that is a fideuà of señorito, of sir. Why? Because you don't dirty the hands, okay? It's possible to eating, okay, all with without dirty the hands, okay? Está saltando otra vez. Okay, 1 minute, please. 1 minute, it's okay. ¿Cómo? Sí, sí, lo que pasa es que no lo habíamos puesto. No, ya está. ¿No? We have any more questions of the fideuà?
Everybody is hungry for what you are cooking right now. So they have been holding it very patiently.
What? Repeat, please. I don't listen.
I said everybody is watching intently whatever is being cooked. So we all are hungry finally what you would be plating. And all the seafood, especially being cooked together with the noodles, we like your expression of being swelled up. So it will all swelled up and let's get into the plate.
¿Qué ha dicho?
Algo del seafood.
Yes. What is the question of seafood? I repeat the seafood. No.
Jo crec que es veia en plan que està tot molt bo. S'estan passant bé, s'estan rient, perquè no ens entenem.
Okay, it's important that not enganchar, como es. But it's the same cookie of the paella, but change the rice, okay, for the noodle, the toasted noodle. but the flavor is very, very similar of the paella. But I prefer this. I prefer fideuà than paella, but this is only an opinion. Oh. Tofu. And it's important that not tofu. Secar es sèche, ¿no? Eso es francés, ¿no?
Secar.
Hasta que seque. Dry?
Dry, seco.
Dry. Okay,
Have
and
it been made with
the
flour?
fideuà is finished when it's dry. Okay, the cooking. ¿Qué dicen?
Durum flour.
Durum flour.
Que si els noodles estan, no sé què, amb durum flour.
No, it's only toasted to the oven. Okay, to the oven with a little bit of oil. Okay, a little bit, but no more. Okay, the noodle we are a oil in the when it's made the masa. Okay, is farina. ¿Cómo es farina? Flour. Okay, it's flour, egg, and oil. Because for this it's not necessary to put more oil. Okay, it's more healthy without oil. Okay, push. Sí, claro, ven aquí, Esther. Ven a hacer aquí el brindis conmigo, va. No voy a hacer solo.
Di eso, que se ha secado. Cuenta. Que se ha secado y que ya se los fideos que ya casi están, ¿no?
Okay, look. Okay, the noodle is starting to stand up. Okay, when it stand up, is finished. It's good that before the cooking, 3 minutes, 2, 3, 4 minutes maximum of repose. Okay, this is finished, and we go to finish the fideuà. Okay, normally in Spain we serve the fideuà in the paella. Okay, we go to the table with the paella, not in dishes. Okay, and put in dishes in the table. That is the tradition. Okay, and the last is put the alioli.
What is that pipette on top? Alioli.
Yes, it's the alioli of chives, the sauce. Okay, and the fideuà is finished. It's finished. No, perquè encara no estan secs. No estan secs. It's good.
I think that is lovely. In the end, the presentation that you've done, wow. Love it. Really, really love it, Chef. And I think it was
Thank you very
fantastic.
much.
You kept on answering questions when you were preparing food. I really like that about you. You kept on answering questions while you were cooking food. Loved your energy, Chef. Unfortunately,
Okay, thank you.
we
Yes, we have more energy. Yeah. It's a little bit Congo devotation, but it's good.
Thank you
The
so
next
much,
year we
Chef.
are in the final. Good.
Thank you so much, Chef. Due to paucity of time, we will quickly move over to another kitchen in the other part of the world. Team Canada, waiting for us. Ciao. Team Canada, we want you to get ready. Team Canada, if you are ready, we are ready for you.
Thank you.
Anti-team, can you please spotlight Canada? Yes, there you are. There you are, Canada College from Canada. Yes, you can start, please.
You can start. Okay, Tim. Yep. You go ahead.
Team Canada, can I request you to unmute? Yeah. Can you hear us?
Yeah, we can hear you. We're just waiting for one person to come. Sorry, he stepped away just to check on his class. He'll be right back, okay?
Mm-hmm. Team Canada, you will need to unmute because we really cannot hear you.
You're going to do all the work, I'll do all the talking.
Okay. And she has another minute, so you can start talking. Yeah.
Okay. Good morning from Canada. How are we this morning?
Good morning. Hi.
How are you?
Wonderful. How are you, Chef?
I'm absolutely great. Frozen with the cold, but I'm good.
We are from the other side of the season, the other side of the country, the other side of the world, and we are at a very hot spot. So I'll leave the stage to you, Chef.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Well, today we're going to be making a lobster poutine. So we've brought in lobster from the east coast of Canada, and we've also got local cheese curds from Thornlow Cheese up north of here. And so what we're going to do, Jenna is going to put it all together, and we're going to demo on how to put it all together for you. So first of all, we have fresh cut French fries. Okay, so we load up the French fries. Perfect. No, that's good. And then we add in the cheese sauce. This is a brown butter cheese sauce that we've made. Nice ladles of that on there. And this dish is supposed to be a delicacy here in Canada. Yeah, I'm not sure I'd agree with that, but and then the cheese curds goes on top. And then we put some lobster, butter poached fresh lobster from PEI. More, a little bit more. There we go. Good. And then what we're going to do, we're going to squeeze a little bit of lime juice over the top of it. Okay. Perfect. And then we're going to garnish it with a little bit of microgreens that we've grown ourselves here in our little herb garden inside. Perfect. So we're going to present that out the front, and we can build up another one quickly. Just to demo it again, just to make sure. Perfect. Awesome.
What's the name of the dish?
The name of the dish is lobster poutine with a brown butter cream sauce, cheese cream sauce. And then we have fresh cheese curds on top, the lobster again. Perfect. And then we have the squeeze of lime. There we go. And then we have the microgreens on top again, served like that. All right. So this is a delicacy here from Canada, and we're very proud to be part of this competition and showcase our local ingredients here in Ontario, Canada. Perfect. Okay. So next, we're going to plate our maple syrup butter tarts. Okay, so we have our 2 plates ready here. We have our maple butter tarts made. And the dough that we're using is actually a pie dough, pre-baked, and then the filling then is maple syrup, brown sugar, eggs, and a little bit of flour. Now Jenna is going to pipe a rosette on each of the just after the side here, yeah, just after the side, nice little single rosette. That's good. Perfect. Like so. And we're going to garnish with a little bit of strawberries and fresh mint. Strawberry. Okay, and we garnish on with the strawberry. And then we have our own maple candy, which are here in the shape of a maple leaf. And we're going to put one of those on there too. Yeah, yeah. Then we have some nice chocolate curls that we're actually going to put in between, like so. Well, we can actually turn it over a little bit so we can get the nice loop on there. Lovely. Perfect. And there is our dessert and our lobster poutine from Canada.
Wow. Let me hear you, chef. I'm not a dessert person, but your dessert makes me want to try one.
Oh, they're delicious. They're absolutely melt in your mouth, and they're 0 calories.
You do know, chef, you're making it worse right now. You're actually making it worse.
We do
What I
ship,
really
but
like
I'm not sure how quickly.
What I really like about poutine is how fast you were able to make it.
Well, that's the key ingredient, and that's the key point that we try and produce food that is quick, but yet is sustainable and that people will enjoy. And a lot of people enjoy this the lobster poutine, which is very, very popular out the East Coast, where we can actually get the fresh lobster from.
I heard poutine actually originated in Quebec.
That's right. Yeah. So we're actually using 3 provinces here in the building of this dish. So we're using Prince Edward Island, where the lobster comes from. We're using poutine, the name poutine, where it comes from Quebec, and then the cheese curds, which come from Ontario, local here, just north of us here in Ontario, and the local potatoes too from our farmer out in Sturgeon Falls. And then we were able to put the dish together and present it to everybody here today.
We really like the dish, very candidly. I think it's a beautiful way of doing a very quick food, like I was mentioning. And not just that, of course, the dessert, I'm sorry, but my eyes will keep going to the screen of the dessert again and again and again and again, despite my girth and my wife telling me constantly not to look for desserts anymore.
I used to be the same boat. I was in the same boat.
I really doubt that, chef. I really doubt that.
Trust me. Trust me.
Thank you so much.
Nobody likes the skinny chef.
I would completely disagree. In India, people actually love healthy chefs.
Oh, nice. Well, I might have to move then.
You're most welcome. You're absolutely most welcome to India. But thank you. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot for such a beautiful presentation. The presentation styles were beautiful. Can we see the plates once again? Yes. Thank you so much. Oh, man. There we go. Oh, okay. Thank you, Team Canada. You've been super fast. You've been brilliant. And we move on to the next team, which is ready with the cameras. Team Italy.
Hello, can you hear me?
Thank you.
Thank you, Team Canada. Thanks a lot. Team Italy is right here with us. Team Italy.
Yes. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can everybody hear me?
We can hear you. There's a sound clash, but we can't see you.
Okay. Yes. We are gonna switch on the camera right now. Just give us 2 seconds. Ok, attiva la telecamera. Quella da portare in giro. Ok. Okay. Can you see us from?
No, not yet. Yes. You back on screen.
Yeah, and okay.
When you're on the side screen, I'll just put you both the front screen as well as the side screen. There you go.
Sorry, what was it?
We were just testing your sound and the cameras. So we can see you from both the angles.
Yes, so we have a cameraman and a camera in front of me, and I'm talking with this mobile phone as a microphone.
We are absolutely cool with it. We can hear you, we can see you, and we are eagerly waiting for the dishes that you have prepared for us.
Okay, so we can start?
Yes, please, absolutely.
Okay. So today's dish is a local dish called tiramisu. Okay, so this dish comes from this city called Treviso, and the first tiramisu they say comes from the 18th century. And I'm gonna talk about them more later.
All right, welcome back. And myself, Sanchari, and my colleague Ritu, giving you a big hi again. And I know it's, of course, a very long day, and all of you have been watching us since morning. There are so many activities.
Well, I think more than long, it's been an incredibly exciting day today.
It is.
Filled with a lot of learning.
Yes.
Yes,
absolutely.
So a lot of things. In fact, I've learned so much about different cuisines
That's
Sanchari
right.
today, more
That's
than
right.
I've ever really
And we
learned.
have been globe-trotting. I mean, so many
Absolutely.
countries, fantastic countries.
And just
cultures.
sitting in one place.
That's right.
You know, virtually, we've actually traveled across the globe. We began with New Zealand today.
That's right.
And
Ci sono le uova e...
right? Would you like to go to Italy?
Let's go.
Yes.
So
Okay.
audience, follow us. Let's go to the
Let's
Italy
take
kitchen.
them to Italy.
That's right.
Okay, so right now we are mixing eggs and sugar, white sugar. Avvicini un po', avvicini un po'. Poi dall'alto. Okay. So now we are gonna when we finish mixing the white sugar with the egg yolk, we are gonna add mascarpone cheese, and we are gonna mix it with a whisker. But not yet. Okay, so now we are gonna add the mascarpone cheese. Scusa. È tutto ok? Ok. Gliel'ho già detto. Com'è che si chiamano i savoiardi? Okay. Punta su... Ok. Fai più dall'alto, così non le prendi il braccio. No. Mi sto basando su quello che mi hanno detto le scorse volte. Ok. Can you still hear me? Ok. No, infatti gli avevo chiesto se mi sentivano. Sì, sì, sì. Sta lavorando qui. Yeah. So right now she's whisking the mascarpone cheese, which is the whitish liquid with the egg yolk and white sugar. Sì, sì. Poi vieni un po' tipo di qua e lo prendi da sopra. Sì, 3 volte. So right now she's saving a little bit for the top bit. Okay, and for the rest we are gonna add more mascarpone cheese. Okay, so right now, what we are gonna do is we are gonna yeah, put everything together. So the mascarpone with the egg yolk and sugar, cos'è? Black coffee, cold, and cocoa powder.
Hello, Ivano. This is Chef Sanjay. Can you hear us?
So Chef Ivano is right here. Do you want to talk to him?
Yeah, no, I just wanted to ask that in place of the Savoiardi biscuits, is there anything else that we can use as the crust for the tiramisu?
Okay, so for the classical recipe, see, so for the classical,
with Savoiardi.
yeah, it is with Savoiardi, but you can substitute it with sponge cake. Yeah.
Okay, all right, right. So does the sponge cake have to be a particular flavor, or it can be a vanilla sponge?
Vanilla. It has to be vanilla sponge cake.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. And
You're welcome.
this coffee that we are dipping the biscuits in,
Yes.
is it a simple black coffee, or it
Yeah,
is
it is a simple black coffee.
with no sugar, of
Espresso.
course?
Espresso.
Espresso.
From Mocha.
Okay, right. Thank you.
Italian style.
Ah, yes, that's good. Thank you.
So what we are doing now is we are dipping the Savoiardi biscuits in the espresso coffee, and then we are gonna lay them on the mascarpone egg yolk sugar bed. Okay, can you see from this perspection? Perspection, sorry.
Yes, yes, this is perfect.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so now we are gonna do small portions, same process. Okay, so right now we are adding another. Okay, yeah, so we are adding another layer of mascarpone and savoiardi. And we are adding another layer, more like as a garnish of mascarpone. Okay, so now we are gonna add the cocoa powder. And for garnish, we're gonna add smooth chocolate chips thing. Okay, so so we finished with tiramisu, and yeah, so to conclude the history about this dish or dessert, yes. So as I said before, it started in the 18th century, but it was forgotten after, and it was remembered again in the year 1970 from the Chef Academy, Italian Chef Academy.
Very well done, Team Italy. Fantastic. It was so professionally made, and I was biting my nails when she was removing the mold from the side of the tiramisu, and it has been so well done, so nicely made that without even chilling or keeping it in the refrigerator, it came out so well, and we could also see the nice tiramisu inside the jars. The jar desserts have become very popular now all across the world. So it's very nice to see the jars. I would say thank you very much, Team Italy, for showing us a classical dessert. We have all heard and seen it. And this was, making the tiramisu in minutes. I'm sure it's going to be absolutely tasty. And I wish I could taste it. But I know I won't be able to taste. Any questions anyone has about this tiramisu? It's a very simple but a very classic dish. I had one question which I asked about the Savroti biscuits. They answered it. Anybody else has any queries? You can write on the chat. No questions. So you have been very convincing, Team Italy. Thank you very much, and thank you very much from here, from India, and from YCO. And it was a pleasure hosting you today in the evening. And thank you very much for showing a wonderful dish to all of us. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Absolutely stunning this was. Do we have the studio here? All right, I think we have Sweden up next, and in Sweden we have a great friend of mine, Chef Jonas. I can't see him although, and I think they are already up to something, and we'll know in a moment when we go back to them. So I will say a formal welcome to them as soon as I can see somebody there on the screen. Chef, welcome. How are you? You're muted, Chef. We can't hear you. Yes, I can hear you now.
Nice to see you again.
Thank you very much. It's nice. So pleasure. I was watching you on the opening ceremony day, but sorry, we could not talk that day.
So,
It's
so
fine.
what? So, what are we going to see today? What is she going to make for us?
Actually, it's you have tasted it. I also actually I brought this with
Yes, the
you know, the
vinegar.
strong stuff,
Yes, I remember. I
the very
remember.
strong vinegar. Yeah. And in the world, there is always vinegar, which we can use in this dish, and we sent a recipe. So if someone would like to try it, they can use vinegar. But in Sweden, we use a stronger stuff.
Yes.
Yeah.
Very strong. I must tell I must tell everyone that I have tasted this stuff what Chef Jonas is talking about, and it is not pungent, it's very pleasant to taste, but it's very acidic.
Yes.
It's not like a chemical vinegar, but at the same time it's really very good to taste. It has a very interesting flavor, and it imparts a great acidity and flavor to the food that is cooked by this.
Yes. And in Swedish cooking, we use this a lot. We make pickled herring, we pickle vegetables. We use it for a lot of things. And it's also making the food last longer.
Oh, yeah, of course.
So it's
Because of,
like a preservative.
yes,
Yes.
because
Yes.
of
So-
being an acid.
Yeah.
So what is she going to cook for us today?
We will make a dish called dillkött.
Okay.
We use lamb, and we'll make like a stew, and we will taste it off with this strong stuff, and make a balance with that and sugar.
Fantastic, chef. We are looking forward to the dish, and the stage is yours.
Thank you. We only have I can change the cameras, so you have to tell me when you like to have another view. But
Okay, sure.
yeah.
Sure.
So I will now make front
Okay, great.
top angle. Yeah.
Yes, that's perfect.
Yeah, but we have pre-made it if like to see it, but we will also make it from scratch.
Okay, great, fantastic.
Do we
We're
have
looking.
time? Yeah. Is there
We are
time
look-
to make it from scratch?
How much time is it going to take?
Maybe 30 minutes.
30 minutes is okay.
It's okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So first, so first they will cut the lamb. Is you okay?
Chef Jonas, the view is perfect. This is
Good.
perfect.
Because we had to rearrange earlier today, so I have to put it all back.
Yeah. It's perfect. It's perfect. Yeah, we are looking at both the inductions, and we're looking at the chopping board also.
Perfect. Yeah. So we have found a fantastic lamb. You can use either lamb or veal for this dish.
Okay.
Also, chicken is possible, but it's not so common. But you can make it with chicken. That's no problem. So now she will dice it up.
Is this lamb local? Is it Swedish?
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
we're quite conservative. Like, Swedish people like Swedish meat.
Yes.
Yeah. We trust our farmers very much.
Yes, and you have I think they also pay back the trust. Sweden has great meats, especially lamb and veal.
Yes. There is also a lot of wild meat here in Sweden. We were thinking about making some wild meat, but then we thought maybe it's better to make something that anyone can try.
Yes.
Because it's very difficult to find a reindeer or wild boar or moose or all the animals we have here in the world.
Yeah, in India you go to jail for that.
Yeah, it's better with lamb then.
Yeah, yes.
So after the lamb is cut, we will cook it for a while.
All right, so we're going to cook it in water, correct?
Yes, with some salt.
Okay.
We're gonna boil the meat.
Okay.
If they talk, do you hear them?
Yes, we can.
It's better for them to practice in English. So I like them to speak.
So we're gonna bring the meat to boil, then we're gonna strain it with cold water.
And you have great teachers like Johannes and Kaisa to teach you English.
We do our best.
This is salt?
Yes.
Okay, great.
So have you been okay in India with the pandemic?
Chef Jonas, the pandemic started very bad for us. We went into an urgent lockdown, and it was very bad for the industry initially, and that continued for some months, and slowly, steadily, the cases started rising. And then we started because of the lockdown, and then people started getting very conscious of this, and slowly, steadily, we had a major problem in the cities because the cities completely shut down and people started traveling back to their villages, etc., etc. And then after some months we came back slowly and steadily. I think now at this stage India is doing quite better in the numbers. India is also doing quite better in the number of percentage of deaths with the COVID, and we have already started 3 weeks back. We have started the vaccination, so I think we are doing good now, and slowly, steadily the businesses are opening up. We are looking forward. In many cities, the schools have opened up, the colleges have opened up, and we are looking forward to our college also opening, our colleges opening very soon, and the higher secondary schools, etc., etc., are opening now slowly and steadily in all the cities. We are much better than a lot of Europe, actually, thankfully, because of some reason. And obviously the lockdown was also quite strict in India, and that also helped. How was Sweden?
First of all, it's very nice to hear that you had a not so heavy, but here it's been it was pretty bad at a point, but it's better now.
we're not a very huge population, but we had quite some deaths, unfortunately.
Yeah. In India also, the pandemic itself was very bad, but thankfully we did not have too many deaths as far as the percentage is concerned. As far as the percentage of the population is concerned. So, but then there were deaths in India also. And but now, as you said, we are much better.
Yeah, it's very good to hear. The vaccine is out, so I expect things to be better now. I hope so.
Great, that's wonderful. Let's hope for the best. And the best thing that we have to hope for is that we meet each other again in 2022.
I hope so.
Yes.
She's dicing up carrots, and we call this like coins.
Yes.
Like you have, when you pay.
Carrot coins.
Carrot coins, yes.
All the colleagues that are watching us at this time, that are watching this, I'll just tell you that Johannes is a very dedicated teacher. He is a conservationist. He likes sustainability. He is very concerned about that. He is a champion of local products. I knew about it, but I wanted all of you to hear from him about his ideas about the local lamb, etc., etc. He's a very big fan of basically zero travel as far as the food is concerned, and all of them in Sweden. Actually, a lot of population in Sweden is very conscious about sustainability, very conscious about local products. We had I'm sure many of you know already, we have a project called Conscious Caterers and Sustainable Systems, which was called C2S2, which had 5 members initially, UK, Sweden, Turkey, France, and India. And but later on, UK had to come out because of the Brexit. Then Sweden, France, Turkey, and India have been really working together for those 4 years with student exchanges, teacher exchanges, idea exchanges, and we successfully managed to convince Erasmus to grant a fund to all of us for this activity, and it has really helped our students. It has really helped our teachers to have a new perspective of sustainability. And if you all remember, the last year the theme of YCO was sustainability. That theme had originated from this idea of this topic of this project C2S2. And of course, needless to say that Johannes was a very important part of that project.
It was a fantastic experience to meet all the people from all countries and with the same mission and same goal, and seeing how people work differently in different countries. It's I can't even put words on it. It was so fantastic.
It was really fantastic.
Yeah. I really hope I will be at some point in my life in a similar project. I will never forget this. And as you say, we like to try and reduce our waste as much as possible. We try some things like in supermarkets in Europe. There's a lot of waste. They throw a lot of vegetables, fruits, everything away because it doesn't look perfect or the date has expired. So what we try to do sometimes is to get these products from the supermarkets, and we take it to school and we sort it out. There can be like a box of tomatoes. There can be like 5 tomatoes that are rotten, and the rest is no problem with. So instead of having these tomatoes just thrown, we will cook it and make something of it. It's a bit, actually, in Europe, I think there is too much waste. We need to be much better at that. I don't think you have some problem.
I wish there was not so much of waste. Most of the population of the world would have something to eat every day.
Yes. It's balanced somehow.
True. Very, very imbalanced. Very imbalanced. And the problem is that the countries which produce less have got more populations, and the countries that produce more have got lesser populations. And as you said, it's a critical imbalance. And she's dancing behind you.
Yes. Let's see what they are cooking now.
Yeah.
I think my students can speak now.
Chef Jonas, can you again tell us the name of the dish? Somebody is asking.
It's dill kött. That means meat.
Dill is the green. Dill is the green herb that she's cutting now.
Yes,
and,
exactly.
Yeah.
And that's a very important herb for Swedish cooking. Maybe you heard of gravlax?
Yes.
We always make gravlax with dill. It's very important for many dishes in Sweden. So
I'm sure the people who are listening to us know that gravlax is basically a kind of a preserved and marinated fish mostly, and generally made from salmon, but you can make it from many different fishes. And it has got a lot of herb and a lot of salt and many different components which basically take out the liquid from the salmon and give it a very great flavor and preservation by osmosis. The technique, the chemistry used is osmosis. I'm sure we all know, whether we've studied physics or chemistry, you know the technique of osmosis. So that is the governing technique of making gravlax.
Yes. You can do it with also like wild meat or such is possible, and any fish is fine. We use two variants. One is 1 part salt, 1 part sugar. That will be pretty strong and it's fine. Sometimes we want a milder version, and then we use 1 part salt, 2 parts sugar. And then you can add some very ground white peppers and some dill. You can also make variations of it.
What is the average? This question has always been in mind. What is the average? The shelf life of gravlax. Let's say, for example, I have a fillet of salmon, and I gravlax it. How long can we keep it inside the refrigerator after that? With good quality, of course.
With good quality, I would say a week is no problem.
Okay, great. There is
at a cold temperature, of course.
Yeah. There is a question which says, do we smoke the salmon in the gravlax? I think no. What are you saying, Chef John?
No, it's not smoked. I would say it's possible, but if you cold smoke it, but we separate it. We cold smoke salmon or hot smoke it, or we gravlax it. So, but in cooking, you can try. Yeah.
Arun, I would like to add something here. That gravlax is a technique which basically highlights the taste of the salmon itself. And if you look at the smoking, cold smoking or hot smoking, what happens is, in the cold smoking, generally the character of the fish, character of the meat remains to a large extent there, but of course there is a predominant smoky flavor because the meat itself does not cook. But at the same time, when you hot smoke, what happens is again osmosis, and from higher concentration to the lower concentration, the smoke comes on top and it goes inside the meat, and the characteristics of the meat changes because there is no oxygen left in the meat, and there is no oxidation possible to a large extent. So what happens is cold smoking and gravlax are almost similar techniques, but of course the flavor profiles are different. Whereas hot smoking changes. Arun, Chef Jonas, can I answer this question for you?
Yes.
Okay. Arun, what you do is there are two types of smoking. Okay, one is hot smoking. Hot smoking is basically a technique where you hang the salmon or anything that you're smoking, meat, pork, etc., etc. You hang the meat in the same chamber as where the fire is, or where the smoke is, where the embers is. So what happens is you burn the embers and you load the roof or the racks with the salmon or the meat, and then you close the door, and after some time what happens is the live fire goes off, and because the concentration of the carbon dioxide and other monoxides increases in the room, and the fire becomes embers first, and slowly steadily then what happens, the fire goes out, and you have a very very high concentration of carbon dioxide and carbon monoxide inside that chamber. But at the same time, you also have to understand, because there was fire in the room, so there is temperature increase in the room. So you have basically the salmon or whatever meat you have put inside also cooking a little bit at the same time. Whereas cold smoke is something where the smoke is created in another chamber, and then it is passed through a pipeline or some method by which it cools down, and it then goes, the cold smoke goes into the other chamber where the meats are kept or the fish is kept. So it basically slowly steadily takes that flavor, but there is no cooking as such, not even minute amounts of cooking. So it is very very I would say delicate. Cold smoked foods are very delicate as compared to hot smoked foods, because hot smoked foods have a very robust flavor, and that is the primary difference between hot and cold smoking.
Yes, actually, I brought a very simple smoker that you can. I don't know if you have it in India, but I'm sure there is someone that can make it for you. So I will bring it on where the green cupboard is.
Oh, thank you very much. That's so nice of you, Chef.
So it's like a box. Okay. So first, you make a fire underneath. Use some like a very strong
spirit.
Alcohol burns.
Yes, spirit. Okay.
I will change view so you can hear me. So Axel will mount it. So in these chambers, we put an alcohol that burns, that creates heat. And the heat can come from actually anything. It's just we need heat from underneath. Then we have a metallic box. You can set it out. In this box, we will put some wooden chips. It can be from different trees, but depending on what flavor do we like. So
what chips do you use generally in Sweden?
It can be birch, it can be apple tree, it can be cherry tree. Depending on what flavor, we can buy some American chips as well, depending on for what purpose. And then when the wood starts getting hot from underneath, it starts not burning, but it will be quite black and creating a lot of smoke. So what we do is there's
I think Jonas, we can go in between to the chef. She's now started putting cream into the into the dish.
Yes.
And can you tell us what she did after she boiled the lamb? And,
yes, she washed it a bit,
okay.
And then we put it in the cream sauce,
Okay, yeah. And
This-
she also put some vegetables into it.
yes, we have
Yeah.
carrots and
Carrots.
onions
Okay.
and leek.
Carrot, onion, and leek. And did she also put some dill into it at this time? No.
No, we will always put the dill in the just few seconds before serving.
Okay,
Because
wonderful.
it will be gray and not so nice. So
And I think dill also becomes a little bitter if you cook it too much.
yes, so just before serving, the dill goes in.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
So there's a balance between, of course, a bit salt, but the strong vinegar called etika in Swedish, and sugar. There needs to be a balance. If you make the balance wrong, it will taste horrible.
Yes.
So this is maybe not a fancy dish, but it's a very nice and traditional dish.
I think traditional dishes. I was saying this in the morning also after looking at a couple of countries cooking today. Most of the traditional dishes are generally very simple, but they have wonderful flavor profiles. They have lesser ingredients generally, and they have very simple cooking methods, but they end up giving a wonderful taste because I feel, and it's a general observation also, that most of the traditional foods have come with a lot of experience. They are generally wholesome foods, which are very balanced. They will have protein, they will have some starch, they will have some vegetables, they will have some richness, a little simplicity, and they will generally be a very wholesome meal. That is, I think, the specialty of classical dishes.
Yes, that's very true. Maybe you remember when we had the project when
yes
we cooked with a lot of countries, and France made a dish similar to ours, but they used white wine and they used parsley, and we used the strong vinegar and dill.
And yes, correct. I remember. I just had one more question, Jonas, to ask you. Is dill something that you get all through the year in Sweden?
Yes, but we have to import it at some points.
Okay.
Because right now in Sweden it's very cold. We have like between 10 and 17 degrees below zero. So nothing grows.
Guys, did you hear? He said 10 to 17 degrees below zero. Minus 10 to minus 17 degrees is the temperature in Sweden now.
Sometimes it's even warmer in the freezer than outside.
Correct, I agree with you. A simple deep freezer cannot go below minus 10. So you have minus 17 outside.
Yes.
Okay, what is she putting now? Dill?
Dill.
Okay,
so
great.
She's finished.
Fantastic.
Yes.
Fantastic.
So this we usually 99% eat with potatoes.
Well, hello everyone, and we are here at the YCO Global Studio. Can you hear us?
Welcome, Global Studio. Yes.
Well, Chef Jonas, I just heard you were there at minus 17, and trust me, I started feeling cold already.
Yes, it's quite cold.
Wonderful. I think it's been an amazing sessions we were watching. I think the sad part is that, we are unable to taste the lovely food that you've made, but we are imagining that the food is in front of us, and that's what is right now missing virtually. I mean, that's one technology that we have not mastered, Chef. We are trying to go there, and I think very soon we'll do that. But as of now, I think we just need to live with this technology so far, where we are just short of tasting the food. Rest, everything has been done. Yeah, Chef?
Yeah. There should be a taste email.
Yes, I think that's
sure. Very soon, perhaps there would be.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the email. So Chef Kak, what do you have to say about this lovely dish that they are making?
I already, kind of we broke it down threadbare actually for the last 15-20 minutes. We spoke a lot about in this session because Chef Jonas is there and he has a wonderful perspective of sustainability. He has a wonderful perspective of ingredients.
Right.
He has a great perspective of conscious catering, which you remember we had C2S2 project. He was a great part of that.
Yes.
And we spoke a lot about the local ingredients, the local products there in Sweden. We spoke a lot about their cooking techniques. He was gracious enough to show us a smoker that he has recently purchased there for his kitchen, which was a nice piece of equipment, very small, basic piece of equipment. We spoke about smoking, cold smoking, and hot smoking. We spoke about gravlax. So there was a very, very great discussion while the chef was cooking the dish, and a little bit more about the dish for those of us who have joined a little late. This is a very classic Swedish dish made from lamb. It can also be made from veal, but today chef is making it from lamb for us. So the key components of the dish are basically some vegetables like carrots, and then there is the lamb itself, which is Swedish lamb. Again, Sweden takes pride in its lamb. It takes a lot of pride in the products that they grow, the veal, the wild boar, etc., reindeer in season, and of course they have very high sustainable standards. And the icing on the cake for this dish is the great dill, the dill leaves that grow there. And as that's how we reached to -17 when he said dill is not available locally now because the temperature is very low. And I think the dish has already been served. It is a dish which we have already tasted when Jonas was here last time. And then it is generally served with potatoes. That is what she is doing. I think she boiled the potatoes, put some butter into them, and now she's plating them.
Oh, wonderful. And I do see a comment coming in from Chef Rishi about if Swiggy could be international.
We'd all be tasting it.
We all be tasting it. Unfortunately, Swiggy can become international, but the time it will take to transport food all the way from Sweden to India and to the YCO Global Studio, I wonder how much time it's going to take, Chef Rishi.
And sustainability is going to go for a toss.
Absolutely.
A full toss outside the stadium.
Outside the stadium. Absolutely, you're right. But I do see some lovely plating that's happening back there in Sweden. And I think that is the beauty of Young Chef Olympiad, ladies and gentlemen. United World of the Young Chefs connects 50 countries across 24 time zones.
Offering it to you.
Yes, thank you for offering it to us. You can bring it a little closer to the camera if you can. Yeah, be careful. Yeah. Oh, wonderful.
Lovely.
This is so lovely. Allow us to click a picture. And I'll request the camera team to take a screenshot of this. This is so beautiful. And I am feeling so bad that I can't taste this. And well, it's about 9:15 India time PM. It's about dinner time, chef. And this is not correct because we're feeling hungry looking at that dish and we can't have it as well. I mean,
what is the time there, Jonas, now?
The time is, let me see. It's 10 minutes to 5.
In the evening?
Yes.
Okay, great, fantastic. So it's going to get even cooler for you now after this.
Yes.
Temperatures are going to dip a little bit now for them.
Wonderful. Yeah, I can see the plating. It's looking very, very lovely, pretty. And I just wonder how it will taste. I mean, I'm just wondering. It's dinner time out here, guys.
And trust me, it would be one.
Yeah, I mean that's what I can imagine. But just to let all of you guys know, we had this was printed in the newspaper today, and I'll read this out to you. Learn with IIHM, and what you see here on the camera, this is actually a print that I'm showing you that has gone in the newspaper. This is the front news for all of you guys back in Sweden, you can check out, and all the lovely people across the world. This is the front page news that I wanted to show you, which says that, you know, IIHM is going live. So today we started from New Zealand, went to Bangladesh, and these are the live sessions that have happened from 9 o'clock in the morning, from New Zealand to Bangladesh to India, Hong Kong, Nepal, Bulgaria, live from UAE, live from Equatorial Guinea, live from Jordan, Kenya, Namibia, Colombia, Nigeria, Iceland, Switzerland, Spain, Canada, Italy, and Sweden.
And those are the countries we have traveled to today, beginning from New Zealand. So from India, we went to New Zealand, and we are ending the day with Sweden.
Well, absolutely lovely to have the global studios, guys. And honestly, that's the technology that IIHM Hotel School operates on, connecting 50 countries, 24 time zones. And that's where Young Chef Olympiad is happening in the cloud. And that's where the technology lies. That's where all the lovely tastes lie. And I can see Chef Jonas as well, you know, joining us here. Chef Jonas, how are you and how are you feeling after participating in Young Chef Olympiad? I mean, what are your feelings? I mean, you know, when you heard for the first time that you're going to compete virtually, and now that you've gone through that experience, what do you have to say about YCO virtually and the technology that has been used?
Basically, I think this proves that for IIHM, nothing is impossible.
Absolutely.
So how was your feeling, Chef, when the best of the judges from around the world were coming into you, asking you questions, going back again, guests from all over the world were coming in your kitchens. So I mean, when you go back home, were there any thoughts that were coming in about the technology that was zipping around? What was going on? What was flashing?
It's been that's been the tricky part because I couldn't get so much help with the technical, so I had to arrange the most stuff by myself. But I'm really glad that we even pulled it off to make the cameras work and everything. So it's been amazing. I think the judges didn't have an easy job, but I think they really they checked every details. So I think they did it fantastically. I think you guys have made a tremendous job with this. It's fantastic. I'm lost for words for it.
Wonderful. We're glad you're enjoying it. We are very, very glad you're enjoying the experience.
And how you even managed to make it through the time zones and everything, it's amazing. It's a big clap for you, really.
No, absolutely. Big clap for you as well, guys. And thank you. Thank you, Team Sweden, from joining in. Thank you, Chef Kark. Thank you, all the listeners.
Thank you very much.
The viewers joining in. Back to the Global Studio, ladies and gentlemen. With this, we come to the end of this lovely, lovely session that happened across the day. And you went in zipping past New Zealand and, of course, to all the countries today that you've been coming in. Well, that's my colleague, Ritu Jolly, and myself, Abdullah Ahmed, logging out from the Global Studios. Keep tuned in, and we will be back again tomorrow. Don't forget that Plate Trophy and Grand Finals are scheduled tomorrow and day after. Keep tuned in. Keep watching our social media feeds to get the latest updates. Bye-bye.
See you all and good night. See you all tomorrow.
Shabba khair and take care. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Chef Jonas. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Nice seeing you again.
Our hospitality.
We will rise.
We will not fall.
We will stand tall. We will answer the call.
We will bounce back.
There'll be days when things seem bad. Life may seem unfair. Keep your cool, do not get mad. Breathe and don't despair. Just say I'll bounce back. Bounce, 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 bouncing back. Whoa.
We are hospitality.
We unite the world
through love
and hope
and service.
Things won't always go to plan. Life won't always be perfect. Just keep on going, do the best that you can. keep things in perspective.
And say I'll bounce back.
Bounce, 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 bouncing back. Ooh, yeah. Pick yourself up, dust yourself off and bounce back.
Bounce, 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 bouncing back. Whoa.
Just say bounce back.
We are hospitality.
We will rise.
We will not fall.
We will stand tall. We will answer the call.
We will bounce back.